Yes.
The lead Spring Army sends its regards.
Hello, everyone. I'm the Enforcer, and I'm accompanied by Enforcer Matt.
And good evening, folks. It's Enforcer Matt, and welcome back to day 1473 of the War News stream. And tonight we have wild scenes coming out of Tehran. We are seeing that Tehran's been obliterated by massive U.S. airstrikes, some of the largest of the war, specifically hitting the oil infrastructure. We've also heard of an attack being reported on a U.S. embassy in Norway, of all places, in Oslo. And also, Russia has been threatened today by U.S. officials over allegedly harming the soldiers in the Middle East. And it's good to see you all once again.
And of course, we're going to be covering the past 24 hours of news from around the world, as we have been able to hear of significant developments in every single region of the globe over the course of the day, including the Middle East, Eastern Europe, a little bit of Western Europe, as we were able to hear of an embassy bombing that did occur in Oslo, Norway. We have also been able to hear some news out of the United States of America and the Indian Ocean at large once again. We have been able to see that the Islamic Republic of Iran's capital, Tehran, has come under a significant U.S. airstrike over the course of the day. The Shahran oil depot, a critical oil depot within the northern area of the city of Tehran, was hit, spilling oil throughout the entirety of the surrounding area, catching sewers, city streets, and largely the entirety of the northern quarter of the city on fire after its direct hit and explosion. We have also been able to confirm that carnage has been seen throughout the entirety of the Islamic Republic of Iran's capital city, including the Mehrabad International Airport. On-the-ground photography was made today of the remnants of what is left of the Iranian Air Force at the Mehrabad International Airport, and it is nothing more but charred cinder and ash, which was once aircraft sitting on the tarmac awaiting further orders or awaiting their time to fly in the current conflict. We've also seen that a major refinery near to the area of Karaj, the Karaj refinery, was also hit and caught on fire quite recently, while damage has also been confirmed at the Parchin missile production facility and also near to the area of Kavar Shahar, which is directly along the southeastern area of the city of Tehran. Further on than that, we have also been able to hear that missile storage facilities throughout the country have been hit over the course of the day, and there have been significant explosions at IRGC bases throughout the entirety of the outskirts of the Tehran provincial region. Not only that, the United States has also been conducting more significant aerial campaigns along the Iranian coastline, all the way from the Iranian border near to Iraq and all the way down and into the Strait of Hormuz. We were able to confirm that another MQ-9 Reaper did go down today somewhere around Bandar Abbas, as video evidence did confirm the debris field of an MQ-9 Reaper near to some sort of a marsh near to the coastline, while at the same time we also confirmed that another Iranian ship has been hit and is currently sinking to the west of the Strait of Hormuz, and we've also heard that near to the area of Bushehr, naval facilities have been targeted and destroyed by the United States air arm over the course of the day, and we've also been able to see that missile bases near to the area of Basij have also been significantly hit and destroyed by U.S. airstrikes prior in the day, several hours ago. While that has been ongoing, the Islamic Republic of Iran did announce today through the office of their president Pezeshkian that they were going to be ceasing attacks on Middle Eastern allies throughout the region, and the president of Iran, Pezeshkian, then stated that he apologized for the attacks. Not long after, the president of the United States made a statement on social media saying that the Iranians had surrendered and largely were afraid of their Middle Eastern allies, which then led to the Iranians rescinding that statement and then beginning attacks on all of our Gulf state allies once again, with more attacks and explosions being heard throughout the larger area. Attacks have already been attempted on Prince Sultan Air Base, and further attacks have already happened on the United Arab Emirates as a result. We've also seen that Port Salman within Bahrain has been on fire, and U.S. armed forces are still conducting live fire actions from most of the Gulf state nations towards the Islamic Republic of Iran to try and cause as much damage as they possibly can. We've also seen that within Lebanon, the side war that's currently ongoing as a part of the larger Middle Eastern conflict, that Israeli forces are still conducting significant bombardments of Hezbollah forces within Beirut. The Hezbollah forces did attempt to counterfire today by launching a smaller number of their Qasem bottle rockets at the Israelis, which were intercepted quite heavily by the Iron Domes near to the area of the city of Kiryat Shimona, directly along the Lebanese-Israeli border. A limited amount of missile fire has been seen over the course of the day, but based off of all indications, the Islamic Republic of Iran's transporter-erector launcher forces have largely been destroyed at this point, with over 90% of all of their TELs now out of operation. This means that missile attacks have been heavily sporadic and very limited over the course of the day, but drones still pose a significant threat not only to U.S. forces within the region, but those of Gulf state allies, and the drones still pose a threat of overrunning air defenses throughout the entirety of the region, not just for the United States, but for our Middle Eastern allies as well. Moving on outside of that, we also got our first satellite confirmation of the sinking of the IRIS Denna, which was destroyed by the USS Charlotte several days ago. We actually saw from satellite photography the smoke plume coming off of the impact site, and also a small oil slick that appeared to have formed on the water after the direct hit at the stern area of the vessel. We've also seen, moving on up and further north, that in the capital of Norway, Oslo, a U.S. embassy appears to have suffered a significant explosion. Currently, we understand that Norwegian and U.S. security forces have responded to the incident and are currently investigating it, although it is highly believed already at the moment that this is most likely some sort of an attack by the Islamic Republic of Iran on U.S. embassies globally. We've also been able to see that the Swedes boarded a Russian vessel today via the Swedish Coast Guard to stop the vessel and conduct a spot inspection. We believe that they will most likely be seizing that vessel here in the near future. The Russian Federation has also been continuing their war in Ukraine, while the U.S. has directly apparently threatened the Russians through official channels today, generally through back channels, that if they continue to provide intelligence to the Islamic Republic of Iran, that will not make the U.S. all too happy. We've also seen that the Russians have largely been stopped on the front lines today and have been taking significant casualties once again. But before we move on into all of this breaking news and the rest of the news that we have out of the Americas today, I do want to make sure that we get to some breaking news that's just come out while we were live on air right now. And so, Matthew, what do we got?
Okay, so this breaking news that we're getting right now at the beginning of the stream actually deals with the embassy explosion in Oslo, Norway. We have just gotten word that apparently Norwegian police are now searching for suspects after the explosion apparently occurred at the U.S. Embassy in the city of Oslo, obviously. It's believed to have been caused by a bomb placed at the embassy entrance, and authorities say that they will be issuing a press release as soon as possible about the situation. From what we can gather, it appears to be the explosion or the explosive, was apparently placed at the consular entrance of the U.S. Embassy, and it exploded, and then everybody nearby, of course, heard the loud bang, and also saw a huge plume of smoke coming up right from the embassy. So we did see some images earlier of some security forces running around the embassy. It looks like they were armed with probably machine guns, it looks like. So it seems like it is an attack on the embassy. So in fact, it's the consular part of the embassy, which is usually where they're housed. So that is quite disturbing to hear. But once again, no suspects in custody as of right now. So they're on the loose.
We will be covering that developing story as we continue to be live on air. Right before we went on air, there was a large explosion that occurred within the capital of the Kingdom of Norway, Oslo, directly along the area of the U.S. Embassy. We're now hearing that apparently it was the area of the consulate of the embassy that was directly bombed by some sort of an unknown group, which is highly likely believed to be at the moment some group that is operating as a sleeper cell of the Islamic Republic of Iran that has attempted to conduct attacks on U.S. embassies and U.S. governmental installations around the entirety of the globe, with Norway being one of the first that we've heard of such a thing. But we can largely confirm at this point that it is a bomb that did go off, and currently we're trying to see if the Norwegians or U.S. authorities will be able to try and find exactly who set the bomb and who in the world is exactly responsible for this as far as the group is concerned. But with that in mind, we'll be making sure to give y'all any other breaking news and updates that we can on that situation at the moment, and we are hoping that we will not be hearing of any casualties or fatalities as a result of this explosion. But moving on from that, it is time for us to get on into our major news from around the entirety of the world over the course of the past 24 hours, starting with our largest stories first, and then moving our way on down into the smaller stories throughout the night. Moving us on into the Islamic Republic of Iran, and specifically the capital of Iran in Tehran, we have been able to see some significant developments within Tehran over the course of the day. U.S. Air Forces have been conducting what is an unprecedented air attack or airstrike campaign across the entirety of the city of Tehran and its periphery areas within the province of Tehran. Tehran is a major city within the Islamic Republic of Iran and is in fact the largest one in terms of metropolitan population figures. Tehran does house a significant number of military facilities, critical infrastructure facilities, and also governmental installations that make it a high priority target for U.S. attacks. While we have seen that the United States and Israel have conducted attacks in different areas throughout the Islamic Republic of Iran, the heaviest pressure so far in aerial campaigns by both countries has currently been conducted directly at the city of Tehran, and today was absolutely no exception and appears to be producing the largest amount of physical damage that we have seen so far. In the northern area of the city of Tehran, there is actually this larger saffron oil storage facility right here. Y'all may notice that it already appears burned out on the Google Earth satellite photography, and that's because it is. This was actually hit by the Israelis about a year ago, actually it'd be about 9 months ago at this point, during the 12-day war, and it did suffer significant damage back then. But the Saffron Oil Depot has still remained operational since the end of the 12-day war, and the larger amount of the intact and still operational oil tanks were being filled with crude oil and were still operating, generally in support of the Islamic Republic of Iran's oil infrastructure and refinery infrastructure around the city of Tehran. The U.S. did attack this oil depot today, and I cannot even explain the scale of which the explosion occurred, because it was an unbelievable one. So let me see if I can get you all one of the clips here showing the fire that has now occurred at the Saffron Oil Depot after the direct attack by U.S. Armed Forces today. Here's the clip.
Holy cow.
It appears that the entirety of the surrounding area has actually caught on fire with the oil depot.
And I don't think I've ever seen an explosion that large. That might be the largest explosion I've ever seen on camera.
Yeah, and I mean, when we look over the side railing here, it is an absolutely massive explosion. There's no really way to get around the size of this explosion. We currently do not know the area in which the fire is enveloped. We do know that it's definitely surrounding the Saffron Oil Depot right here, but it appears to have also enveloped a larger area of the surrounding buildings, which we can see right here, right next to the oil depot, and possibly this oil loading facility, which we can see right here, where these trucks appear to be in waiting to be able to get into the terminal and then load up their trucks with oil right here. and then exit out and head towards some sort of an Iranian refinery or something similar. The fire has been filmed from multiple angles throughout the city, and this is another picture from really more towards the beginning of the fire after the explosions were conducted, once again giving us the scale and sheer size of this fire that has broken out. We believe that multiple tanks probably were hit and completely destroyed as a result of this strike, and their contents spontaneously combusted along with the vapors that were probably within the tanks and also near to the tanks in the surrounding area, creating the unbelievably large fireball that we've been seeing in northern Tehran for hours now. We've also seen the massive fire from another angle here, but this is largely a duplicate, so we won't be showing you all that. We've also been able to see another clip here, once again showing us the massive fire at a distance. We believe that this we're not exactly sure where this is. We do know that this is looking towards the area of the Shahran oil depot, but I can't tell y'all exactly at the moment where the filmer was and where the fire was at this point. It does appear that they stated that it was Iranian oil infrastructure, and according to Flytuk's news, it actually appears that this was an IDF strike, at least this particular one, but we largely have been able to hear that the Shahran oil depot was attacked by a U.S. airstrike. But nevertheless, here is the footage.
Jeez. Can you imagine what it's putting into the air? Like, that has got to be horrific.
A lot of carcinogens.
This guy's coughing. Listen, he's coughing on it right there.
I gotta say, that's definitely not good for anyone's health.
That is a hell of a lot of petroleum getting put into the skies. The fact this guy's already coughing is a bad sign. This guy's breathing really hard too. Maybe he's freaked out, or possibly maybe he's having strained breathing. Possibly, it's hard to tell.
I think he might just be in shock. I don't think he's inhaled anything. I think this guy's just like in shock about what he's watching. And I mean, it's an unbelievably sized fire. I mean, look at the spread of that. From one fire plume to the next on the very other end, it looks like that may be a half mile or more in distance.
Also, by the way, they must have hit the oil storage tanks here as well, because that's not just a refinery, like, exploding.
No, it does not appear that that's the case. But an absolute...
That is crazy. That's a massive facility, by the way. After we get done with this video, can you show us, like, the general scale of this facility? Because that is a large area that's on fire.
There's actually been two that have been hit, and while we're watching this video, folks, I do have to say that this looks like the other facility that we're about to cover here in a little bit, which is actually the Karaj oil refinery, because there were actually two targets that were hit tonight, and we believe that the Karaj oil refinery was an IDF strike, and the Shahran depot, which is this one right here, is actually a U.S. strike. This is the Shahran depot within the northern area of the city. We have been able to confirm at least several times at this point that this was the facility that we originally saw that was hit and on fire within the northern area. And it appears that from all accounts that we could find, the first video that we saw was made around this area of the Simon Boulevard that was heading towards the Shahran oil depot, and that's what we were generally seeing then. That seems to be, by all accounts, a U.S. airstrike on that facility, but there is a larger oil refinery that is down here in the southern part of the area of Karaj. I have to see if I can try and find it really quickly, because I'm trying to do this basically at... Let me type this up. Karaj oil refinery. It's somewhere down there in that area of the city that I'm looking at, but I'm needing to see if I can find where exactly it is. So... let's see, that's not the oil refinery, and that's not the oil refinery either. It's somewhere down here south of the city. I believe that I put the marker as close as I possibly could a little while ago on that confirmed strike that we were able to get at the oil depot, which is somewhere around down here from what I could find earlier. But we did get to see that the Karaj refinery was also hit by the Israeli Defense Forces and also went up in a pyre of flame and explosion along with the Shahran oil depot in the northern side of the city of Tehran. These fires have been absolutely massive and have largely illuminated the entirety of northern Tehran and western Tehran, even towards the area of Karaj, with the major fires that have been burning at these facilities for hours now. As a matter of fact, the oil from the Shahran oil depot in particular was one that is incredibly concerning so far. The Shahran oil depot actually rests atop a hill, and we actually saw a little bit of this last time, but this appears to be happening to an even larger extent this time. This fire actually spreads downhill. The gravity pulls the crude oil, which is still liquid, downhill and into the surrounding residential areas, just south of the oil depot. And we actually saw today on film that those residential areas in the south had actually seen that entire streets were covered in burning oil slicks. And in this particular video right here, the sewer systems within that area actually filled with burning oil, and that oil then started to erupt through the street from the sewer pipes below and started to burn in what appeared to be just a literal line of fire right down the middle of the street, which we can see in this clip right here.
That is insane right there. I didn't know that was even possible for that to happen. Like the oil like flowing down the sewers and also down the drainage pipes and stuff like that, and then also catching fire simultaneously. That's I didn't even know that was possible.
I didn't even know that was possible either. Somehow it made it into the sewers. And not only that, it still is finding a way to burn. These fires, by the way, folks, require a significant amount of oxygen to be able to burn heavily. And somehow, not only is this existing in the sewers and also venting out flame, but it's somehow also feeding oxygen back into itself in the fire in the sewer and keeping it going. I mean, this fire was quite strong and heavy that we were able to see right here, which is giving us an indication that this oil will most likely continue to burn in the sewers until it eventually runs out of its own fuel, which would be the crude oil. So this is going to be going on probably for hours. We don't even know how long that could be going on, possibly even days within northern Tehran. But the streets literally look like those of hell. I mean, it's just a massive inferno that's now enveloping most streets within that area due to the oil being spread through the sewers. And not only that, it also appears that the oil is continuing to burn from the oil depot itself, quite significantly for that matter. Moving on from that, though, a lot of people are talking about the general overall picture that we're getting out of these oil infrastructure attacks that have been conducted by the Israeli Defense Forces and also the United States Air Forces over the course of the day around Tehran. This is generally giving us an indication that the war may have shifted into what we would consider to be a long-term conflict, or more so long-term damage, because we had actually stated that at the beginning of this conflict, in the first 3 days, that it was highly unlikely that the U.S. was going to be attacking, or the Israelis, any sort of critical oil infrastructure like refineries or even crude oil depots, because generally if the war was expected to be short-lived, possibly just several weeks or maybe a few months at the longest, then it wouldn't really make a lot of sense to cause irreparable damage to Iran's critical industries that make up most of its economic productivity. So for that reason, they would most likely avoid attacking that. However, with time passing now about a week, and it's become fairly clear that the Iranian government doesn't seem to be collapsing anytime soon at the moment, it appears that the United States and Israel may be moving on to try and cause irreparable damage to the Iranian economic engines which keep the government running, a lot like the Ukrainians have done to the Russians so far in the war in Ukraine, which is to knock out the money-making institutions, which for Iran and Russia are the oil industries. And this has made a lot of people wonder, will this be an effective campaign? May this be the way that the Iranian government is brought to its knees and the U.S. and the coalition is generally successful in its war against the Islamic Republic of Iran? And Matthew, what are people thinking about this right now, and what are you thinking about it as well?
Okay, so we did hear a formal confirmation today that the Israelis and U.S. forces have moved on to phase 2 of the war. They actually stated that today. So they have moved into a new long-term attack strategy as of today. So we saw, of course, the massive fires breaking out in Tehran. That's the targeting of the oil infrastructure inside the capital city. We saw the massive fires. Literally, the drainage pipes are on fire as well. So it's a crazy scene. It's apocalyptic right now inside of Tehran. So will this be effective for whatever it's worth? 50% said yes, this will cripple Iran, while 24% said it will somewhat, but let's see what happens. And 16% said no, this is mainly for show. So what this indicates to me is this war is also expected to take quite a long time to bring to an end. So like the enforcer was mentioning as well, this is something intended to hurt the Iranian economy, which indicates this is going to be lasting for quite some time, because you would not start doing things like this because it's not going to really take effect for many months down the road. The economy is going to get hurt, but it's not going to get hurt in the short term. So this is something that probably indicates we're in for months and months of fighting in Iran. The Israelis will be doing that along with the United States, and this will probably keep escalating. So really what we saw today was mainly for show, in my personal opinion. I think their intention today was to, once again, return back to shock and awe. And I will admit, shock and awe today, they definitely pulled that off. The shock is massive. The people of Tehran were standing on the rooftop staring at it. You could hear they were in pure panic. It was obviously a crazy scene. So Now, over time, it'll have an effect, but right now it simply won't. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to say that I'll be with the 50%. This is going to cripple Iran, but when we mean cripple Iran, I have to put it out there, folks. This is crippling a country over a very long period of time. Crippling a country economically by these means, at least from what we can see with the war in Ukraine, would take about a year. Meaning that right now, just to be completely honest with y'all, because our analysis tries to be as honest as we possibly can be with all the information we have, this war is definitely going to be lasting all the way through this year and possibly into the next year after this, because the economic damage that would be caused generally has to take a while to set in. Refineries, once they shut down, are no longer producing any usable fuel for the Iranian nation to use. And this is something that we have to explain here really quickly, because oil is heavily misunderstood by a lot of people on how this works as far as supply lines are concerned. Refineries aren't incredibly important for Iran making money. Crude oil is actually important for the Iranians to make money off of. So hitting the oil depots that have crude oil is a really big thing in stopping Iran from being able to export whatever oil they have available within their storage tanks right now and trying to ship it out to some country somewhere to make some cash off of it, which they might do through the Caspian Sea to the Russians possibly, but the Russians are going to be in the same situation that the Iranians are in which if the refineries are attacked, that's not affecting Iran's way to make money, that's actually affecting Iran in its ability to function. Crude oil does not run or burn when you put it into anything for the larger part, unless we're talking about some sort of a larger ship at sea, which uses basically the equivalent of slightly refined crude. Most vehicles operate off of a highly refined form of fuel, like jet-grade aviation fuel, or diesel, or gasoline, or some other variant of those fuels along those lines. With that in mind, if the refineries start to get hit inside of Iran, the Iranians are going to start running out of gasoline and diesel to run their railroads, to run their larger logistics supply chains, and to run their military. That means that their economy starts to grind to a halt. That also means that fuel prices regionally within Iran will start to skyrocket, along with everyone else's in the world at this point, because of the rising price of crude. But at least for them in particular inside of their own country, the price of gasolines and diesels are going to skyrocket, no matter if it's just, Joe Blow at the pump trying to get some gas to get to work, or if it's, say, Tehran Airlines and they're trying to run another domestic flight somewhere in Iran. The prices are going to start skyrocketing. And once that starts to happen, a lot of people start running out of expendable income. And not only that, these refineries, which exist and make profits off of refining fuel and selling it to the general public, start to generally go down the drain economically. That means that a lot of them are going to have to start laying off their workers. A lot of them are going to have to start furloughing possibly their entire company and then basically shut down operations. And with how heavily Iran leans into its oil industries as basically the only industry within Iran, that could start to create shockwave effects to where we see the Iranian economy starts to collapse underneath the regime, and then that may lead to such an unstable situation that the government cannot survive. But that sort of damage takes a long time to go into effect. That's not going to be something that happens over the next few weeks. That's probably going to take into next year to see that happen.
Yeah, it takes a long time to set into effect. Like, for example, look at Russia. Like that's a huge example of oil infrastructure getting hit repeatedly for a long-term period of time. Russia right now is suffering badly because their oil industry is basically collapsing on itself because Ukraine's been doing the exact same thing that the United States is currently doing right now. But it took a long time to get there, by the way. As many people that follow the Ukraine war will know, Ukraine's been striking those refineries for well over a year, and it's taken almost that long to get to the point we're at now, where the oil economy in Russia is actually collapsing. So that's a long-term strategy. But you do have to admit, though, like outside of that fact right there, if the objective by the U.S. administration was to send a message to Tehran, I think they got the message through today. I'm not sure if it's going to be heard, or I think it might fall on deaf ears because, of course, the extremists are going to look at that and think, oh, we're going to go harder now. That's probably what they're going to think. But for everybody else, though, I mean, you look at the scenes out of Tehran today, and you can't help but be in shock looking at those scenes. Like the massive scale of destruction that the U.S. is able to carry out is unquestionable at this point. That's what Iran's saying they want to do to us, and we actually did it to them. So, I mean, the shock and awe is certainly a huge factor, at least in that respect.
And not only that, folks, the combat I see a lot of people saying there's no way that this war could last the entirety of the year into next year. And I'm going to be the first to tell you, we have generally not gotten a lot of analysis wrong on this channel. If we're being honest, about 90% of our analysis, so 9 out of 10 analytical points on the channel are usually correct. So there is always a small possibility that we may get something wrong. But the reality of it is that if this is the current tactic or strategy that we're starting to use right now, which is hitting oil infrastructure, this means that our war planning today just went into long-term war planning. Because we were expecting that this war was going to end in maybe 2 or 3 months even at the longest, or somewhere around September at the longest date window, this type of impact, these types of attacks and that type of damage would have no impact on Iran's survivability during that short period of time. This only would have an impact on Iran over the course of an entire year. Somewhere around an entire calendar year from now, 12 months from now, this would start to have major impacts. And that's why we're saying right now that based off of these actions today, this has to be lasting well over a year at this point, because as far as military planning goes, we are trying to cause the most impactful damage based off of the time frame that we believe a conflict is going to be operating off of or working off of. If we believe that this was only going to last several more weeks or maybe a few more months, we would keep the damage specifically to government institutions, military facilities, and maybe some critical infrastructure that allows the Iranian military to continue to operate, like air bases, ports, and so on. But once we start to see that the war is going to go on for a long period of time, a lot like Ukraine and Russia has, then that's when you see that critical infrastructure vital to economic function begins to be targeted. Because at that point, we're not trying to outright destroy the Iranian military and government, because now it appears that they might be resilient enough to survive. Now we're going to move on into trying to destroy the money-making systems that keep that government operational and allows for them to take in enough revenue to pay everyone on their payroll to keep the government and the military running. And that's largely what we're starting to do right now. So there isn't really much of a way. There's a very small chance that this is just being done with no larger strategic foresight involved at all. But if the Pentagon is in charge of this part of the operation today, then that means that this is going to be going on for quite some time. People may not like to hear that, but that's just the truth of it. Moving on from that, though, while that may be the case, the U.S. has conducted a significantly large amount of damage onto Iranian forces throughout the day. And we actually have some damage assessments to get to here really quickly before we move on into the other strikes that have happened today. Moving down to the Mehrabad International Airport, we were able to confirm last night while we were on air, in the midst of other major strikes that were conducted on Tehran about 24 hours ago, that the Mehrabad International Airport had taken some significant hits. Aircraft had been hit in this area around right here, which appears to be a larger amount of military support aircraft, and we also were able to hear that here at the southern tarmac, some 747s and other larger military transport aircraft had also been targeted and hit as well by the United States Armed Forces. Today we actually got video footage on the ground from the Mehrabad International Airport, which is showing us what remains of the aircraft that were around the area when it was attacked, and the major fires we saw last night were burning near to the tarmac. And here's what's left.
Oh wow, they turned the whole thing into a boneyard.
Yeah.
That's Mehrabad.
Man, that's Mehrabad. But here's something a little interesting, folks. We can actually geolocate this exactly. There's the green building again. We actually saw this green building last night in another picture, which I will see if I can show y'all. Let me see if this is the picture right here. That is not the picture. Let me see. It's one of these like kind of like brownish markers that's on. Here we go. This is the green building. And in this clip right here, we saw the green building again. There it is. So if we extrapolate that information here that we were able to get out of these two clips, we can actually confirm that whoever is filming this clip is filming from the southern end of the airbase, somewhere around here, and he's looking north towards these facilities right here. There's the green building and the sidewall that we're looking for. So now based off of that information, we can actually tell that this clearly is showing damage on these Ilyushin 76s of the Iranian Air Force that are based in this area right here, including this one. It appears that all of them were individually hit and burned to the ground, and it also appears that a smaller number of these Antonov light transport aircraft were also hit and destroyed as well. And let me bring y'all back over this footage to show y'all at least the confirmed losses that we're able to see at the Mehrabad International Airport. So far we can see the vertical stabilizers of two IL-76s, which appear to be without the larger part of the fuselage, confirming 2 IL-76s have been destroyed. We also see a larger wingspan right here that's sitting on the ground near to a debris field, which may confirm a 3rd IL-76 destroyed. As he moves the camera over to the right side, we can then see the smaller Antonov transport aircraft also sitting there as well. We can see a few of those very similar vertical stabilizers also destroyed. It also appears that this one had a part of its vertical stabilizer nicked off. So it appears that this aircraft is also now inoperable as well. And there appears to be a smaller Antonov type light transport aircraft that has also been destroyed and is now rubble right there as well. We didn't get to see the 747s, which would have been to the right of the cameraman and their condition at the moment, but it does seem as though a lot of the Soviet-era made transport aircraft that the Iranians had fielded at the Mehrabad International Airport had been completely destroyed over the course of the night. So we can largely confirm that a strategic airlift wing of the Iranian Air Force is now completely out of action due to catastrophic losses of the airframes at Mehrabad International Airport. Before we move on through the rest of our damage assessments and also strikes that have been conducted on Tehran today, we actually have more breaking news coming out at this moment. So, Matthew, what do we got?
Okay, so right now I'm getting a breaking story right now. We're hearing of a possible targeted assassination in Tehran Pars, which is a district in the capital city. We're hearing from an eyewitness. They saw an ambulance pass by the end of the alley in Tehran Pars, the district, at full speed with its sirens on, as if it was transporting someone or fleeing the line of fire with someone important inside the ambulance. Then 30 seconds later, the ambulance was hit. A loud explosion came down from that area. The sirens cut off, and apparently the ambulance might have been destroyed. And then they're hearing as well that right after that happened, they saw domestic news reporting that the ambulance had been taken out, and apparently there was somebody important inside of it. So we're getting word that one of the top Iranian officials might have been targeted in that strike, but we don't know who it is. But they came from a very important district in the capital city, so I would assume that it's probably someone high up from the sounds of it. So it sounds like they got him as he was en route in the ambulance to apparently the hospital, it sounds like. So we're waiting on more details about that, but that's a pretty big story right there.
And that does appear to be a significant story. There is a possible assassination that has just been conducted around the area of Tehran Pars, which is in this area of northeastern Tehran, about right here. So that seems to be where the story is coming out of at the moment, and we'll be trying to see if we can get any further developments or information on who exactly was just taken out by operatives on the ground inside of Tehran. Moving us on out of that news, and a big shout out to Enforcer Matt for sharing that breaking news with us right now, we are going to be moving on into central Tehran as we were able to see other airstrikes conducted through the day, once again of absolutely enormous magnitude. Here's the clip. That looks like the eruption of Mount St. Helens, and that is caused by conventional bombs. I don't know what they hit and how much damage was caused because the smoke has completely, largely mirrored any sort of actual visible identification of whatever was hit, but they hit it with a large amount of ordnance. That's one thing that we can be sure of. We've also been able to see that within the northeastern area of the city, there were strikes that were also conducted here just a very short time ago, and here's the clip of that as well. We can see the large plume of fire and explosions rising as more bombs continue to hit the target below. And we can also hear the...
That's all we can show of that one, by the way.
Oh, and it does appear, however, that we were able to see that within Farmanet, within northeastern Tehran, there were significant strikes. We've also been able to confirm some larger strikes now down Motorway 44, heading towards the Leparchin missile complex. We were able to see visible damage here around the area of this air defense site, which we can see right here. Believe it or not, folks, this is what the Iranians consider to be an air defense site. This is actually, if I can show this to you all here really quickly, this is actually right down here, somewhere within this area, right next to the motorway. I'm trying to see if I can find it. Here it is, right here. This is the air defense site. You can actually see that there are some larger concrete emplacements that the air defenses are set into, and we can also see some more of the air defense radars and air defense TELs based around the surrounding area. It is a static air defense position, which generally is heavily advised against in modern warfare, as static positions for any sort of a unit generally would dictate that these forces would be knocked out and destroyed basically outright. And they were. We were able to see the satellite photography that came out from today, today, and this is the aftermath of the air defense facility. We can see that every single one of the openings of the concrete structure appear to have been directly hit, knocking out the radars and the TELs that operated this air defense system, meaning that this one is out of operation. We don't know what was here. It could have been an HQ-9, or it could have been an S-300 or an S-400 air defense system. Either way, it was Chinese or Russian made. It didn't really seem to pick up the U.S. aircraft overhead, and largely all operational functions of this air defense facility were completely destroyed at some point during the midst of the ongoing strikes on Tehran so far. We also saw...
Also, real quick before we move on to our other strike footage right now, apparently it's the break of dawn right now in Tehran, it looks like, and we're seeing a early morning video here showing the Sharan oil depot in Tehran burning, the one that we saw earlier, and it is still burning terribly. Like, it's still out of control. So let's take a look at this real quick.
You know, I gotta ask, Matthew, now that this is burning, and I mean, it's burning quite hot over a wide area, is this now cooking oil?
Honestly, I think it might be at this point. It says very unclean cooking oil.
Let's take a look at it and see. You know, I think that is cooking oil.
I think the United States cooked. They definitely cooked on this one. They literally lit the whole facility up. I don't think there's a square foot of that facility that's not burning.
Yeah, I think they hit every single remaining tank at that facility. The strike is unbelievable, and the fire is still going at this point. So I think that we're guaranteed at this point that when we get satellite photography after this fire subsides to where we can actually get a really good look at the facility, I think we'll be able to confirm that basically every tank that was left at Shahran has been destroyed. We also, speaking of which, were able to get some incredibly good news today from the Parchin Missile Complex. The Parchin Missile Complex is a fairly significant one that actually conducts significant factory-like operations for the productions of Iranian missile types, particularly most indigenous designs. We actually were able to see that in this satellite picture here. This was the Parchin missile facility right before the strikes. This is the Parchin facility after the strikes. Every single one of the factory buildings have been hit. We believe that there may have been some dormitories nearby that were also hit as well, but it appears that all factory operations of the Parchin missile complex have been knocked out and destroyed today as well by U.S. Air Forces during strikes that were conducted last night. Satellite footage now confirms that and also shows us that the Parchin missile complex has largely been completely knocked out at this point. Now, with all that considered, and with the amount of oil that's currently burning within Tehran, a lot of people have been casting their eyes actually away from Tehran and down south of the city and towards the Strait of Hormuz on their coastline. And a lot of people are starting to hear that U.S. analysts are saying, a lot like we've been saying on the channel, that the United States really cannot reverse the soaring oil prices unless the Strait of Hormuz is reopened. Isn't it crazy, folks, how we get that analysis out here on this channel? Don't you have to say that that's crazy, Matthew? We got this out like 4 or 5 days ago, and it appears that the expert analysis that the mainstream news talks about finally got around to realizing that that would be the case, and that the Strait of Hormuz would have to be reopened. So a lot of the quote-unquote experts that took longer than us to get that analysis finally said that today. And so now a lot of people are really starting to talk about the Strait of Hormuz finally, instead of just discrediting our analysis as bogus. And so, Matthew, what are people thinking about that, and what are you thinking about that as well?
Okay, so contrary to what the U.S. is currently saying, apparently the options to actually reverse the soaring oil prices right now globally, it's pretty much impossible, we're being told from analysts, unless the Strait of Hormuz can be reopened very soon. And it's not about just reopening it, it's about getting it open quick, because apparently if they don't, it's going to be pretty much inevitable that the oil crisis is going to spiral out of control. So what are your thoughts about that? 44% said it seems to be an oil crisis is imminent, and I'm worried. 31% said find other solutions, I'm not worried, and they will reopen it, while 18% said it's a 50-50 chance of a crisis. So unfortunately, it's not fear-mongering to simply understand reality here. And the reality of it is an oil crisis is imminent. In fact, it's already started. We're already seeing it right now. And I have a feeling Monday is going to be a slaughterhouse when it comes to the markets. That's something, by the way, which was kind of expected. I think it might be a little worse than they were predicting. And we'll have to see exactly how bad it gets. But unfortunately, I don't think there's a way to reopen the Hormuz Strait in the short term. The Iranians are threatening to target anything that passes through. Also, the ships cannot get proper insurance. That's another big problem. And the U.S. is trying to fill that gap, but they're really not filling it that well because honestly, it's not really possible to insure all those ships like that. Even with the U.S.'s unlimited money glitch, it's pretty hard to insure those ships. So I think, unfortunately, the crisis is imminent, but I'm not necessarily worried about it, by the way, because there are ways to try to offset that. The U.S. can try to ramp up our domestic production. There are ways to, once again, release strategic oil reserves as well to cut down on this. And the U.S. has measures at its disposal. They may be measures that people don't like, but there are ways to reverse it a bit. But I don't think the Hormuz Strait is going to be reopening anytime soon, at least in my opinion. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say, folks, that the oil situation is one that is pretty tough. And I talked about that extensively on this channel before this war started, that the Strait of Hormuz needed to be one of our most important points of focus at the beginning of the conflict. We would generally be able to get most of everything else under control rapidly, regardless whether we diverted a lot of attention towards the Strait of Hormuz or not. But I would have to say that at this point, I think we can generally say with a decent amount of certainty that there was a critical and glaring strategic oversight by war planning here in the United States to not ensure that a large amount of military operations focused primarily on the Strait of Hormuz since the opening of the conflict and a weekend. The flow of oil around the world is something that would get a little bit complex to explain, but since this is still a large topic, let me try and explain the situation to everyone right now. The Middle East accounts for around 40% of the world's global oil production, and the Middle East does not consume a lot of that oil on their own because there's not that many people in the Middle East to need it. So for that reason, they have a whole bunch of excess oil that they can sell to the world in the millions of barrels every single day, and that's the entirety of the Middle East combined. It's actually above in the tens of millions. Actually, it's close to what the United States produces on the daily. So that means that the Middle East loads up all of that oil onto their ships, and they send that out into the greater world, and they sell it in basically any country that's willing to buy it. And a lot of their purchasing partners are generally within Europe and also within Asia, like China and the Southeast Asian nations. Oil, however, is sold not in a regional basis, it's actually sold off of a set global standard dictated by the prices within the futures. This means that whenever someone puts out a purchase of oil, they purchase it based off of the futures price that's given on that day. So right now, if someone's filling out an oil purchase order, they're going to be buying several 100,000 barrels of oil or even millions of barrels of oil at the price of about $90 per barrel right now. However, that also means that with the Middle East now being cut off of all of the oil exports around the entirety of the globe, this means that oil prices are now going to start skyrocketing. Everybody is still consuming the same amount of oil globally, but now there's a lot less of it that is actually viable and transportable to that end customer. There's really no way to get around that issue. There's no country that could rapidly increase oil production to the point that they could completely replace countries like Iraq, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and the UAE and their oil production. It is simply impossible. Venezuela only produces 1.1 million barrels a day, and most other countries right now have about as much of their oil pumps operational at the moment, and as much of their logistical structure that can transport oil is currently working on that at the moment right now. So this means there is really no way to see that you can just like a lot of people were saying in the beginning of the war, you can easily just like plug and place the Middle East and then replace it with someone else like Venezuela, because that just cannot happen. It's physically impossible, and that's a work of fiction. This means that, like we've been saying here on the channel since the opening of the war, which some people didn't want to believe and some people are now having to believe because this is the reality of it, the Middle Eastern oil must flow. There is no other option. And this means right now that our focal point is the Strait of Hormuz. The only reason that ships cannot pass through the Strait of Hormuz right now is because of the major threat that is currently being caused by Iranian anti-ship missiles and Iranian drones. They attack any ship that is currently passing through the area that is not Iranian, meaning that nobody can make it out of the Strait of Hormuz and nobody can make it in. This has to be dealt with. This can easily be dealt with, as a matter of fact. I have to make that wildly clear. The Iranians are using missiles like these, the Noor, which is their anti-ship missile that they're using right now to target and hit ships within the strait. And they also use a wider variety. They do have a decent amount of different types of anti-ship missiles, but this is a good stand-in example. These are mobile, just like their transporter-erector launchers, and they have loading facilities where they store these missiles, and then they have the vehicles What you're actually driving up to somewhere along the coastline and firing off these missiles at ships trying to pass through the strait. The United States Air Force and the United States Navy's air arm needs to immediately divert its attentions directly at the Strait of Hormuz and needs to start clearing these out. Air defenses no longer pose a risk to us. We have been able to declare air supremacy over the entirety of Iran, so we can see that air-to-ground operations are conducted right now against these transporter-erector launchers for the anti-ship missiles. Once that's conducted, and once we start to target and destroy a large amount of their anti-ship missile stockpiles within this area, this is going to make a window that the U.S. Navy and its surface vessels can then take advantage of. We can then get a couple of Arleigh Burkes, either from EUCOM or CENTCOM's AOR, that are currently at our disposal, and send them to the Gulf of Oman and to these hundreds of tankers that are currently sitting right now waiting to enter the Strait of Hormuz, and gather up maybe about a dozen of them and then bring them through the Strait of Hormuz and into the Persian Gulf. Once we do that, we then gather up near to these tankers and other vessels that are all hanging out in the Strait of, well, actually in the Persian Gulf. We gather up another 12 of those, and those Arleigh Burkes then make their way back through the Strait of Hormuz with those tankers in tow. We've already seen that Arleigh Burkes could easily deal with the threats that were posed by the Yemeni Houthis in 2025 and 2024, when they also used anti-ship missiles and drones at point-blank ranges against these Arleigh Burkes. They were easily able to shoot them down and defeat them, and ensure that the free passage of vessels within the southern Red Sea, a very analogous environment to the Strait of Hormuz, was able to be conducted with a great deal of success, meaning that that is the answer. We need to see that anti-ship missile actions are conducted at this moment against the Iranian anti-ship missile forces, and once that's conducted, the U.S. Navy needs to start running convoy duties through the Strait of Hormuz and keep the flow of traffic going. If it doesn't, the oil disaster is going to be inevitable, and not only are oil prices going to rise globally, but the prices of fuels within the United States of America are going to rise as well. No amount of goodwill statements is going to change that fact, and war planning needs to account for that, and we need to see that while oil prices are rising and will remain high throughout the remainder of this conflict, they are not going to spiral unbelievably out of control to the point that we see major oil crisis happening in the United States like they happened in the 70s. So I hope I've addressed that well, at least in my opinion, but that is what has to be done.
I think also, by the way, just for information, by the way, let's look at the gas price, because everybody's always concerned, what is the gas going to be priced at? Because, of course, everybody has to use a car to get to work in the United States, so that's what everybody's concerned about. So right now, with the U.S. crude prices rising above about $90 a barrel, we're seeing the average gasoline price in the United States being about $3.32 a gallon, which is obviously up sharply from just a week ago. So we're already seeing the impacts. But generally, let's say, for example, they're saying one of the worst case scenarios could be that crude oil jumps up to $150 a barrel. Then we're looking at roughly a $4.75 to $5 a gallon price nationally. So that's obviously not good. That's pretty bad, because obviously that's an average price. It could be much higher in some states in the country, but it's not like a crisis level bad to where it's like nobody can afford gas. I guess worst case scenario is might have to trade in the car and go get a motorcycle, which I'm kind of joking there. Hopefully it doesn't come to that, but it's not the end of the world, but it's not going to be cheap either, unfortunately.
It's not going to be the end of the world, but I do have to say, folks, that as far as the general economic situation goes, this doesn't affect just the pumps. Like this is also something else as well, is that everyone acts like the gas pumps are just like this independent thing. The price of fuel has a humongous impact on everything, and I mean quite literally everything. Let me ask you all this. And this is a rhetorical question. I'll go ahead and give you the answer with this once I'm done asking the question. But how in the world does all the food, all of the, say, cars, all of the additional stuff that y'all use every day, clothes, necessities, toiletries, whatnot, how in the world does that make it to a store for you to buy? Somebody's got to put that on a truck or a train, and they've got to bring it to your city. And that means that takes fuel. So that means that fuel is a part of that end cost of that good that you're buying inside of U.S. stores, no matter what store it is and no matter what goods you're purchasing. And so that means that everything's going to start rising in price, because if fuel starts to become exorbitantly expensive, companies that are operating in the transportation sector are going to start accounting for that change in price, so that way their bottom line isn't being hit that badly, meaning that you, the consumers, are going to start paying for that difference in the gas price in quite literally every single way. It's not just going to be at the gas pump. It's going to be if you try and travel across the country by plane, if you try and buy groceries at the store, if you try and buy new clothes, the cost of that fuel that was needed to transport that good to that store that you bought it from, or even online on a place like Amazon, that has to be factored into the final cost. It's going to rise.
Well, yeah, and also that's a separate issue, by the way. I was quoting the possible gasoline prices. Well, normal unleaded gasoline for normal vehicles like cars and things like that. If we're talking about diesel, now that's a different story. Diesel is a lot more vulnerable because diesel naturally is priced at a premium because it takes more effort to put it out. I'm not totally sure what the whole reason is for that, but it costs more to buy diesel. So if we see oil go to $150 a barrel, the diesel price nationally is going to average about $5.50 a gallon, which is a lot more premium than it currently is right now. So that's where the logistics chokehold comes into effect, because all the semi trucks and things like that, unless it's electric, they use diesel. They're not using gasoline. So that's going to be even more expensive than the normal fuel for everyday vehicles. So that will cause a problem. It will cause downstream effects, likely causing a bunch of goods, like, for example, food, commodities. It'll probably all get more expensive as these companies try to offset the losses of their transportation fees due to the diesel price hikes.
And I see a lot of people apparently having some confusion here. I believe, I don't know why, but I see some people saying, well, Enforcer, you were all for the war. I still am. But that doesn't mean that the military strategy can be implemented horrendously and just absolutely poorly to where we're going to screw ourselves over, and then you don't bring that up and say that that's something to be addressed. I think that's where a lot of people are misunderstanding this. Like, that would be like saying, I'm supportive of World War II, but at the same time, instead of landing the Allied troops at Normandy Beach, let's land them where the Germans' defenses are the strongest, which are at Pas-de-Calais, and let's see how that goes. And then if I bring up, well, that doesn't really seem like a smart idea. Maybe we should try and go for a place like Normandy Beach that's less defended, and then people go, oh, well, what are you, a Nazi sympathizer? It's like, that's not the case at all. I want to win the war, but I also want to make sure that we're doing that in the best way possible and not screwing ourselves over by every conceivable measure in the meantime. That's generally what we're trying to go for right here. And this is going to have a significant impact. I mean, you can be pro-war all you want, but you also have to live in the reality of you can't make stupid actions in the middle of the war that cost you the war or end up screwing over the United States economically. So that's what we're trying to factor in right now, and because of that, because of the massive impact that this is going to have if we don't change this, the Strait of Hormuz has to be reopened. That's what we have to do. The military can do it. Because if y'all are saying that the war is winnable, why in the world would it be impossible for the U.S. military to go down there and bomb out the Iranian forces around the Strait of Hormuz and reopen the strait? Isn't that a lot easier than just winning the war in general at this point, and then we can get back to focusing on winning the war overall? We have to make sure, though, to focus on the key priorities, which is not screwing over the U.S. economy on the home front while we're trying to fight this war, which we do not have to do, and it's not necessary if we change our war plans to take that problem into account. So I hope that addresses that well, and I hope that clears up any misunderstandings that some people may be having here, because this war is a definite necessity, but at the same time, stupidity as far as strategy is not something that should be overlooked and then supported and even applauded. It needs to be addressed and it needs to be fixed immediately. And I would hope to hear that Central Command will start to announce that they are adjusting their war plans and will clear the Strait of Hormuz and will start to conduct convoy duties, so that way this doesn't end up becoming a crisis.
I think it is a good time to go buy a motorcycle, though. Like, I've been wanting a motorcycle for a long time. This could be a fantastic opportunity right here to cash in on this very unfortunate situation with the prices rising. Because, of course, it takes I think it's like $10 to fill up like a motorcycle gas tank, and you got like 200 plus miles in that thing. So, honestly, that this might be my chance.
Yeah, it might be your chance. It may be. So, I mean, that might be a good reason why to do that. But outside of that, hopefully we'll be able to see that this situation can be resolved quite quickly. And as long as the U.S. puts its military efforts towards that Strait of Hormuz, we should be able to see that this can be cleared up, I would assume, probably within the next 5 days to a week, if we really put a lot of our attention and effort towards the Strait of Hormuz. So with that in mind, it is time for us to move on and out of that little bit of news currently within the Strait of Hormuz and and on into some other developments as well, as we were able to hear that apparently the U.S. has been apparently informed that war with Iran will not topple the regime, according to U.S. intelligence sources today. And so a lot of people are wondering what to do now. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that? And what are you thinking about that as well?
Excuse me, by the way. Also, we have heard apparently reports have come out saying that the U.S. was informed prior to the war starting that apparently they really didn't have a good chance of toppling the Iranian regime. So, what now? Apparently, it's still the case. 58% said the U.S. should continue until finished, until the Iranians unconditionally surrender. 23% said the U.S. should simply declare victory right now and go home, while 11% said, I still think that regime change is possible. So, here's the thing. The analysis, I will say, generally, U.S. analysis is really good, but there's been some mistakes being made with the Middle Eastern foreign policy analysis, in my personal opinion. It seems to be that it's all over the place. Like, one minute they'll be saying, oh, regime change is possible. The next minute they're like, well, it's not possible. It's like, well, you can't just ride the fence. You got to pick one or the other. Right now, they're saying that it's not possible, but tomorrow they could change their mind again. So I'm not totally putting all my confidence into that assessment, by the way, right now. I would say that with what we're seeing right now, regime change is still possible. Don't underestimate the Iranian people, because remember, they're all sitting there right now still angry that tens of thousands of their countrymen got mowed down by Khamenei's regime. They're still angry about that and they want to get revenge. They were out in the streets protesting. Now we're seeing the IRGC get absolutely hammered day in and day out by the U.S. and Israeli air forces, and there's still a chance. Like, I think there is a chance. Also, by the way, there are still internal civil war issues inside of Iran, possibly on the horizon. There are tensions rising between the Iranian president and the Iranian military. The Iranian president made an apology to the Gulf states today, and the Iranian military said, hey, wait a minute, what are you doing, buddy? You lost your mind or something like that? So there's tensions. I wouldn't rule anything out. So I'm going to say, I think it's still possible. I'm with the 11%. It's probably a waning chance, but I think it is still possible in some respect. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say that the U.S. would be able to see that this is still a possibility. I would have to say, though, that after a first week of this, a lot of the original claims that hundreds of Iranian officers were willing to surrender and overthrow the Iranian government clearly were not true. And it doesn't appear that there was really any significant indication over the course of this week that the Iranian government is going to collapse. So it once again does appear, just to make this clear, folks, that decapitation strikes, where we remove the top leader of a governmental system, doesn't change that governmental system overnight. That's a heavy misunderstanding that some people have from the movies, because the movies make it to where, if you cut off the head of the snake, the rest of it dies. But the reality of it is that doesn't happen in real life. The removal of Maduro actually didn't really change much of anything about the Venezuelan government, which we have been able to see in about the 2 months since Maduro was taken out of the country, because Delcy Rodriguez, who was the vice president to Maduro, has now taken over control of the country and has generally continued along the very same line as much as they possibly can at the moment that Maduro was trying to work off of, which is the original socialist ideas of Hugo Chavez's government, which came into charge in Venezuela in the late 2000s. We're now seeing that that's fairly similar inside of Iran, and while Khamenei was killed, the entire governmental system that he existed in, thrived in, and then rose to the top of and has run for about 50 years, is still alive and well and truly functioning. They appear to be what we were expecting, radical extremists that are not going to give up for anything, and would apparently at this point, they would rather face the choice of death than try and give up on what in the world their governmental aims or achievements are supposed to be working towards. So I'd have to say that at that point, it's clear that the Iranian government isn't going to collapse just because of infighting. That doesn't appear to be happening at the moment. But there is a possibility that with enough internal pressure, where the public of Iran rises up once again and hopefully is supported with a force of arms, they may actually be able to cause enough of an unstable situation within Iran that the government topples like a house of cards. But that isn't a high possibility, at least at the moment. We haven't seen a lot of them making it out to the streets, at least at this moment yet. And also, it appears that the Kurds are still trying to work on getting their offensive plans together inside of northern Iraq. So that isn't going to be happening, at least for possibly the next week either.
Yeah.
Or
Also, one other thing as well that people really haven't mentioned, there are limitations to what this current situation can evolve to, by the way, because if you look at the War Powers Resolution, which governs the president's war powers in this situation, that's generally what he used to send these forces in. He has the ability to commit armed forces to a situation in Iran, which he has done. He had to notify Congress within 48 hours of doing so, which he did. But here's the catch, though. It can only be for a maximum of 60 days. That's 2 months that he can keep those troops there. So the clock's already ticking. So the clock is running out as we speak. After 60 days, he has to get congressional permission to keep them there. So it's very possible that at the end of 60 days, it could be possible that they revoke the situation and they start the 30-day withdrawal period after that 60 days is up. So it's very possible that they might not be allowed to even continue this after 60 days. I personally think that they might allow it to continue because once you get bogged down into a war like this, it's really kind of unwise just to pull out and leave the situation in shambles. It can cause more problems than you're actually preventing with that situation. So I see some people saying 90 days. I think it might be like 60 to 90 days possibly. But let me double check something here. Let's see.
The current War Powers Act actually allows for military activities to be conducted for 60 days, but if the president writes Congress at the end of that 60 days and then says that it is necessary for military actions to continue, it can then be extended to 90 days. So in reality, it would almost always end up being 90 days.
Yeah, so the end result here is there is a time limit on it, by the way. So, and also when people say the 30-day extension right there, there's also a 30-day withdrawal period for the president to get the troops out of there. So I think some people are getting confused about the withdrawal period as well. But long story short, though, Congress has to eventually get involved in this and make that decision, and it's going to be coming up pretty soon. So I'll be curious to see at that point how they're feeling about the whole situation.
So in reality, folks, the truth of it is that it's 90 days of military operations at the maximum. So it's 60 plus 30 with the additional written letter to extend it another 30 days. And then there's a 30-day withdrawal period after that. So the longest that U.S. forces could be involved in a conflict against Iran is about 120 days. So that is about approximately, well, that's actually exactly just about 4 months. So we are currently seeing that a week has already passed in month one. We've already made it through 1 week, and we're now on the 8th day of the conflict. So there is a decent chance at this point that this could go on for maybe about 3 weeks and 3 more months, and then this will inevitably have to end if the Congress is not behind this. And depending on how the conflict goes, especially if this starts to produce some sort of a significant oil crisis, which it appears that it might be doing, and it appears that U.S. military planning isn't going to be changing to take that into account at the moment, we may see that the Congress's support of the war is completely non-existent by the time the 90-day period comes to a close, and then the 30-day withdrawal will have to commence.
Yeah, possibly so. Also, I see some people saying, well, they already had a vote on that, and they said keep it going. It is true, they already had a vote on it, but the problem is, though, they can have another vote, and they will have another vote by the time that 60-day to 90-day period comes up. They will have another one, and things can change. Like, just because Congress said one thing now doesn't mean they're going to say that later. If this situation starts going really south, and all of a sudden Congress starts getting worried that, hey, look, this is getting out of control, we're starting to get cold feet about this whole situation, you could see people flip and then decide to vote the other way. So nothing's guaranteed in this just because they've already voted on it, by the way. It could go a different direction after 60 to 90 days.
And so we will have to definitely wait and see. And, folks, this whole thing is a changing landscape. So, what people say right now might not be what they're saying in the future. Because back in the day, if y'all might remember, when the U.S. invaded Iraq in 2003, everybody in the House and the Senate was all on board with that. But then if you went back and listened to them all around 2010 or 2011, basically all of them were then saying, oh, I was never for the war in Iraq. I mean, that was a bad idea. I mean, we shouldn't have never gone in. Although basically every single one of them were well on board with invading Iraq in 2003. So remember, folks, that can easily change with time. So what you're hearing right now might not be what's happening in 60 days, or 90 days for that matter. But with that, it is time for us to move on into the rest of the news that we've gotten from the Middle East, including the major news of what has happened around the Persian Gulf today and throughout the rest of the Islamic Republic of Iran and the Middle East. But before we get into that, and also all of the other news that we have from the United States and the war in Ukraine, I do want to make sure that we take a quick moment to thank everyone for watching so far tonight. We have had a peak viewership here tonight of 36.5 thousand people. That is a lot of people. As a matter matter of fact, that is about the same number of people that we had here last night. And we've had about 190,000 people watch this show in an hour and 10 minutes. I got to say that we're entirely honored and always greatly appreciative to have so many of y'all here watching this show. And if y'all have been enjoying, please make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. We'd love to have y'all here. We cover this news 6 days a week on live streams at 10 p.m. Eastern Time every single day but Monday. And whenever there's enough news in the middle of the day, we make a short war video to be able to cover the news in a more concise time frame of about 20 to 30 minutes or so. And so with that in mind, it is time for us to move on and into a couple of questions since so many of y'all have been here. And we're going to get 3 questions from the chat, and then we're going to be moving on into the rest of the news for the night. So Matthew, what do we got?
Also, by the way, real quick, I hate to do this because I don't like to get into arguments with, folks in the chat saying silly things. But at the same time, though, I saw 2 people just a minute ago say, "What are you talking about, bro? This isn't a war. This is just a little operation to take care of the regime." This is a war by a textbook definition. This is a war. So, it's silly talk. I think most people, probably 80+% of people understand that this is a war. Regardless of what people call stuff, there are definitions to situations, and this clearly qualifies as a war, just to make that perfectly clear. But jumping into our first super chat here, this one goes to none other than Chris Feilbach. And thank you very much, Chris, for that massive $100 support. And we appreciate that very, very much. That's the largest one tonight. He said, today's orb word is orbit yet again. Math this time. From group theory, studied in abstract algebra, because algebra isn't hard enough already. An orbit describes all the places an element can be moved to by the actions of a group. It's a beautiful mathematic.
And I gotta say, a humongous thanks to you once again, Chris Spielbach, for the unbelievable support and also throwing in the orb word of the day. We're massively appreciative of folks like you who share interesting facts with us, and also, not only that, help us to keep this channel running and share with us new knowledge of the word orb. The orb took on a life of its own, and I gotta say that we're entirely honored and greatly appreciative that folks like you are here with us, enjoying this show tonight and supporting it and keeping the orb alive. And so a humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a $50 support from none other than Gerald Everett. And thank you, Gerald, as well, for that support. We appreciate that. He said, "You're right that opening the Hormuz Strait is the way to go, but not opening Hormuz is the way to go if opening the Russian production is what other people need."
Yeah, kind of, but that's not even really going to fix the situation right now, actually. The situation with the Middle East is one that is unbelievably serious, because as far as oil production goes in the world, there's 3 different major spheres of oil production. There's the Western sphere, which is primarily the US and Canada, and then there's the Russian sphere, which is just Russia, basically, and then there is the Middle East. And out of those 3 groups, the Middle East is what we call free oil, put quotations around free. It's not free as in terms of it costs nothing. It's free as in it doesn't lie inherently within a diplomatic sphere. It generally more so leans in our direction, but it isn't something that is inherently within, say, a major power that's a part of the Allies or the Axis. So this means that controlling the Middle East is incredibly important, because that free oil isn't generally dictated that it can only go to these countries or only these others, like it would be here in America and Russia. In the Middle East, it could go anywhere. It goes to China, it goes to Europe, it sometimes even comes to us and other countries around the rest of the world. And that means that this is going to have an even larger impact on global oil supply chains, because this is the land of the free oil. Anybody can go down there and fill out a purchase order. Not everybody can come to America or Russia and fill out a purchase order. And so I would have to say that generally, even if that was the case, that some people would want an oil crisis to happen, one, whether some people know it or not now, this is going to become wildly unpopular if the Strait of Hormuz situation isn't addressed and gas prices start to skyrocket exponentially here in America. That is going to end up becoming, one, an economic crisis, and two, a actual supply crisis, because we're going to see fuel shortages like there were in the 70s around here, and some people are literally going to have to wait for their license plates, letters, and numbers to match the ones that can go get gas that day to go down to the gas station and go get gas. people are going to be pretty pissed about that, no matter how many people are trying to grandstand and say, oh, it's no big deal, it's great and it's fine, because literally just about 2 years ago, a lot of those people were complaining about the gas prices need to be low because they can hardly afford to go to the pump. So either they were lying back then, or it actually was a significant economic issue. And I would go with it was a significant economic issue back then, and it would be now if the prices got even higher. So with that in mind, they have to fix the Strait of Hormuz issue. Otherwise, this is going to become unbelievably strenuous, not only on the U.S., but on the world. And also, I saw, speaking of which, to add a question to the super chat, I actually saw, I believe it was Marion Deemert previously in the chat, ask, why in the world can the U.S. not just completely cut off oil sales globally? And that seems like a great idea until we consider the larger consequence of an action like that. If we shut off basically the oil of the Western world, that it doesn't come from the Middle East, all of those countries in Europe that do not have Middle Eastern oil at this point are also not getting American oil. And that means that the European states literally collapse economically. They can't even function because there's no way to move anything around, to produce anything, or to sell anything. So their economy would implode. And that also means that a lot of people who count on European trade and European production would also see economic implosions as well. And so then while the US was able to regulate the price of the price of fuel internally within the United States of America, we have completely economically destroyed every other country in the world that we trade with and make money off of, which is going to collapse the US economy as well, because it's all heavily interconnected. So while it would sound like a great idea and it would fix one problem, it's going to create an even more massive problem as a result. So generally, this would be a global oil crisis, and trying to change that to just be really one other sort of a thing, like it wouldn't really work out all too well.
Oh man, you know what I just realized, by the way, like I hope people take this joke in light spirits, by the way, but all those like hardcore dudes out there with like the lifted trucks and stuff like that. Not hating on people, by the way, if you have a lifted truck, like to each his own. Everybody's got their own taste, but those things are gas guzzlers. Like you lift a truck, put massive tires on it, like those trucks are already gas guzzlers. You do that, you're chugging gas like it's going out of style at that point. Those people are the people that are going to be affected the worst by this. If you have some massive like vehicle, like these people that love to go buy these huge vehicles, those things are just going to be getting hit the worst. Like oh my goodness, I would not want to have a big vehicle right now, I tell you.
I wouldn't want one either. And I've also seen, by the way, a decent amount of detractors throughout the night on the comments about the oil situation. I just got to say this really quickly to those folks. If you agree or disagree with me, that's your own right. But I will tell you this. While you might live in fantasy land and may say that this isn't going to be an issue, it is going to be an issue. We were saying this before the war even. We had been saying this before the war for an entire month. Matthew can even tell y'all, and all the viewers who have been around for longer than that can even attest that for the entirety of leading up to this war, I was saying the top thing needs to be that the Strait of Hormuz remains open. If it doesn't, this is going to end up going very badly for us economically. We might win the war, but we are going to be screwed over on the economic side of things, which is going to be a significant crisis and an issue. And now that that's happening, because that was not considered, like I was kind of expecting that it wouldn't be, because I was even joking about before this. I was like, I'm sure that they're going to pay attention to that, because that's something so blatantly big and obvious that it would be impossible to not notice that and really factor that in to war planning before the war even kicks off.
What could they do really? Just like in a one sentence like response, like really, what were they supposed to do about that?
Clear out the Strait of Hormuz of anti-ship missiles in the Iranian Navy and run convoy duty. That's it.
But at the same time, though, they're hitting stuff left and right. Like Iran still has the capability, even with what we've hit currently, which that they've hit along the border, like on the Gulf right there. The U.S. has been striking there nonstop. Like they've been hitting all kinds of missile launchers. They've been hitting everything. So they're trying to take it out as fast as they can. The war insurance is one way, or the ship insurance was one way to try to lessen the impact of the Strait of Hormuz situation. But I'm just not totally sure what they really could have done. This was a risk to this war, and it was going to be something that was going to happen. Nobody knew how bad it was going to be, but I'm not sure if they could have really prevented it, to be honest.
They could have. Like, here's the thing that I got to ask you personally. So do you believe that we can win the war?
Win the war with the oil price skyrocket?
No. Just win the war in general against Iran. Like, just defeat them, topple the government, and achieve our original war goals.
Well, what do you define the war goals as? I guess that's the question. What's considered winning to you?
Toppling the Iranian regime. Do you think that that would be possible at this point? Do you think that we could win based off of what we said on the first day was our war goals?
Yeah, I would say we could still win. I would say regime change is not it's not something that's guaranteed at this point. I'm not trying to fool anybody about that. It's not guaranteed, but they did in the first 30 seconds. They decapitated a lot of the regime. But the problem is though, since we're dealing with an extremist regime, they created martyrs out of these people. We knew that was going to happen as well. So the big catch is at this point, who's running the country? And I would say at this point, it sounds like the IRGC, the Iranian military, is basically running the country at this point. The president of Iran, he's out there making statements, but I'm not sure how much power he really has because, as far as we know, the IRGC is operating largely independently. They're making firing and targeting choices largely independent of the president. So we're not really sure exactly who's running the Iranian government right now. So if it's the military, I would say it's still possible to get rid of that threat if that's the case.
So you believe that it's possible, and I want to make, if you can, make the answer quick. So you believe it is possible that we can defeat Iran and win the war, correct?
Yes.
So how in the world is it going to be possible for us to beat Iran and win the war when we can't even win one battle in the Strait of Hormuz? Because it seems like you would have to be able to win the battles to be able to win the war, but somehow, like many people, you're also saying we can win the war, but for some reason the Strait of Hormuz is literally an impossible Rubik's Cube to solve in the middle of that whole thing.
Well, that's because the Strait of Hormuz situation is less about the actual missile launching capabilities, in my opinion. It's more about the fear factor. That's what's preventing ships from going through the strait at this point. It's the fear of possibly getting hit by the Iranians. And the ship companies have admitted that. They said they can't justify the risk. So it's more about the fear of major financial losses if they do get hit and there is some type of missile activity. They're worried about that. So at this point, it's a 50-50 chance. If you go through the strait, you might make it through unscathed. If you go through, sometimes you might get hit by a missile. You can't really tell. So that fear alone keeps people out of the strait. And the U.S. has also said that as well. And that's why they're trying to introduce the insurance fix. That's why they're doing that. They're hoping that eases the fear, so that way the ships go through anyway. So I mean, to me, that's a little bit different because it's hard to fight fear. Like, I mean, if companies are scared to go through, they're scared to go through. That's the end of it. So I'm not sure how we can fix that if they're scared.
But I mean, at the same time, you can just put a destroyer next to them and say, we're going to go through, and you're going to be under the protection of the U.S. Navy, and if anything tries to shoot at you, we're going to shoot it down, like we've done in other situations near to the Houthis, because we did that back then in 2024 and 2025 to great success. And for some reason, everyone's acting like that's not possible, basically in the same corner of the world against the very same sort of missile and drone threats that would be posed with Iran. I mean, it's not impossible. Like, it's not impossible at all. We literally already did that with the Houthis.
I mean, why don't we though? I mean, the whole point of it, you're saying naval escorts for the oil ships. I mean, why don't we just go ahead and do that?
I don't know. I mean, that's my question. That's why I'm saying I don't know. That's why I'm saying that should be done. Because people keep on saying it's not possible, but people are saying the U.S. military is so mighty and unstoppable. We have an unlimited amount of bombs. We can conduct an endless amount of wars forever. But for some reason, even with all of that bravado, clearing out the Strait of Hormuz is just stated as impossible by many people. It's like, how is that impossible? So we're saying that we can completely topple an entire national government and render its military, nuclear, and missile programs completely inoperable, but for some reason opening up a 30-mile wide stretch of water is impossible. I'm not really getting how people are making that equation work out.
Yeah, the U.S. is claiming, I just looked it up, by the way, the U.S. is claiming they don't have enough resources available to do these escorts nonstop like that. They're saying that they can't afford to expend the U.S. naval vessels to actually escort the oil ships. So that's why they're saying it's generally not possible for the most part, which I think there's probably some truth to that, by the way. They're probably not just saying that just to escape responsibility. There's got to be some truth to that. So that's why they're saying they can't do it. So, I mean, ultimately, I don't know. Like, to me, the Strait of Hormuz situation is kind of a little bit on its own collision course at this point. I'm not sure if there's really a way to instantly fix it. And that's why I said earlier, I'm not sure if that's going to be opening anytime soon because it seems like our hands are largely tied on it. And it's not because the U.S. necessarily missed something. It's just because the circumstances just simply don't allow it. And that's just kind of the way it is.
But if they're saying that they don't have enough resources, then that means that the Iranians can fire a significant amount of weapons at those U.S. warships and the vessels they're escorting, which then means that there's a lot of threats along the coastline inside of Iran that are posed by anti-ship missiles and drone launchers, which then means, like I'm saying, and like I've been saying for days now, the U.S. Air Force and the U.S. Navy has to go down there and blow away those threats, the drones and the anti-ship missile forces, which we've pretty much done. And we've already knocked out all of their ballistic missile transporter reactor launchers. We've blown away over 90% of them at this point. So why in the world wouldn't we be able to do that against the very same missile launchers that are just firing a different type of missile, and then clear open the way so that way the U.S. Navy does have enough resources to be able to deal with any of the very limited threats left and to get these ships in and out of the area? Because none of that's making any sense. It's like we can blow away every single ballistic missile launcher that shoots a missile at Israel or the UAE, but for some reason we can't blow away the missile launchers that are just slightly different, that fire a slightly different missile when they're threatening the oil tankers that basically the entire global oil economy is relying on.
Well, if they could, I mean, I don't think they're choosing not to hit it. I think they're trying to hit it the best they can. They're trying, but I'm just not sure. I just don't think that's really the problem, though. I just don't think that's the problem. Remember, by the way, like for example, even if they deal with the missile threat, and we hypothetically assume that is the reason why the ships aren't going through right now, is because they're actually going to get hit with a missile because Iran still has that capability. You have to remember the Houthis down there in the other part, they're also saying they're going to start attacking stuff as well. So I mean, at what point does it stop? Our ships are not going to want to go anywhere in the Middle East because they could get attacked somewhere by somebody in the region. I mean, and also, I mean, Iran could send out skiffs or something to go attack ships as well. I mean, there's a ton of different things that could happen. So I just think it's more likely fear keeping them out. And I'm not sure if the U.S. can really combat that.
Maybe. We'll have to see, but generally I believe that the situation is fixable if we put enough resources and effort towards it, but that's just my opinion. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. It's like, we've been doing this for 4 years. Maybe I'm wrong. Who knows? But anyways, with that, we are on to the last question of the segment, and then we're going to be moving on into the rest of the news from the Middle East and around the world.
All right, so our last one of the segment goes to Based Soda, who put in a $101 support. And thank you very much, Based Soda, for that support as well. Very generous of you, by the way. They said, I yearn for the orb, for I would ponder on it.
Now, thank you so much for the incredible support, Base Soda, and it's great to hear that you yearn for the orb. The orb is a great thing, an incredible thing, and I gotta thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you and your incredible support, we wouldn't be able to keep this channel running, and we wouldn't be able to make this kind of analysis that we do on the channel possible. So humongous thanks to you so much once again for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. I hope that does address that incredibly well, and with that, it is time for us to move on into the rest of the news from the area. Moving us on and out of Iran, or more so Tehran, we did get to see that there was a massive explosion that occurred at an IRGC base south of Tehran today. We don't know the exact location of this one, but it was significant. Here's the explosion. Oh.
Holy cow.
That's either a sandstorm or it's an ammo depot. I think it's an ammo depot.
Whoa. Whoa.
I think that might be the dust from the 1,000-year-old buildings getting airborne.
Man, that's that dust from that Chinese Confucius-style air defense system.
I tell you what, that ancient Iranian secret dust that you don't want to get in your lungs because it could screw you up for life.
Man, I think this is from back in the days of like let's see, what would it be? The Epic of Gilgamesh. I think this is when the smoke was made, or more so the dust. I wonder if Genghis Khan ever saw anything like this when he was going through Iran,
I heard he was doing a lot of bad stuff when he was running around.
I think so. I think you're right. That's the end of that clip, but moving us on from that and on closer towards the area of Natanz, we also were able to see that the U.S. was hitting some missile storage facilities, like this unsuspecting warehouse in the middle of nowhere, which you'd think would be a normal warehouse, but alas, folks, it is truly a missile storage facility. There's the original hit, and we're about to see the secondary explosions coming off of it here in a moment. And there you have it. But moving on from that and out of that clip, it's now time for us to move on down to the coastline, where we also were able to see even further damage. It appears that the Shiraz airbase was heavily hit and destroyed. Further transports were devastated within this area. This actually appears to be something along the lines of a 737, possibly, maybe. We can also see what appears to be 2 C-130s of the Iranian Air Force that were also destroyed, and 2 Su-22s. Y'all want to see what an Su-22 looks like, by the way? I'll show you. I mean, some people
Looks
might
like a Sukhoi.
It's this thing here.
Ah, yes, this thing right here with the nose cone that is hollow. We love that.
Man, this is that amazing Soviet 1960s technology coming back around to save the day again. Didn't really save the day. They did lose 2 of them, but once again showing how antiquated the Iranian Air Force generally is. We also were able to see in our next clips, near to the area of the Kuwaiti-Iranian border, or kind of within that area, filmed from a ship nearby, we were able to see the U.S. attacking Iranian forces near to the Kuwaiti border, actually. There's a hit.
Damn.
What are they?
What's this being filmed from? Like Blackbeard's pirate ship or something? This thing's built like a pirate ship.
Bro, I feel like they're about to go, "Yar, the powder charge is gone off me, boy." Like, it's like, what the hell are they filming from, really?
Arg, they're about to go take their booty.
No diddy, yar. These guys have got scurvy on this ship, I'm assuming. I mean, they're filming this thing from a legitimate pirate ship of some sort. I don't even know what in the world that thing could be. Man, when they pull up to the oil dock, they go, "Yar, get it to me in some wooden barrels with the metal bands around them. We're gonna put them in the cargo hold and take them on down to, hell, I don't know, Cambodia or somewhere." It's like, I don't know. It's like a really wild clip. We also were able to see that down near the Basij area, the naval facilities here were hit. Look at that little boat that capsized. Rest in peace. We also were able to see, man, that one literally just fell flat on its side. It just went boop, like right over.
Yeah, it really did. Honestly, that's a shameful way to go out.
A terrible way. And also we were able to see that the shipyard here had a bomb put in the hole, put in the roof of every building. A bomb in every building. That's like an old campaign slogan here in the United States. I think that was for Calvin Coolidge, if I'm not mistaken. It was a chicken in every pot back then, but nowadays the motto is a bomb in every building. A pretty interesting one. But moving on from the naval shipyards and facilities around Bushehr, we also were able to see that another Iranian ship was hit and sinking today. This was the ship named Martyr Bagheri. Oh man, they really loved those.
Bagheri.
I guess.
Wait, did they name it? Did they name it that after the guy died? Because they had the Bagheri carrier, like the drone carrier, when he was alive, and then they must have named this one after he was dead. They named it Martyr Bagheri.
Oh, wait a minute. This is the drone carrier. This is more footage of it.
Oh, so I guess they renamed it Martyr Bagheri after he was dead.
Man, I guess so, but maybe they renamed it Martyr Bagheri after the ship was martyred. So, well, I mean, it's not out of the question, but we can see the ship out there clearly on fire and sinking. Oh my god, that actually rolled over and capsized, it seemed. This footage is from a good while ago, probably about a week ago, because this ship was one of the first hit in the strikes by the U.S. But we're finally getting to see some onshore footage of the Shahid Bagheri sinking out there near Bandar Abbas. Man.
Damn. What a ghostly sight.
Man, those pirates are about to pass by and go, "Yar, someone plundered and pillaged this ship before we could. Set sail for Barbuda," or something like that.
Barbados, you mean?
Barbados or whatever the hell. We're pirates. We don't care about geography, damn it. If we did that, then we wouldn't be pirates. But anyways.
Spin the block, me boy, on the ops.
Yar, we're gonna go down and get that rum and spin the block on those Brits down in Bahamas. Like, yar. But anyways, we also get to see, in a little bit more of an unfortunate note, the damage that was actually caused to the Safine Prestige. This vessel was actually hit several days ago by what we believe to be an Iranian drone or an anti-ship missile. Based off of the damage, we can largely assert that this was probably caused by an Iranian drone. It apparently hit the direct stern of the vessel, and this was able to cause damage to the machinery spaces, which brought the vessel to a dead stop inside of the Strait of Hormuz while repairs were generally attempted. But then I believe the crew either abandoned ship or they were evacuated, and then now I believe they've returned and they were able to get the ship out of the area, but of course with some significant damage near to the superstructure at the stern of the vessel. Moving us on from that news, near to the Strait of Hormuz and down into Dubai, we were able to hear that the Iranians did bomb the Dubai International Airport again today with a one-way drone.
Another drone. I don't know if you can see.
We can see it right up there.
It's coming to the airport again. Yeah.
And we can see it making landfall at the airport right there.
Oh my God.
You see the smoke rising from the explosion afterwards, and it appears to have been just outside of the area where the aircraft are currently parked and waiting to be loaded with passengers.
This guy's tisk is very, very interesting.
I would have to say. Meanwhile, down at Sharjah Port, which is the most significant port within all of the UAE, you're still seeing smoke billowing off of the area of the port facility, or Fujairah, sorry, it's actually not Sharjah Port, it's actually Fujairah, but we can see smoke billowing off the port, still showing significant damage. Moving on from that and on over towards the area of Qatar, we did get to confirm that another vessel has been hit today, somewhere generally around the area of Jubail, Saudi Arabia. Apparently, we believe that it was another drone or an anti-ship missile that hit the vessel, and it does appear that the damage was apparently quite significant. Grok, is this true? Moving on from that, we've also been able to hear within Bahrain that the Salman port has been hit and is also still on fire as well. As this person is apparently hacking into the mainframe of those sound effects. I don't know what that was. And we also were able to see that the U.S. is actually conducting HIMARS-based ATACMS launches against the Islamic Republic of Iran in this clip here from Bahrain. There's the HIMARS, and there's the launch of the ATACMS right there from one of the other HIMARS out of frame. See another missile being fired right there as well. Hopefully those ATACMS hit their targets. We've also been able to hear, moving us on out of that bit of news, that the Prince Sultan Air Base was attacked once again. An Iranian attack did target the area. We haven't been able to confirm any damage at the moment. And we've also seen that within Kuwait, there was a near miss near to U.S. forces once again, as this was filmed by U.S. forces within Kuwait at that time.
Oh. Where was that at again?
This was in Kuwait, and I actually believe that this was at the Ali Al Salim Air Base. So let me actually show you all that one here. This is the Ali Al Salim Air Base right here.
Interesting. That was a pretty close hit.
Yeah, it was. It looks like it was actually going after a radome. You can see it right there. And if you look at the explosion, it happened like right at the base of the radome, actually.
Damn, so I think they might have got it.
They might have, actually.
I said they missed it. The guy in the video did.
Oh, maybe it hit below it.
Still standing?
Yeah.
That thing's fucking.
Man, someone said that thing's...
Look at it. Yeah,
Man.
it is still standing. He's right. It's actually still standing.
Man, that guy in the background said, man, that thing's built like pretty effing tough. It's like, honestly, it is. It's like, how did it survive? Like, it looked like the drone hit right at the bottom of it. I mean, like, watching the clip, folks, right here. See where the epicenter of the explosion is? It's at this little base ring of the radome right there, and it looks like it hit about right there, and you can see a decent amount of debris flying off to the side of the radome. But the U.S. soldiers in the clip are apparently saying that they may have missed it, so maybe the explosion happened down on one of the legs or even lower down, and it just kind of looks like it was near to the bottom base of the radome that we were seeing. But apparently the U.S. soldiers here in this clip believe that the radome is still operational, and I would have to agree with that guy at the end of the clip. That thing is built pretty effing tough.
They took the power out.
Still standing?
Yeah.
That thing's fucking.
Did you get that shit?
I got.
I was.
Man, must be a Ford.
Man, it must be. It must be. I mean, I guess.
At least that's their slogan, I think. Built tough or something like that.
Unfortunately, though, at the Kuwait International Airport, we did get to hear that apparently the Iranians did attack the fuel storage tanks at the international airport, and it appears that major fires broke out at the area of the Kuwait International Airport over the course of the day.
Oh, we can't show this. We can't show this. We can't show this.
And so moving on from that, we are going to be moving on to our next clips that we were able to get from inside of Kuwait City, where we did see that apparently the Iranians are now attacking the Social Security building for the Kingdom of Kuwait within Kuwait City. I don't know why that'd ever be a target, but they hit it apparently, and we did get additional footage showing that the fire was lapping up the side of the building quite prolifically. So, with that in mind, it's now time for us to move on back up and into the capital of Iran, Tehran, to get to the major governmental developments that we were able to hear over the course of the day. For one, the Iranians have claimed today that they have actually taken a number of U.S. soldiers captive as prisoners of war. That was very concerning until CENTCOM then came out and said not a single U.S. soldier has been taken prisoner, and the claim is completely false. So it appears that the Iranians just made that one up. Source made it up. We also were able to hear that apparently the Iranian military has been given broad authority to independently choose their targets, meaning that the decisions aren't actually made by a higher up level of chain of command, which has the orders run by them and then it's approved and then it's sent back down to them. Apparently, the Iranian commanders on the ground can now largely pick their targets at will, so giving them a decent amount of autonomy within the IRGC. We've also been able to hear a statement by the Iranian foreign minister today, that came afterwards, after a statement was made by the President of the United States. So let me quickly get you all up to speed on this one because I actually have to get this in sequence. So the President of Iran, Pezeshkian, actually said that he apologized to the Middle Eastern countries that had been attacked by the Iranians so far, and that they would be stopping their attacks, Iran would be stopping their attacks against their Middle Eastern allies, unless attacks originate from there against Iran. After that statement was made, the Iranians then heard a statement out of the United States of America. So let me go get you all over here to Washington to get you all the sequence of events properly. And let's see here. Here we go. Here it is. So let me go and read this one to y'all. So this was a statement by the president that was made right after the statements from the president of Iran, Pezeshkian. Iran, which is being beat to hell, has apologized and surrendered to its Middle Eastern neighbors and promised that it will not shoot at them anymore. This promise was only made because of the relentless U.S. and Israeli attack. They were looking to take over and rule the Middle East. It is the first time that Iran has ever lost in thousands of years to surrounding Middle Eastern countries. They have said thank you to the president, and I've said you're welcome. Iran is no longer the bully of the Middle East. They are instead the loser of the Middle East, and will be for many decades until they surrender or, more likely, completely collapse. Today, Iran will be hit very hard. Under serious consideration for complete destruction and certain death because of Iran's bad behavior are areas and groups of people that were not considered for targeting up until this moment in time. Thank you for your attention to this matter. So after this statement was made, then the Iranians completely backed off of their prior claims that they were actually going to be allowing the Middle Eastern countries that are our allies to not be attacked, and then they stated that, one, they would not surrender, and then the foreign minister Arachi made this statement. President Pezeshkian's openness to de-escalation within our region, provided that our neighbors' airspace, territory, and waters are not used to attack the Iranian people, was almost immediately killed by the President of the United States' misinterpretation of our capabilities, determination, and intent. If the President seeks escalation, it is precisely what our powerful armed forces have long been prepared for and what he will get. Responsibility for any intensification of Iran's exercise of self-defense will lie squarely with the U.S. administration. The President's week-long misadventure has already cost the U.S. military $100 billion, which is wildly overstated, in addition to the lives of young soldiers. When markets reopen, that cost will balloon and directly be transferred to ordinary Americans at pumping stations. The President's own National Intelligence Council, representing input from the 18 intelligence agencies of the U.S., determined that war with Iran is destined to fail. I also warned Trump's envoys that war will not improve their bargaining position. Were these warnings conveyed? The American people voted to end involvement in costly quagmires in the Middle East. Instead, they've ended up with an administration that Netanyahu, after decades of failed attempts, finally managed to dupe into fighting Israel's wars. This is a war of choice pursued by a small cabal of a group of people, and always means America last. That was a statement by the foreign minister, and afterwards, the attacks against Middle Eastern nations then resumed by the Iranians.
I think that idiot there in Iran missed one thing. If a country constantly goes into their legislature and chants death to America, that kind of puts you in the line of fire a little bit as a country. Like, that doesn't do you any favors when you start saying stuff like that. It also doesn't do you any favors to fund terrorists around the world either. He kind of forgot to mention that in his statement as well. So I don't know. And also that nuclear program he's got going too. That was a huge problem that they wouldn't even negotiate on. By the way, the U.S. tried to negotiate them out of that. They said, screw you, United States, we'll do what we want. He kind of missed that part. So, the statements like that from Iran certainly doesn't do their case any good.
No, it doesn't really seem like it does their case any good, and it's kind of overlooking and kind of glossing over the fact that Iran just killed about 30,000 of their people last month in massacres because they were protesting against their government. It also is overlooking the fact that Iran was funding terrorist forces throughout the entire region and has conducted terroristic attacks against everyone in the region, whether or not they were involved in the war. It's striking and killing innocent civilians throughout the entirety of the Middle East. It is also overlooking the fact that Iran has been working on intercontinental ballistic missiles to specifically target and hit the United States, and it also is specifically overlooking the fact that the Iranians have been producing nuclear weapons, or attempting to produce nuclear weapons, and every single time that the United States has attempted to negotiate with them to see that the Iranians would promise on not developing a nuclear weapon, just at a minimum, just making a promise, the Iranians would flat out refuse even trying to make a promise to not develop a nuclear weapon. So that kind of makes it all a little bit easier, at least on the U.S.'s end, to fight a war against a country that clearly is an imminent threat to the United States of America and a major national security risk. I will say, however, that the whole thing that the president said about Iran has surrendered to the Middle East doesn't really make any sense, because it's like, if they did, where in the world the Middle Eastern occupational forces in Iran, and has the Iranian government collapsed? And the answer would be no. What happened more so, at least by the Iranians, was a cessation of fire against Middle Eastern countries, but not an outright surrender. And still, it appears that will be the case. Moving us on out of that news inside of the area of Iran, and also a little bit out of the United States, I also had to bring y'all down to the near coast of Sri Lanka, because we actually were able to see here the satellite footage of the smoke that came off the IRIS Dina after it was hit and sank. We can actually see right here exactly where it was. There is Sri Lanka, and I can actually show you that port right there down at the bottom end of their coast. This is actually the port of Galay. Y'all can actually see right here. Let me show that to y'all. So there's the port of Galay. There was the Dina right there. So this is about right here where the Dina was when it was hit. So if we were to measure that out, it was about 15 miles away, maybe 17 miles away from the Sri Lankan coastline. So it was only about 5 miles to 6 miles away from Sri Lankan territorial waters when it was hit by the USS Charlotte and sank, which is pretty interesting to note. And it looks like they might have been trying to see if that proximity to the territorial waters of another country would have been able to protect them from getting hit. Didn't really do much for them at all, because they weren't inside the territorial waters of Sri Lanka. They were still in international waters. But moving on from that and out of Sri Lanka, we've also been able to hear some further statements inside of Washington, D.C. We have been able to hear that apparently the British were considering of sending the HMS Prince of Wales and the HMS Queen Elizabeth II to be involved in offensive operations against the Islamic Republic of Iran, and this was a statement today by the president. The United Kingdom, our once great ally, maybe the greatest of them all, is finally giving serious thought to sending 2 aircraft carriers to the Middle East. That's okay, Prime Minister. We don't need them any longer, but we will remember, we don't need people that join wars after we've already won. So that was the statement today after the British appeared to be apt now to join the conflict, is that the president largely told them off. We've also been able to hear, moving on from that it appears that the president has also added a claim that apparently Iran will not look the same after the war, possibly suggesting that the borders will change and some other states may be formed out of the Islamic Republic of Iran, meaning that Iran may be divvied up into a couple of separate states. But with that in mind, those are the statements that we were able to get out of the United States of America today. And with that all put together, it is time for us to finally move on and into the area of the Eastern European regions, or really the entirety of Europe over the course of the day. We have been able to get some fairly interesting news out of this area, particularly out of Oslo. Unfortunate development has occurred within the area, as the U.S. Embassy in Norway apparently was hit with, well, not really was hit, but apparently was hit with some sort of a bomb. We were able to see that Norwegian police and also U.S. security forces began to basically flood the surrounding area around the embassy, and we've now heard in the midst of our show that apparently it was some sort of a bomb that was put at the gate of the consular area. We believe that it also may have not caused any casualties or fatalities at the moment, fortunately, but it does appear that some sort of a sleeper cell inside of Norway may have conducted an attack against the U.S. Embassy within that country during the course of this night. We'll have to wait and see if we can get any further information or news on that at the moment, but that seems to be an ongoing and developing situation inside of Norway, and possibly one that might start to span around the entirety of the world. A lot of people are wondering whether that danger is an imminent one to all U.S. governmental facilities and installations inside of the United States and around the entirety of the globe. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that, and what are you thinking about that as well?
Okay, so now that we're seeing that U.S. embassies and consulates are apparently being attacked pretty much everywhere, especially in the Middle East, they're getting attacked all over the place. We're now seeing it spread to Europe and Oslo. So, not a good situation to say the least. But will the danger spread further? That's the question. 65% said yes, worse actions are unfortunately likely imminent, while 19% said that they probably won't get much worse than what's currently happening, and 10% said I'm worried and I'm feeling a little bit 50-50 on this question. So, Iran will certainly try to do more. Like, there's no question about that. They will certainly try to do more. But, the catch is, the good news is, the folks that are trying to do this stuff are usually pretty stupid for the most part. So they probably won't be able to get away with it for the most part without getting caught. So hopefully the Western security is on their game and they catch these people before they can carry this stuff out, because they will try to do stuff, but we'll have to see how far they're going to get with it. So I'm kind of with the 19%. It probably won't get much worse than what we're seeing right now, but it will continue probably for a while. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to say that dangerous actions like these around government installations might become highly likely, because sleeper cells and terrorist groups that generally support Iran could conduct attacks anywhere in the world. So I would say that this is probably, unfortunately, the first of several of these sorts of incidents that may happen. And so I'd have to be with the 65%. But moving on from that and on into the area of the Baltic Sea, we also heard today that Swedish authorities apparently boarded some sort of a Russian vessel that they had stopped near to their waters to be able to conduct a spot inspection of the vessel for sanctions evasions. Meanwhile, near to the Estonian border, we've also been able to hear that apparently the Russians are using blimps to spy on Estonia's energy sector. There's apparently one of them, from what we're assuming. But according to information that we've been able to hear, Russia is using balloons with reconnaissance equipment to monitor Estonia's energy facilities near the border. This method allows intelligence to be collected without violating NATO airspace, and experts believe it is part of the Kremlin's hybrid strategy against Europe. The Russians have whipped out the Zeppelins of the First World War.
Oh man, I think this is basically like the Russian version of like an aerostat, like we use for like stationary surveillance. That we've been using that in the Middle East, also at the southern border as well here in the United States. So it's not something that's completely unheard of. Like the United States uses them too, but. Yeah, look at that right there, the Zeppelin right there. Look at that thing. But, it is kind of weird, though, that apparently they're using this to spy on Estonia. It's like, apparently they're flying the thing right at the border. Like, literally, the blimp is touching the, symbolic border in the airspace of Estonia, which is kind of crazy.
I wonder, man, if the Russians on board that thing are, saying, "Sie sind auf meine Liste," like, every time they spot an Estonian power plant or something. Like, I'm a little curious about that. I don't know. I don't really know who in the world's operating the blimps, but I mean, that is something else in its own sense. The Russians have gone to using Zeppelins and blimps. They're not Zeppelins technically, folks. Zeppelins actually have rigid frames, and blimps actually have a non-rigid frame, and these are blimps. They do not have a rigid frame built within them. But moving on from that, it is time for us now to get on into the capital of Russia, Moscow. We were able to hear that apparently the U.S. may have threatened the Russian Federation today, as the U.S. envoy says he communicated to Russia not to send targeting information or any other assistance to Iran, and that was according to Reuters. So we would hope that that would have been threatened to the Russians with some sort of ulterior consequences if they do not stop their assistance to Iran, and we'll have to see if we get any further information to confirm that or not. We've also been able to hear as well of this interesting little thing that was put out today by the Russians. Did you see this, Matthew?
Oh yeah, where Putin was coughing and stuff like that.
Yes. So this today, March 8th, which is in Russia right now, that's the local time in Russia, is actually, I believe it's National Women's Day, which is a celebration of women of the country and the role that they play within society and the greater part of Russia at large. And interestingly enough, neither did the Kremlin's press team catch this, nor the Russian state media companies catch this, but they literally uploaded the final speech with an outtake still inside of it that had not been clipped out at the start. So we actually got to see Putin basically just choking on air for about 30 seconds before he actually did the speech. This is like a straight up Brezhnev. If y'all don't know, Brezhnev was a Soviet premier from back in the day, and he tried to do a Christmas address, and he was either drunk or out of his mind, and he was holding a piece of paper, he was like, это же Российский Советский Союз. Hey, you just did that basically the whole address. So Putin kind of had his own Brezhnev moment today. So let's take a look.
Да, вы знаете, давайте-ка я еще раз скажу, потому что перешел, да? Да, чуть не закашлялся.
Damn, bro.
Много говорил очень сегодня. Нет.
Damn.
Are we done yet?
Дорогие женщины,
Bruh, literally, what was he doing? Choking on spit?
I don't even know, man. I have no clue. I literally don't even know what that was. But I mean, he did that for literally 35 seconds.
Damn, like, I mean, and also, by the way, it's like his people he's got around him. He's literally dying, basically going, like pointing to his throat, and everybody around him is going, "What's he want? What's he doing? What's wrong with him?" It's like, it might indicate a problem, possibly. Not that we would really give a damn, but it's like, you know, his people around him apparently don't care either.
Man, like they were all like, he was like, I'm pointing at his throat. All of them were like, "Oh yes, he's finally choking on his shit," like that he says all the time. It's happening finally. But then he just went on into giving the speech, and literally, folks, this thing went out in Russia today. I'm not kidding y'all. Well, that at the very beginning of it, that was the beginning of the whole thing, and then right here, the actual speech started.
дорогие женщины, искренне рад поздравить вас с Международным женским.
So it had the entire outtake in it, which is the funniest thing.
That is dumb as hell right there.
Man, I gotta say, you know, that might actually be showing folks. Like, I don't want to like be one of those people who's like, he's dying, but you know, it might actually show that he might not be in the greatest of health. We don't know what the cough was for, whether it was for like acid reflux or you know, he just like was choking on spit. We have no clue. But you know, still a little interesting to note right there. Definitely not a part of that polished Russian machismo image they've made for this clown over the decades. But moving on from that, it is time for us to get on out of Moscow because while the Russians are still trying to put out the machismo image, the Ukrainians are generally deconstructing that. Down in Armavir, the Ukrainians were able to hit and destroy a fairly significant little depot. Little depot. Let's take a look. Cooking it up nice.
Damn. Hitting the depot. Oh, huff and puff. He
That
won't
guy-
be going into work that morning.
That guy didn't like you, Joe. You said it, blowing up the depot. He went, oh. It's like, that's like perfectly timed. It's like, that's crazy. But moving on, we also were able to hear some other significant news out of Ukraine over the course of the day. In our location unknowns, we were able to get the Russian casualty report, as we were able to hear that another Bobcat was destroyed. Hey!
Oh, yes. Yes.
Yes. But moving on from that as well, we also had with the Misdisa given the record state that 1,868 drones shot down in a day is the second highest daily loss. Shoo! I tell you, if we could shoot down 1,868 drones in the Middle East today, we'd be in pretty good business. We've also been able to hear the troop losses were the highest since the 27th of February, and the 7-day average is in the low 900s, which is pretty good. No special equipment reported, and yesterday, 4,080 total is correct. Also, to give you all an idea, folks, about 3,000 IRGC forces have been killed since the start of the war with Iran, which happened over the course of a week. So if we try and break that number down, and let me see here if I can do that for us really quickly. So 3,000 in a week. Let's divide that by 7. So I put in 300 actually divided by 7. So that's about 428 killed per about a day. So right now, the United States, with all the firepower that we're throwing at the Iranians, are getting about the kill report in the number dead per day that the Ukrainians are getting against the Russians. Just to put that into perspective, how pretty well off the Ukrainians have been doing on the day-to-day in the war in Ukraine. And not only that, they shot down about 1,900 drones. Do y'all know how many that the Gulf states and us have shot down on any given day down in the Middle East? I believe it's somewhere in the hundreds. Like, I think it's somewhere around 400 maybe drones per day. It's usually somewhere around there. The Ukrainians shot down well than that amount. They shot down about 5 times that amount in a single day. So this is basically 5 days of Iranian drone attacks in one day, and Ukraine shot down all of that. When you put those sorts of figures into perspective, the Ukrainian armed forces are truly showing how well off they are in terms of fighting a modern war. They probably have the most well-developed doctrine for modern warfare in the present day, and they even don't have the air firepower that we have, which is, it makes you wonder, how well would they be doing if they had the kind of air power that we had? And I would have to say the answer to that would be a lot better. And a lot of people are wondering about that statement that was made by the special envoy today, as the U.S. Special envoy did say today that he asked the Russians to stop sending data to the Russians that the Iranians, well, actually from the Russians to the Iranians that are helping the Iranians to try and target and kill U.S. forces. And a lot of people are wondering, will that work? And Matthew, what are people thinking about that? And what are you thinking about that as well?
Okay, so apparently, according to reports, the U.S. officials did relay the message to Russia today to please stop targeting our troops and our men in the Middle East because, we like our soldiers and we should keep them safe. So do you think this will work? 81% said, hell no, Russia's obviously going to keep doing it. 8% said, yes, Russia will stop it soon. And 7% said, I'm 50-50 on this one. And Russia is definitely going to keep doing it, by the way. It's absolutely absurd that the U.S. officials thought that simply asking Putin to please stop targeting our troops was going to work. That's insanity, to say the least. So we give the love tap to the dictators, and we use a strong fist with the democratic leaders. That's the way we're currently operating, which is stupidity at its finest. But Enforcer, what say you?
Screw the British. The British are stupid idiots trying to help us out in this war. Meanwhile, with Putin, could you pretty please start providing satellite intelligence that's helping the Iranians kill our own men? Could you pretty please? It's like, why in the world is that the case?
Hell if I know, man. I don't even know. Like on this one right here, it's stupid. It's like the thing I would do if I was president. It's like there's no asking. Russia will either stop or else. That's the response you give. Is it's like, let's put this into perspective here. What Russia's doing is going to get our guys killed in the Middle East. What they're doing, they're giving targeting data of the locations of our guys. The guys that are being sent over that are of fighting age, like whatever age they are, like 20s or so. They're being sent to the Middle East. They're going over there and fighting for the United States, and Russia's telling Iran how to hit them and kill them. So that's how serious it is. And our response is to ask Russia to stop. It's like, why are we asking them anything for? It's like you don't ask them, you tell them to stop.
Yeah, I don't really know what's up with that. And then also, while that's being asked of the Russians, we're also basically giving them a little reward by lifting the sanctions on them for a limited period of time so that they can go and make money. It's like, can anyone make sense of that foreign policy and make that all line up to where that makes it sound like it makes sense? Or is someone about to tell me that the people in charge are 8 steps ahead and we just can't even comprehend their intellect and genius here with the foreign policy? Because what in the world makes that even make sense that an enemy of the United States like the Russians, which are a dead-on enemy of America, they're such an enemy, they're trying to help the Iranians to kill our guys down there in the Middle East right now. Why in the world would we ask them politely to not provide firing data to the Iranians to help them hit and kill U.S. forces, just real politely, and then also lift the sanctions on them as well, so that way the Russian oil companies can try and at least stymie off the inevitable for a little bit longer and keep the war in Ukraine going for even longer as a result of that, because the Russian economy isn't collapsing as quickly as it would have otherwise. What's up with that?
Yeah, I don't know what's up with that. It seems like they should probably take a hardline stance. I think what the real problem is this. The U.S. looks at Russia, since they possess nuclear weapons, as some type of power that you simply can't mess with, which is not the case. You have to be careful, obviously, because obviously you don't want to do something so drastic that it causes a nuclear exchange. Like, that is still a possibility. But at the same time, though, if they're targeting our troops and they're sending targeting data to Iran, you can't take a soft approach with something like that, because it's apparently, I guess this is a tacit admission that Russia is doing it. The fact that they're asking Russia to stop, I guess that also generally shows that is true. That report is.
And someone said, keep your friends close and your enemies closer. Yeah, that's how you wake up dead one night after they end up getting you because they hate you. I mean, you don't like that. That's a cute little phrase, but you don't do that with the Russians though, because what I'm just going to leave it at that. I mean, there's no point in even explaining that any further. That doesn't really make any sense in this perspective of, let's, because let me put it this way. There is an American soldier right now that just got, 6 of them actually, that just got brought home in caskets and were just unloaded, I believe, at Andrews Air Force Base today. 6 of them. All those guys may have just been killed by the Russians giving Iran intelligence. So maybe this whole keeping our friends close and our enemies closer thing that you're saying right there just got those 6 guys put in boxes and then buried 6 feet underground. Let's think about it that way. I think that's a better way to look at it rather than this is just some cutesy little games. The Russians may have gotten our own men killed down there in the Middle East, and that's not something that we go up and politely ask someone, hey, can you not try and get more of our guys killed, or our very own countrymen and citizens? Could you try not to? No, that's more of a demand. You do that or else we're going to start making life even worse for y'all. Y'all are going to be suffering a little bit more in Russia.
How does somebody wake up dead?
Well, it's just a figure of speech. like it's a figure of speech.
Like, wake up dead. I'm like, I'm not sure if there's any waking up if there's a dead situation. I'm not sure if that rings a bell.
Yeah, maybe not. But also I see a lot of people. I just find this so weird, folks. I don't really understand the mental gymnastics here. Some people say America is capable of anything and everything, and people have been saying that all night. Now some of those very same people are telling me, well, I mean, clearly we can't threaten the Russians because America isn't capable of that. So we're capable of everything and capable of nothing simultaneously. We're capable of doing anything on the planet militarily, but then when I say reopen the Strait of Hormuz, enforce through the U.S., it's just beyond their abilities. And then when I say we sit there and threaten the Russians not to do that, the enforcer, it's just beyond our capabilities. So if we're capable of everything, how are we capable of nothing when it actually comes around to exercising that power against the actual sworn enemies of the United States? How come we can only use this power just passively? That doesn't mean we can do everything. That means we can do hardly anything. Like the logic here isn't even lining up. But anyways, moving on from that, it is time for us to get on into the war in Ukraine from the front lines, and there does appear to be some significant developments near to the area of Vovchansk. We were able to see that the 57th Motorized Brigade did hunt down some Russian tanks in this area, take them on out nice and smoothly. Oh, I thought for a second that might have been a phone, but it apparently was not. This is a BMP-3, and now it's about to become scrap. We now see them hunting down another UAZ-469, Kerplunk. Ooh, a Buhanka, traveling at speed.
Look at that.
And we see them here lining up on what appears to be a Russian main battle tank, maybe even a incredibly rare at this point, T-80. Did you know, Matthew, out of the, I think it's the 4,000 T-80s that the Russians had at the beginning of the war, by satellite photography, only 117 of them are left now?
That's a real shame too, because those would have been great museum pieces. But you know, unfortunately, I don't think they're going to make the museum.
Luckily, the Ukrainians still have a few left, and when I mean a few, like a couple of dozen. It's not much. Oh, look, this Russian's going to hop out the door. Oh, he didn't.
Oh, it's like a police chase.
Honestly. But moving on from that clip and on out of the Vovchansk area, we also got to see that down in Kupiansk, it appeared that the Ukrainian 425th Assault Regiment, also called the Skala, conducted an attack on the central hospital today and was able to clear out the Russians from inside. There's been a Russian enclave of troops that have been stuck in Kupiansk ever since the counteroffensive, and the Ukrainians have been slowly and methodically working on clearing these guys out and either forcing them to surrender or letting them see their last in terms of days. And we can see here, there's the central hospital area that they're about to be assaulting here on film, and the small Russian forces that are left inside of that area.
Man, also, by the way, the Russian bot situation, the Russian bots wake up when they see this Ukraine news. Like, it's crazy the amount of bots that are in here saying, Ukraine lost 4 years ago. It's like, then why is Russia still fighting the war? Why don't they just go home and quit the war if they won already? It's like, what are they doing in there? Just like, you know, screwing around? It's like they're clearly fighting for their survival in Ukraine at this point. Russia is. They're getting pushed back.
Man, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, you know, I gotta say the amount of bots that we've been getting recently, just due to how large the channel has been getting in viewership, has been unreal, folks. It's been unbelievable. There's a load of American-hating bots that come in. Then there's a load of, what would we call it? Basically, like, the only way I can describe it is basically just like MAGA bots that come in that if you say anything that seems like it might be questioning the current actions, then they just go off on you. I mean, we've literally had like almost every flavor of bot in here tonight. If we covered the Taliban-Pakistan war, I would promise y'all there would probably be like pro-Pakistani and Taliban bots in the chat then too, and then we'd have to try and clear out those as well.
Also, by the way, let me address this right here because we have a lot of new viewers, and typically we've been covering the Iran war situation for the most part. But someone in the chat said, I mean, let's be honest, bro. Russia is dominating. They're actually not, by the way, because Russia just celebrated, I think it's like the fourth anniversary of the war, and Putin had to generally gloss over everything, and also generally, for the most part, start issuing brand new threats toward Ukraine because he had nothing good to report. In fact, right when the anniversary rolled around, the news came out that Ukraine's retaken, like, I think, what was it, like 500 or 600 kilometers, square kilometers of ground, I think it was, or something like that.
Yeah.
And now he's calling up a brand new mobilization as well because they're doing so terribly. So let's be honest, bro. Russia is definitely not dominating. And also, the only reason Russia is able to survive is because China is giving them a crutch. They're propping up their oil economy that is literally going bankrupt. So, I mean, and at what metric is Russia dominating? And also, by the way, Russia was the preferred winner in this whole thing. Ukraine was the underdog for the most part. So the underdog's whooping the big country's ass. So I don't think dominating is the right word.
You know, if they were dominating, you would think they'd have this thing done by now, because this is this war right here has lasted longer now by several months than the entirety of the Soviet Union's involvement in the Second World War. And they defeated the Soviet Union largely, at least on their front, was invaded by the Germans and then defeated the Germans in less time that this war has been going on. And the front line has hardly moved at all since 2023. So are the Russians that are dominating on the battlefield, are they in the room with us right now? Can you talk to them? Can you get out the Ouija board and talk to those guys? Because I think there's about 1.5 million of them that you'd have to get a Ouija board out or have a seance with to even ask them if they thought they were winning when they got obliterated in Ukraine. But moving on from that and on up into Kupiansk, into the rest of the news that we've been able to get there, we also were able to see, a little spicy. Moving us on down the front into the Sebronsky Forest, we also got to see that a North Korean-provided Koksan SPG was destroyed today. Nothing says that Russia is winning like having to get 1970s and 60s era equipment from North Korea. There it is. It's hidden in a little outpost. Look at the little fella. There it is.
This is what dominators do. They get crappy equipment from poor countries like North Korea that can barely function and feed its own people, and they use it on the front lines because they dominate.
You know, Matthew, it's a real alpha male thing to make sure to bring yourself down to the level of your opponent. So if you think the Ukrainians are dirt poor, then just strip yourself by having everyone killed and blown up that's at all competent in your military, and then fight them with the scraps that remain. 70-year-old geriatrics and tanks from the Second World War. That really is an alpha Chad move right there. The Russians are thinking in 5-dimensional chess moves. We're just not smart enough, folks, to understand here on this channel that that's truly the way that you fight and win wars. Moving us on down and into the Pokrovsk area, we also were able to see the 68th Jaeger Brigades of the Ukrainian Armed Forces striking and destroying Russian forces near to the area of the town of Kotline and Udachne. They took out one of their communications posts.
I saw the word Wi-Fi, so I kind of know what that means a little bit.
Meh. Wi-Fi, please.
Wi-Fi.
I mean, you see the Wi-Fi telecommunications cables continuing to get blown away.
I don't know what system they're using now, but that's obviously not Starlink. So Starlink's been taken care of, but that's some new system that they're using right there. I can't tell what it is.
They're using that Redniki system. That's what they're probably using, I would assume. But moving on from that and on down the line and towards the area of Urgene, we also were able to see the Ukrainians hitting the Russians with GBU-62 guided bombs. And there's the impact. Right on the Russians. Dead on the nail.
Oh. Getting dominated. That's what happened to them. The Russians have a thing for that.
Man, why Russians deserve even less. I wrote a book on that, by the way. But moving on from that, it's now time for us to get on up to Kyiv and cover the speech from the president of Ukraine, President Volodymyr Zelensky, here on day 1473 of the war. And so, without further ado, here is the speech. Peach!
Speech!
Шановні українці, українки, зараз у Харкові тривають роботи на місці удару по житловому будинку. Російський удар – це була звичайна багатоповерхівка. Станом на зараз відомо, що 10 людей загинули. Серед загиблих – діти, дівчина. Їй було 13 років, хлопчик, йому було 9. Мої співчуття рідним та близьким. Додатково залучені фахівці з інших областей для розбору завалів з Полтавщини, Сумщини. Шукають тіла людей під завалами. Страшний удар. Також 16 людей було поранені. Усім надається необхідна допомога. Масований удар по цивільних в Києві та в інших регіонах, зокрема по об'єктах енергетики. Я говорив сьогодні з президентом Макроном про цей удар, про нашу потребу в ракетах для ППО, про те, що Україні треба захищати щодня від російських ударів, щоночі від шахедів і ракет. Це потребує стійкості, підтримки, виконання усіх домовленостей, які були досягнуті, які досі багато в чому на паузі. Я дякую Еммануелю, дякую іншим лідерам, які усвідомлюють весь рівень небезпек і не граються з долями людей. Досі жодного прогресу немає по 20-му пакету санкцій Євросоюзу проти Росії за цю війну. Немає руху по пакету допомоги для України у 90 мільярдів євро, хоча Європа визнає, що це для нас життєво важливо. Все одно блокування пакету зберігається. Ми скоординували позиції з Еммануелем щодо цього. Найближчими днями, фактично увесь наступний тиждень, будуть присвячені спільній роботі з європейцями, щоб рішення, які потрібні для захисту України, дійсно запрацювали. Я дякую також кожному лідеру, усім країнам, які пам'ятають про програму Pearl, програму, що дозволяє нам купувати американські ракети для ППО, для Петріотів. Ми всі розуміємо, які є ризики через удари з Ірану і потребу в ракетах для ППО також на Близькому Сході. Важливо, щоб захист життя був забезпечений і тут, в Україні. Тим більше ми бачимо інформацію про російську допомогу іранському режиму. Є повідомлення, що росіяни дають розвіддані режиму в Ірані, щоб коригувати удари по американцях. Також є дані про російські компоненти в шахедах, що застосовуються на Близькому Сході, а це проти і арабських країн, і проти американців в регіоні. Кожен такий факт свідчить, що ми маємо справу з режимами, які не просто пов'язані одне з одним, а які існують завдяки одне одному. Російський та іранський режими і вбивають фактично скоординовано і тут, в Європі, і там, на Близькому Сході. Саме тому і захист має бути скоординованим. Життя в Європі, життя на Близькому Сході заслуговують на однаково ефективний захист. Ми зі свого боку працюємо, щоб допомогти захисту від шахедів. Цілком справедливо розраховуємо, що і нашому захисту буде надаватись відповідна допомога. І що Росія відчуватиме наслідки не тільки за те, що затягує цю свою війну проти нас, але й за намагання масштабувати ще й ту війну. Життя потребує захисту спільних, сильних, скоординованих дій. Ще одне. Я хочу відзначити сьогодні наших українських паралімпійців. Перший день змагань і вже 6 українських медалей, 3 золота, 1 срібло, 2 бронзи. Важливо, що український прапор та український гімн зараз в Італії звучатимуть гордо і помітно. Помітно, зокрема, тим аморальним спортивним функціонерам, які допустили в час загарбницької війни росіян на змагання та дозволили їм нести свій прапор війни. Життя треба захищати, війну треба закінчувати. Я дякую всім, хто саме так допомагає Україні, саме так дбає про життя і людей. Слава Україні!
Героям слава.
And with that, that is the end of the speech from the President of Ukraine, President Volodymyr Zelensky, here on this day of 1473 of the news from around the world. And with that in mind, it's time for us to actually move on into our second segment of the stream, where we get to talk to each and every single one of y'all. And I do have to say, folks, that we are entirely honored and greatly appreciative that so many people are coming here every single night to get their news here from the Enforcer channel. Tonight, we've actually seen that around 36.5 thousand people who are watching this stream at the peak. crazily enough, here in America, for the past 3 days, this channel has been number 19 in the top 100 charts for American live streams. And I do have to say that we're entirely honored and greatly appreciative that so many people continue to watch this channel and choose it to be their primary source of news, because we can actually not even believe that so many people are choosing this channel out of the many others to watch the news from. And I got to thank you all greatly for that. And I also have to say that it was really shocking tonight, because usually, folks, we have like this general running sort of a thing when the stream's going live. We can kind of tell by certain landmark points within the intro as it's playing if a stream's going to go good or not. And when we went live tonight, we already had 10,000 people on the stream before we had even said a word. And that is just really something crazy to see. And I have to say that we're wildly honored and greatly appreciative of so many of y'all who have been here and watching our news over the past 8 days of the conflict going on in the Middle East, and also everything else that's been going on around the world as well. We've hardly been able to give the kind of coverage we usually would give to a lot of those conflicts, but nevertheless, we thank you all for sticking with us and really kind of like waiting this thing out, because this is, of course, a major development going on in the Middle East, and it's generally taking up a lot of our attention from being able to cover all the other conflicts that we would generally have talked about on other normal days, on normal weeks. But with that in mind, it is time for us to move on into those questions. And Matthew, what do we got?
I just wanted to say that they said Ukraine didn't have the cards. They said no cards. It turns out they have an ace up the sleeve. Go to the Twitter and pull up the post.
I have to go to Twitter and pull up the post, and it appears that they have the ace up their sleeve, the Wild Hornet, which kind of does
We have
look
the
like an
cards.
A.
The cards.
They do have the cards, many cards, long-lasting cards, and they want real piss, long-lasting piss, and with these
I'm
drones.
just, I'm just saying, but they could have had a much better meme if they'd put like a Uno reverse on this instead of the ace card. Like a Uno reverse would have fit this perfectly. Like if they'd have made a card like with the drone on it with the Uno reverse. I don't know why they missed that opportunity, but they put the ace card on there, which is it's still pretty good. But they do have the cards, though. It turns out the U.S. had to go and sort of ask to borrow that card for a change.
They had to ask from P.T. Barnum to get the drones, and then shit on the guy who's giving them the drones that are saving our own men.
But, you know, it's great to hear that they are willing to give them. They, of course, the Ukrainians folks are great friends of America. Oh, buddy, someone's about to come in and say,
No.
Zelensky is a coke fiend and he's robbing Americans. It's like, well, we have two options. Putin, who's giving intelligence to the Iranians to kill your friends and relatives who are currently serving in the armed forces, and the Ukrainians, who are giving us weapons to help defend our service members who are our friends, brothers, and citizens in the armed forces. So there's the difference. That's why Zelensky's good guy, Putin bad guy.
Yeah. Also, by the way, it's like, I'm not, really looking at it, if you really examine the reference to P.T. Barnum, it's like P.T. Barnum, yes, he ran like the whole circus and stuff like that. I think that was the insult part of it. But it's like he was also highly successful. The guy was worth like, $500,000 back in like his time, which was like, that's incredibly wealthy for the most part in those years that he was alive. So it's like he was a successful businessman. He had no bankruptcies. It's like, I'm just saying. I'm not sure if that's a huge insult.
Man, before long, man, you're going to sit there and see a certain person out there going, was P.T. Barnum even a good guy? You could say that he was running a circus. Oh! You're going to get that here really soon. Man, before long, man, there's going to be a hit piece, an interview. Why are the Ukrainians trying to give us weapons to save our own soldiers' lives? Don't they want to watch them suffer? It's going to be something like that before long. But we'll have to give it a moment and really try and see how that all pans out, because I can tell you this, folks, the pro-American and the anti-American crowd always have this real habit of basically just trying to throw the whole country under a bus 24/7 and never look out for its best interests. I always find that one interesting. It doesn't matter if they call themselves anti-American or pro-American, they basically all end up at the bottom of the barrel, which is just basically trying to screw over the country no matter what. Really odd to me how that works.
Also, by the way, we do have a picture on our Twitter. If you go to the very top of the profile right here, we are seeing that apparently, let's see, refresh that for a second. Also, by the way, they did Lindsey Graham wrong with
No.
that picture right there. I don't know
the
what
hell?
kind of picture that is right there, but geez, that's dirty. A dirty pic right there. That's bad. But anyway, so back to our news I was about to break right now. We are seeing that apparently an IRGC base in Isfahan has been hit. We are seeing the smoke rising from that facility. So there are ongoing strikes by Israeli forces and possibly U.S. forces as well that are striking in Isfahan right this minute.
Interesting. So we can see that Isfahan is being bombed again. Look at that. Really interesting right there. So we'll have to see if we can get any developments on what exactly they're hitting. But apparently, Lindsey Graham is one of the key people lobbying the president to launch strikes on Iran. Man, I wonder how that went. Mr. President, you have to hit him. Like, I wonder how that was like delivered, you know, to the president, you know, like when he was talking to him. You know,
Ellen, it could be he could be addressing it anyway, possibly, but yeah. I wonder what he was looking at in that picture though. It's like, what was he looking at to make a face like that? Like he saw something that piqued his interest apparently in that picture. But anyway, putting that aside, man, shrink that down, get that off the screen. But also, by the way, seriously speaking, we do have some more news as well. Apparently, warning sirens are now going off in Bahrain for the second time in the last 30 minutes, and we have a video of that as well if you want to hear what a siren sounds like in Bahrain.
Got you. And let me go get that really quickly. I actually just closed the Twitter down, so let me get this on the second screen, and then we will show it. So here we are, folks. A little bit of further developing news coming out at the moment. Well, that's the end of that clip. But we can hear the air raid sirens going off in Bahrain once again. So that is currently Bahrain is actually under an air attack in the moment while we're on air. So we'll be seeing if we can get any further information out of Isfahan or Bahrain at this moment. So with that in mind, I hope that we have been able to cover our breaking news right now somewhat well. And we're about to be moving on into the questions that we have. And we have quite a many of them. And so Matthew, please take it away.
And our first super chat goes to Con45, who puts in a $50 support. And thank you very much, Con, for that 50. We appreciate that. He said, there's a lot of lies running around these days. They say that the Iranians say they captured U.S. soldiers, but the admin says that they didn't. Guys, honestly, who do you believe in the situation? I pray Iranians do not have soldiers that this administration abandoned. And I think the Iranians are lying. Like I very much so think the Iranians are lying about that because there's always been the possibility the U.S. might send in like specialized raid forces, like small groups or small units of U.S. forces to go and do limited ground incursions, maybe by helicopter possibly. But they're going to be highly elite forces that do that. So those are not the type of forces that are going to get captured in large numbers like that. That's simply not happening. They're too well trained for something like that to happen. So I don't buy it. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say that I wouldn't buy that either. I mean, if we were going to believe anyone on anything, you know, you could bring into question everything. I mean, Iran says that they sunk the Abraham Lincoln twice now. You know, were they telling the truth on both of those? No. Have they taken any prisoners? We haven't even heard of an aircraft that's been shot down over Iran or has been confirmed to have been shot down. So how do they take these prisoners? I mean, they didn't conduct a high seas pirate raid at Al Adid and then take them back to Iran. So there's literally no way for them to have physically taken any prisoners at this point. There's been no U.S. soldiers that could have even been attempted to be taken prisoners. So I do think of a support, Con, but generally out of those two, I would highly more likely believe the statements that the U.S. said that no prisoners have been taken rather than the idea the prisoners had been taken, because if we're to discredit that claim, then that means the Iranians have sunk the same carrier twice now as well, and then we would have to say that that is also true. So a big thanks to you for the support, but we're on to the next one.
Also, by the way, there is a massive Iranian attack that's apparently being conducted on the UAE, Israel, Kuwait, and apparently across the region. We're seeing all kinds of alerts going off right now. So it looks like Iran is back at it. And right now, it is in the middle of the day, I believe, for them. So they're launching a pretty large attack during daylight. So we'll have to see how this goes here. But we're getting a lot of alerts going off across the region. But moving into our next super chat, this one goes to KG. And KG put in a 50. And thank you very much, KG, for that support. They said, cheers to you guys. And you're just starting to discover things that are not uncovered. To answer why we don't put that situation down with Russia, you only need to follow the money and not nuclear war. They all run in the same spheres of money and influence.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I mean, you know, maybe they do, maybe they don't. We'd have to generally see, you know. I have heard that there's a lot of people who really Really like the Russians right now for some reason. And I gotta be honest with y'all, folks, thinking back about it when I was a kid, the Russians really had this big propaganda thing going on in America. Like the Russians are like viewed as like back when I was a kid, I remember, I don't know if you remember this, man, but the Russians were viewed as this like mystical, rugged type of people, really something to be just fascinated with and obsessed with.
Romulans.
Yeah, basically. And it's like, oh, wow, the Russians, their AK is so much better than our M16s, and their tanks are so much better than ours because American tanks are overcomplicated, but Russia tanks, simple. Simple people, simple weapons. And that's what makes them so good. And that's what's going to make the Russians such a threat. And, and then now you look at it, I mean, the Russians are honestly a joke. Everything about them is nonsensical and stupid for the larger part, especially with the war in Ukraine. And it's like, that's a little interesting to me how that was back in the day. Because I just remember, folks, I remember the whole thing, like every Call of Duty campaign, all the Russians, these rugged, reliable, hard-working, the people with the calluses on fingers, they invade Washington, D.C., they attack New York, they invade America because they're so strong.
No, they didn't paint them like that. They Call of Duty painted them as like they were evil bastards. Like, no,
Yeah,
man,
but
like I don't think your other Call of Duty campaigns that good.
But they were evil cutthroats that did damage. Like, they weren't just like, oh, they're evil and cartoonishly stupid. It was, they're evil and dangerous. Look, you're having to run through the streets of Wall Street in New York City to escape Russian hand. Very scary. Look, in another Call of Duty game, they literally had them overrun and capture the entirety of Washington, D.C. I mean, that's not a group of evil people that are just, incompetently stupid like they really are. I mean, that was a group of evil people that were well more than capable of anything they could have ever done in real life.
I got the impression from Call of Duty that the Russians were awful. Like, I didn't get any good impression from the Russians at all. In fact, they were the big bad boogeyman in all the Call of Duty series. So, no, I think that I think COD did a good number on them.
I don't know, man. I don't know, because I remember a lot of stuff back in the day would be like, in the mysterious lands of Russia. And it would always like paint Russia as like this really interesting place. And I mean, a lot of people sit there and like talk even still to this day. Oh, the Russians, they made their AK simple because while Americans are so stupid in their hyper complexities, Russia just makes everything so easy. And then when reality, it's so easy that it actually sucks. It's like it's everything that they make or do is terrible. And it's like that's something that they really didn't tell you about back then. Because and also let's see, some people are like, what are you talking about? Well, I mean, like, hell, that's how they represent him. I mean, like, you think the Russians, as evil, incompetent fools in a Call of Duty game, would invade the United States of America and succeed to some extent? No. Like, they can't even move an inch in Ukraine. Like, that was a complete over-representation of their abilities. Like, in almost every single video game there's ever been, is that the Russians would actually stand toe-to-toe with the United States in any conventional conflict. And not only that, bring the war to our shores. Like, it's like, how the hell does that work? It's like, if it was realistic, it's like, hell, the war would be in Poland or something in a Call of Duty game, not in Washington, D.C. or New York City, I remember...
It really, for a long time, if you really think about it, like during the peacetime, and also, by the way, people debate all the time. They said, when did the Ukraine war really start? Was it really with the 2022 invasion, like the full-scale invasion? That's when I generally consider the start of the quote-unquote Ukraine-Russia war. That's when I consider it. Before then, there was the Crimea annexation. That was the whole situation. There's also the Donbass situation. That's been going on for a long time. So people argue it started before then. I can see both sides of it. But before Russia started their full-scale invasion in 2022, Russia spent the 2000s, 2010s, and the 2 years of the 2020s trying to basically lull the West into a false sense of security for the most part, which actually worked quite well. Like, everybody bought into it for the most part. So, like, even during like the COD series and stuff like that, they were still painting the Russians bad for the most part, even though that Russia was trying to at least put forth the illusion that they wanted good relations with the West.
Well, I mean, they were painting them bad, but they still painted them as, like, wildly competent and capable, though. Like, they were evil, but they were effective at great destruction. That's the thing. Like, yeah, they were the enemy, but they were overrepresented that they could even steamroll U.S. forces all the time, and it would take super crack special forces from America to even slow them down and try and change the tide of war. I mean, that's literally the whole way they were represented up until the war in Ukraine, because when the war in Ukraine started, a lot of people, you know that as well as anyone else, were saying, oh, the Russians are going to steamroll Ukraine. Ukraine doesn't stand a chance. The Russian military is just so capable, and it's so strong, and it's so powerful. And, the Russian people, they're rugged people, and all that stuff. And 4 years later, they're still all stuck in Ukraine. It's like, that's what, like, literally most everyone in the world thought. Unless you really read up on what the Russians were about, the Russians were just going to steamroll Ukraine, and not only that, they could probably wipe out Europe, and Europe only exists at Russia's whim, that they haven't invaded them yet. That's what most people thought.
Yeah, honestly, I'll admit, like, I'm not ashamed to admit it. I didn't think the Ukrainians were going to last for 4 years. I personally didn't myself. I thought that they might end up giving up, or not necessarily giving up per se, but I thought that maybe the Russians might put the hurt on them after a time period like that. But I underestimated the Ukrainians a lot. I think a lot of people did, and even so-called experts out there that have been studying that for a very long time, they all underestimated it. Like, pretty much everybody universally, for the most part, was saying, "Oh yeah, 3 days, it's over." They were buying right into the Russian propaganda. I actually predicted the war starting, by the way. Like, when it back started in 2022, I said exactly when it was going to start, and it started right when I said it was going to start. But I didn't expect Ukraine to hold on this well for this long. Ukraine has, like, blown away any type of expectations I had for their military. That, honestly, extremely impressive performance by Ukraine by a long shot.
Yeah, I would definitely have to agree. And also, some people are like, what are you talking about? And I know a lot of people are saying that now because the Russians are a joke. But back in the day, they were never considered a joke. Like, people were like, oh my God, the F-22? Our big boy air superiority fighter? Oh my God, the Russians just killed it. They made the Su-57. It's so much better in every way. And there's all these American officers that are retired that get put on Russia Today's payroll, which is a Russian state propaganda channel, and then they'll come on to American news networks as quote-unquote military analysts, and they'll go, oh yeah, the Russians just beat America again at the arms race. That Su-57 blowing the F-22 out of the water. Look how much money America spent on that jet. And the Russians hardly spent a fraction of it, and they got an even better plane. The U.S. ought to just pack up and go home. And another one, oh, the U.S. thinks they have it going good with the Abrams, right? Well, the Russians just beat them by decades. They came up with the T-14 Armada. It doesn't even have crew members in the turret. It's so advanced. And they did it at a fraction of the cost. This thing is just going to steamroll NATO if the Russia goes to a war with them. The West cowers to Russia's might. Literally, that sort of stuff just endlessly. Like I remember back in 2015 when this tank came out, literally every single person out there in the world that was a quote-unquote analyst on the mainstream news was going, oh, the Russians just beat us to bits. I mean, an Abrams won't stand a chance against this thing. And you know what the reality is? The Russians have produced, I think, 12 of these, and 4 of them have been blown up by the Ukrainians before they could even take off from their airfields. And then the Russians completely scrapped this project, because funnily enough, while it is still about as expensive as an Abrams per unit, Russia is so broke they can't afford that, so they had to completely scrap this thing and just give up on it. There's 20 of them, and they're all pre-production prototypes, and they're all kept in a training field in this place called Kuban, and they've never made it anywhere than there. So, that's the thing that is really funny to me, is that the Russians basically have destroyed the propaganda they built up for decades, that they were they may be evil, but they were also wildly dangerous and a significant threat to the West. The only thing that's threatening about Russia now is the nuclear weapons. And even still, we don't know how many of those ICBMs or IRBMs even work, because most of those have also failed when they've tried to launch them unloaded at Ukraine. But we actually have breaking news coming out at this moment. The way you typed that, Matthew, it made me about to go, breaking news! But anyways, what do we got, Matthew?
So we have some pretty big news coming out right now. There is mainstream media reporting, which appears to be based on pretty decent sources, that the U.S. admin is considering seizing Karg Island, which we have talked about a night ago, which is a key Iranian oil terminal in the Persian Gulf. So this would not be an invasion of the Iranian mainland, but it would be an invasion of a key island right off of Iran's coast. So they're discussing it, and apparently it's in the works, or at least a contingency plan is apparently in the works right now. So this could be possibly ground zero for some type of ground operation against Iran, possibly. But it's kind of not really an invasion of Iran, because it is an island off the coast. But it would be technically invading Iranian territory to a degree. But Enforcer, what do you make of that?
That's interesting. That would easily be done. Like, there's nobody on Karg Island, at least IRGC forces. They might move some guys there now if they can, but that's highly unlikely. So they might easily be able to take this thing, actually.
But would it really make a difference, though? Because
No.
we're being told that it has a key Iranian oil terminal on it. So I would presume the U.S. would try to seize that so that way Iran can export oil. That would probably be why they're trying to seize it. But would it really make that big of a difference?
Not really. You know, if they're considering that, why the hell wouldn't they consider landing U.S. troops at a place like Kashim Island instead, in the Strait of Hormuz? Why wouldn't they do that?
I would imagine there's probably a lot more Iranian forces around that area.
Yeah, that's all the more reason to put them there instead of at Karg Island. Like, wouldn't a battle here, the most important crossroads in the region, be more important than some little backwards-ass backwater island that loads up oil in the middle of the Persian Gulf?
Maybe, but Iran's going to try to respond to that situation on Karg Island. So it might actually pull forces away from other areas like Bandar, possibly. They might try to put them up toward Karg to try to retake it. That could be maybe a diversion, perhaps.
Maybe, possibly, but we'll have to see. I mean, I'd hope that they'd focus more so on the Strait of Hormuz at this point. This is the top priority. I don't know why we're like, let's make a sideshow on Karg Island and let's bomb Tehran a little more. It's like, why don't we bomb all the Iranian forces around the Strait of Hormuz and open it up so that way the ships can start passing through again? That seems to me to be the #1 priority of the war right now, and they keep basically thinking of doing everything else but the one obvious thing that we have to kind of do at this point. A little bit weird, but anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a $40 support from Chef Danny B. And thank you very much, Chef Danny, for that $40 support.
Hey.
He said, "Good evening, Enforcers. Chef Danny here. I hope everything's well with y'all today. And it's my son's birthday. And also happy birthday to your son, by
happy
the way."
birthday.
He said he turned 15. He calls me Chef Dad. He wants pasol and carnitas tacos for his birthday dinner tomorrow. And LLT, LSA.
And he wants the good stuff. I believe this is called pozole, which I've had before, which is really good. And also carnita tacos. Man, your son wants the good stuff. He knows the high quality food right there. And let me go pull up the carnita. Oh, Lord, look at that. Oh, that'd be delicious right now. Oh, but I gotta say, a big happy birthday to your son. I hope that he's had a great 15th birthday. Well, he has a great 15th birthday tomorrow. And let's see. Oh, wait, he turned 15. He wants for his, so it's birthday dinner tomorrow. So I'm guessing it's tomorrow. So I hope that he has a great 15th birthday tomorrow. And I also got to say that everything's been going well here on the channel. We actually went and did a fun little adventure today. And Matthew, do you think that would be OPSEC related to tell everyone about the fun little adventure that we had around here in the Salt Lake City?
No. It wouldn't be OPSEC related. Hell no. If the Russians want to get us, I'm sure the Iranians probably want to get us at this point. I hope we got our good law enforcement agencies out there looking out for this type of stuff, by the way. I hope they'd let us know if somebody was after us or something like that, but you never know. But, who cares, man? Who cares? Like, come at me, bro.
Who the hell even cares? Like, who cares? But anyways, beyond that, we went to this little cool spot right here today, which is called Graffiti Rock. I didn't see the rock personally. The Rock Obama, but beyond that, let me see if I can show you all what this thing is. Oh, wow, this didn't even exist yet. Wow. Oh, these houses didn't even exist yet. Wow. Totally different place. There's the mine, though. So, over here in this spot now, I mean, Matthew, if you want, you could send a couple of pictures over Discord, and I might be able to show folks what it looks like now. But there's basically this Instagram viral thing that they built out here in this neighborhood in Harriman, and it's what I called the Stairway to Heaven, because it is a 300-foot tall staircase up the side of this mountain. And it actually looks really cool. Like, it's actually a really cool looking thing. Beat the hell out of Matthew me trying to climb that thing today. Well, walk up it today. I mean, a 300-foot tall staircase. That is what I call an ass beater, and it beat mine pretty badly. I'm not in the greatest of shape, and I went and pulled it up. It was about a little bit around a quarter of a mile, or a little bit less, actually. And interestingly enough, it was at about like a 24 or 25% grade for about a quarter of a mile. So it was one hell of an issue, I'd have to say, like getting up and down that thing. Our legs were burning by the end of it, but it was really cool, and the scenery was really cool too, because you could see downtown which, by the way, let me show you all how far away that is. We could see downtown, which was 22 miles away from the top when we made it up there. It was really cool looking, actually. And so I was like, wow, I was like, how neat. That is so cool. So we had a really fun time with that today.
I sent you the pictures. Show the people these pictures, by the way. I took some good ones.
So here it is, folks. The stairway to heaven. 300 feet. Like really something right there. But here's another picture of it from the top looking down, and then here's another picture of it right here. You can see the staircase going on down the thing, and then there's another picture of it looking straight up it. Look at that, looking straight up it. Man, did you take any pictures of like downtown from?
Yeah, I sent them.
Oh, okay. Let's get rid of that one guy. Dang, I gotta tell y'all, folks, it's a rough time for news. We've had it in the middle of the night, folks. Half of people are saying that we have TDS, and the other half are saying that we're manga propaganda. Which one is it? Apparently neither, because no one can really figure it out. But also, here was the view from the top, folks. Look at that. That is really cool. By this time, I actually told Matthew, I was like gasping for air like a fish out of water. I was like, Matthew, I'm done. I can't do anymore. And then we went back down. But that was the view, and that is downtown Salt Lake, which was about 22 miles from where we were at. Which is really crazy, honestly, to think that we could look that far. There it is zoomed up, actually. You can see downtown. That right there where my mouse cursor is at, if y'all are seeing that, that is actually the Utah State Capitol building right there. And let me see if I can point out other interesting landmarks around this area. So, unfortunately, I don't know all of the skyscraper names downtown yet. I'm still trying to learn those. But that is the Utah State Capitol building right there from 22 miles away, which is really cool.
Yeah. That is pretty cool, by the way. Also, by the way, I want to mention something else to some folks in the chat. They said, "Oh, well, Matt, you know the FBI and stuff like that will take care of you if anybody's trying to like come get you or something like that." You know, something that most people don't know actually is the FBI actually has a duty to warn if they get credible information about a threat against a citizen's life. They have to go tell that person that they have a threat against them. There are a few exceptions, by the way. If it violates or potentially jeopardizes national security, they generally don't have to warn a citizen about that. But for example, like let's say for example, let's see some Iranian some bad Iranian group decides that they don't like what we're saying and they decide to come after us or something like that. The FBI would be obligated to come give us a knock on the door and say, "Hey, there's some lunatics after you. By the way, you just keep an eye out. There's some lunatics." And I would say, "Oh, I appreciate it. Thank you. I'll be on the lookout for those loons." Like that's I'm not sure how much good that's going to do. It's like hell. I mean, the FBI is not going to be like living with you at that point to protect you. So it's I don't know how much good that's going to do, but at least you'd have a heads up.
Like the FBI comes by, "Hey, by the way, we just want to let you know there's these people out to kill you. Hope you sleep well. See ya." Like it's like, okay, that's not going to do me any good. Like it's like thank you. That's why I'm a big believer in the Second Amendment. Thank you, FBI. I'll be on the lookout. Like it's like sleeping with one eye open and everything for whoever these ne'er-do-wells are. So when they bust into my house and try and climb in, or they send me something through, who knows what, I'll be ready for them. I'll be ready. I mean, by the way, folks, we've taken security measures to the extreme for years now. Like I can't even get into all of them, but we like anything and everything, we take humongous measures to make sure that we're not putting ourselves in any sort of a perilous situation. That's also why we haven't done a fan meet yet, to be entirely honest with y'all, because a large crowd of people in a larger space with basically no security is basically begging for one of us to be going to pasture that day, probably. So, that's why we don't do fan meets really in like large crowds or anything like that. But beyond that though, and some people are gonna be like, "Oh yeah, you think you're that important?" Oh, yeah, we do think we're that important. We've gotten enough death threats that we are that important. So, we generally keep that in mind.
I tell you what, today I had a little scare. I had a little one today. I was doing some work, doing some research and stuff like that. I heard bang, 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 and I was like, who the hell's that? I'm not expecting anybody. I'm like, so I just ignored it. Ding, 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 ding. The doorbell starts going off. I'm not answering that. I'm just gonna keep working. So I kept working. So 5 minutes later, bam, 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 bam. I was like, what the hell? These people are back again? I'm like, who the hell is this? So I kind of like looked out the window a little bit, and it was just, I couldn't really tell who it was, to be honest. I was like, I don't know who the hell this is out here. I'm like, we are living in an area where there's a lot of Mormons and stuff like that. It's obviously Salt Lake City. So I'm like, it could just be possibly the Mormon, what they call them, missionaries, or is that the word for them? It could just be them knocking on doors like they do that all the time. So it's a thing. But I'm like, I don't know. Like, I don't know. At first, I thought maybe it was the FBI. I was like, damn, is the FBI at the door? It's like they're banging on the door like law enforcement would. Like, when they're trying to get somebody to open the door, they're pounding on that door. I'm like, damn. I'm like, these people are serious. Like, if that's the Mormons, they are desperate to say hello.
Also, by the way, I saw someone say, "You get death threats?" Speaking to both of us, from who? Oh man, the list is endless. Yeah, let's see. The Russians, the people like the MAGA people, the liberal people, the hot dog man's people. I mean, we've gotten so many death threats over the years from so many different crowds of people. You wouldn't even believe. That's also why, folks, I'm not really a big one into getting into politics and basically like worshiping a political group. Like many of y'all will know, we criticize them or praise them whenever anything's done that we think is good or bad, regardless. Because the reality of it is, folks, is that we've been basically threatened to be executed by both sides, and that kind of tells me what I need to know about really trying to be in with one of those groups, is that it's a stupid idea, because the people who actually make up like the bulk of their most active members are literally just bloodthirsty maniacs, basically from both ends, who basically believe that the answer to a disagreement in a democracy is just violence and threats of death. And that's really why I'm not a big fan of either political group, just truth be told with y'all. And also my own personal experience with both political aisles, it's like, it's just basically a whole bunch of people who are just insano nuts. Like anyone who's like very political like that, it's usually gets to there. And then also there's like the Russians and all that sort of stuff, and I mean, like, some of them get quite thorough, folks. Like back at prior headquarters, we haven't gotten a death threat yet at this one that's gotten this detailed, but at prior headquarters they would literally list off our exact home address and then like go into a detailed plan. I'm going to show up and do this and that. And it's like, dang, that's unfortunate. But I will have to say, on a side note, it's really neat that we have like a decent amount of firearms, because we were going to start a gun channel at one point on YouTube, but then that didn't really happen. So that's kind of a cool thing. But that's a totally unrelated topic. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that the best that I can, at least as far as that whole side of things go. But we don't really talk about that much, because it is what it is. It comes with the job. And I'm not going to be one to sit there and try and sympathy grift off of something like that. It literally comes for everyone. Everyone in YouTube gets death threats, no matter what they do. And generally, if something like that happens, we'll deal with it. And so with that, it is time for us to get on into some questions. Matthew, what do we got?
Also, by the way, someone said you ought to have cameras. I got cameras. Like I've got the whole kit and caboodle for security. So I mean, I'm not personally worried. By the way, like I'm a concealed carry permit holder in Alabama. I was in Utah. I'm not. What is it? Is it constitutional carry in Utah? What is the deal?
Yes, we do have constitutional carry in the state of Utah.
Yeah, so you don't even have to have a permit in Utah, actually. So yeah, that's what I do personally. I'm a big believer in that. So these days you can't be too careful. Like if you're comfortable with a firearm, you should probably carry one with you as long as you're legally allowed to do so. So that's what I do. I'm not really worried too much, by the way. And also, I'm not oblivious. Like when I get out and stuff like that, I'm not oblivious to thinking, oh, la 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 la. It's like, well, no, we do bash the Iranians on a pretty decently sized platform, and also we bash the North Koreans, we bash the Russians. So I'm like, there's probably a lot of people out there that are probably like, hey, we'd like to shut those guys up because we're not too happy about what they're telling people. And you never know. I mean, sometimes people get fixated. Sometimes you get lunatics that hear you, and then they started trying to carry something out. So you can't be too careful. Also, by the way, I think Alabama's also constitutional carry as well, by the way. So yeah, both states are. So both states very firearm friendly, actually. People out in Utah, I didn't know this, but the Mormons are very much into big guns. They love guns. I had no idea about that, but they are very much into that. I thought it'd be the opposite. I thought it was like, oh, all happy time and stuff like that, big smiles and stuff like that, like the fancy sodas. No, they're like, we want those machine guns. I was like, dang, man, I didn't know that about the Mormons. They are serious about their firepower. They're not playing around. But anyways, though, enough of that. Jumping into our next super chat, this one goes to Marion Deemer. And thank you very much, Marion, for that support. Marion said, talk about the, let's see here. They said, talk about the incompetence in getting Americans out of the region and what is happening in Ukraine.
Well, I mean, I would like to talk about that a little bit, so basically, folks, there's a whole bunch of Americans that are stuck in the region right now, like not soldiers, the citizens of the United States that are trying to get back home. And basically, the U.S. said, hey, call this number so that way we can try and help you get out of the region. And then when you call the number, they tell you that you're on your own. Have you heard about that, Matthew?
Wait a minute, repeat that again?
So there's actually a decent amount of U.S. citizens that are inside of the Middle East right now, and the president of the United States put out a tweet. I actually watched someone do this. They actually called up the number here in America, and it gave them the very answer that some people were being told was happening when people called the number in the Middle East. But the president said, there are many Americans who are stuck here. We're going to help y'all get out. So call this number right here, and they're going to start working with each and every one of y'all to get y'all out of the region. So then when you call the number, it basically says, all U.S. embassies are closed. No one's going to help you there, and we're also not going to help you get out of the region. So you're basically on your own. So figure it out. And then the automated message ends. So basically, if you're in the Middle East, the U.S. government isn't even willing to help you try and get out of the area. And I was thinking, you know what would kind of be like a smart thing to do is like keep the embassies open, because it's like, sure, that's dangerous, but that's also kind of a part of the job of being in an embassy, is that you might end up, maybe, falling in the line of service, but it would be a selfless service at that point. So with these U.S. citizens can all go to this embassy for like a quick second, be like, I'm an American citizen, here's my passport, all that. And then they're like, okay, we're going to get a bus from one of the nearby air bases, because obviously they have them, and we're going to load all these guys up, and then we're going to bring them to an air base, load them on a C-17, and then fly them home. That's what I would think would be a smart sort of an answer, but, apparently I'm not the one making those decisions.
Unpopular opinion, they should have gotten out already. Unpopular opinion. We shouldn't just abandon them, but at the same time, though, surely they're not expecting us just to fly into Iran and try to, exfiltrate them in the middle of a war.
Not Iran. Not Iran. It's like the UAE, Saudi Arabia, countries like that they're getting.
Are you talking about the Gulf states?
Yeah, I'm talking about those. That's why I'm saying, go to the U.S. Embassy, talk to them, and then load them up on a C-17 at an operational airbase and get them out of there. This isn't about Iran at all. This is about our allied nations. Anyone who's stuck there right now is on their own right now. That's what the U.S. told them.
Okay, well, in that case, I was misunderstanding. I thought you were talking about Iran. I must have misunderstood something. But yeah, if it's the Gulf states, though, I mean, that's totally different. They're getting attacked, but at the same time, though, nobody foresaw how bad the Gulf states were going to get attacked. I mean, that was unexpected for a lot of people. Iran ended up attacking the Gulf states worse than they've attacked Israel, which is a bit of a shocker to a lot of people. I wasn't even expecting that.
Also, I saw someone say they were warned weeks ago. I'm not sorry for them. Well, yeah, but the U.S. government also warns you in particular to be safe on America's roadways. If you happen to get in a crash and it's a near fatal one and you're bleeding to death in your car, should the first responder say, we're not going to cut him out of the car. He needs to bleed to death and learn his lesson. He was warned to drive safe. Should that be the answer? And the answer should be no. The Department of State told everyone before this war started that every country in the region, except for Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, and also Gaza, the West Bank, and Iran, were safe to go to. So if those people were listening to Department of State travel advisories, they were there during the time, even literally up until the war started. They said that it was safe to go to those countries inside the Middle East. And now we're telling them that they're stuck there and there is no help. In my opinion, the U.S. government should be going out of its way, since the travel advisories didn't tell them not to go there and put a level 4 warning on it. They didn't even put a level 3 warning. They had a level 2 warning on all of those countries up until just recently. And with that in mind, we should be saying, help is on the way. The embassies will remain open. Y'all go talk to them. They're going to get y'all into a central collection point, and then we're going to get y'all to an air base. And once the C-17 unloads some arms and equipment for our guys, we're going to load y'all onto that thing and get y'all out of here. Because why in the world would we abandon U.S. citizens overseas when we told them it was safe to go to those very areas up until the last minute? That wouldn't make any sense.
Yeah, that's true.
But big thanks to you for the support, though, and helping this channel to keep on running, Marion Demon. And Ukraine's going quite well, by the way. They're still on the winning side of the conflict for the large part and just waiting it out. But a big thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 25 from Jack ALN, and thank you, Jack, for that support. He said, I heard the Chinese Air Force has not infringed on Taiwan's airspace since the Iran war started. And what do you think the CCP is thinking? Are they waiting for the Melbourne GP to start and while watching the stream?
Maybe. I think what really happened is that they may be trying to conserve fuel, or they may be thinking that conflict is, escalations are happening around the world, and they've decided to stop everything for now and see how it's going, and then adjust their responses and actions after they figure out what the world's going to look like here in the next couple of weeks. But a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Robert Krogan, and thank you, Robert, as well, for that support. He said, "Good evening, enforcers and LSA, and just a bit for the hard work."
And I thank you so much for enjoying our hard work, and thank you so much for the support. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Andrea, who said, "Thanks for all the hard work."
And I thank you so much for enjoying the hard work. Didn't we just read that one?
That's a separate one.
Oh, well, I do thank you so much for the support and enjoying the channel, because the ending of both of those was hard work, and that made me think they were the same one. But a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a support here from Daniel McConnell, and thank you, Daniel, and Daniel as well for that support. He said, "Is it just me, or does it seem that electrical infrastructure has been spared mostly? I see lots of lights in all the videos coming from Iran, or is it they're electric and all underground and hardened against attack? LOC."
Generally, from what we know, putting all of their electrical infrastructure underground would be too expensive, so it seems as though the electrical infrastructure is just being avoided, at least at the moment right now. So I hope that does answer that the best I can, and a big thanks to you once again for the support, and we are on to the next one.
And we also have a 20 from Chris Feilbach, and thank you, Chris, as well, for the second support. He said, "Imagine sitting on the toilet and having burning oil come via sewer, being backed up and come out all of a sudden." Whoa, that's got to feel like Taco Bell.
Damn, like, honestly, it probably does. I never thought of that, but now that you're saying it that way, you know, there's got to be a lot of sewage problems right now and a lot of buildings around there right now. But a huge thanks to you for the support. I hope that does address that well, and we are on to the next one.
Man, I'll tell you what, if that ever happened like that, I'm not a good singer, but I think I could do a good tune. You know, the little, I could probably do a tune. You know, that tune like the Iranians like to play and stuff like that.
Man.
I could probably belt out a good tune.
Man, Hobby coming out there. I need to go to the hospital. Inshallah, my ass is on fire. But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from I Am Brent, who said, "You guys didn't know the Mormons liked guns? They fought off Southern militias, the U.S. Army, and the cartels twice. They are heavy into that Second Amendment."
Oh, I see you know about that. I see you know about that whole thing right there. You know, that's something a lot of people don't
Now you're saying
know.
it like it's like the forbidden secrets of the West or something like that. Kind of like it's a sensitive topic.
Nobody brings it up around here for good reason, and nobody really brings it up in U.S. history because it's a soft spot. Because in 1858, in case y'all don't know, the Mormons actually under Brigham Young actually declared that they were seceding from the United States and they were going to form the nation of Deseret, which then forced the president at the time, who I believe, who was the president right before Lincoln? I believe it was Buchanan, but it forced Buchanan to actually send out the U.S. Army to come and fight him. And generally, they didn't ever directly fight the Union Army. Well, the U.S. Army at that time really didn't fight the Mormons, but the Mormons did find these people around St. George, near to a place that was called Fort Wilderness. And they ended up massacring everybody, men, women, and children, about 130 of them. And there's still a monument down there to those people that were killed. And because of that massacre, that generally has been quite a soft spot, especially for the LDS, because they don't really like to bring up actually, it's the Mountain Meadows massacre, by the way. I think Fort Wilderness also happened down there as well, but I'll have to check on that. But it was the Mountain Meadows massacre that was the big one. And generally, the LDS doesn't like to bring that up because it kind of brings up kind of like a darker part of their past where they literally just massacred innocent men, women, and children that had nothing to do with the conflict. They didn't even know what was going on. But the Mormons thought that they were a part of maybe some sort of a Union recon team or a Union wagon train, so they massacred everyone. A little bit is something that they don't usually bring up. The thing that they bring up out here, though, is the Mormons' involvement in the Civil War, and they actually have a monument up at the Utah State Capitol building for the Mormon frontiersmen. I think it was several hundred of them that actually answered the call of President Lincoln and then mustered and marched all the way across the Rockies and the Midwest to report for service, I believe, as a part of the Federal Army in the Civil War. So that's the big part that they emphasize. Huh?
You said mustard?
Yeah, mustered the men, you know, M-U-S-T-E-R-E-D. That's like it's a verb that means that you're gathering up men to go serve. It's not mustard, like ketchup and mustard, man.
I'll tell you what, I don't know about ketchup and mustard and salt and pepper, but the only wars that the Mormons are having these days are soda delicious versus swig. That's the only wars they're having these days.
Yeah, you know, it's Interesting. I actually say I'm a part of the Swig gang. I haven't ever had Sodalicious. Like, I just haven't tried it yet. Maybe it's better, but I noticed that Swigs are around a lot more, so I think they're kind of winning that war right now. And also, I saw someone say, before we move on, someone was like, wow, I mean, the Mormons tried to do that? Yeah, there was actually this whole idea by the second guy who was in charge of the Mormon church. So after Joseph Smith died in Missouri because he was basically lynched in Missouri by the locals, which is an interesting story unto itself. Brigham Young became the leader of the Mormon Church, and then he said, "Hey guys, I have like this amazing thing, like a premonition from God." He just told me that Missouri isn't the promised land because that's what Brigham Young had. Well, actually, Joseph Smith had said. Brigham Young said, "Actually, it's out west, like out near this mythical Salt Lake." So then they all packed up from this place called Nauvoo in Missouri, and they all traveled out across the plains and through the Rockies to Salt Lake City. And then they founded the city here. And Brigham Young had this idea that they were actually going to form this independent nation called Deseret, and it was going to be completely self-sufficient resource-wise, so that way they wouldn't have to count on the U.S. for trade. And you could still see that, actually, like in places like, for example, Colville, because Colville was founded as a Mormon outpost in the region, specifically to mine coal. And then there's a whole bunch of other cities that have names like that here in Utah, and those were actually founded originally by the Mormons when they arrived in the Salt Lake Valley area back in the 1850s. But that's all a part of Utah state history for the larger part, but interesting nonetheless. But I hope that it gives you a little bit of a background history on that, and we're on to the next one.
And we also have a $28 support from David Reutenberg. And thank you, David, for that support. He said, "Thanks for the 4 great years of great coverage and keep up the great work."
And thank you so much for the support, and thank you for enjoying our work and supporting it and helping us to keep this thing running. So a huge thanks to you once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, by the way, someone said, "I know a lot of Mormons in Alaska. They're great neighbors to have." Honestly,
nice
I'm personally
people.
not a Mormon. Yeah, me personally, I'm not a Mormon, and me personally, I will probably never be a Mormon. But I will say this: like they are very friendly folks, very friendly, like always polite, and also they keep a lot of order in their city. Like there's a lot of order that they keep in the entire Salt Lake City Valley area. Like it's well done, and also they put a lot of thought into community service as well. That's something you barely see anywhere in America anymore. So I will give them credit for that. Like they really do a fantastic job at that. But what most people don't know is the Salt Lake City Valley area, like Salt Lake County, is only like, I think it's only like 50% or less Mormon now. It's not 100% Mormon like people think. There's a lot of people that are transplants from other areas because there's a lot of big companies moving into here. So a lot of people from other states are moving here as well. So it's kind of getting a little bit diluted for the most part. So, it's changing slightly. But we also have a $20 support from Wubba, who said, "War is temporary. Slayer is forever."
It's a band, by the way. Matthew's like pre-censor and everything. Like so slow. I'm like, dude, it's good. But beyond that, I do thank you for the support, and I do have to say that Slayer, I suppose, is forever. Wubba, I suppose. I haven't listened to them a lot myself, but I do thank you for the support, and we are on to the next one.
We also have let's see here, a $20 support from Dark Horse, who said, "Missing that Ukraine was only hitting a few at a time, nowhere near the capability of the United States and Israel that they have and can do to their oil infrastructure. You're comparing an apple to an orange in this case. It could last months."
I have a feeling that you're going to be unfortunately mistaken on that one, but I do thank you for the support, and with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Truckin' Chef, and thank you, Truckin', as well. He said, "Good evening, Enforcers, and I heard about Port Alpha today, the new U.S. naval port. What do y'all know about it, and will it be a big improvement to the Navy? And thanks, LLT, LSA."
And let me go pull that up. Is that Top G port? Oh, what color is your guy? But beyond that, let me go see here. Let's see. So it's going to be, it's a next generation 3.2 billion AI-driven shipyard initiative by Texas-based defense tech startup Saronic to mass-produce small, medium, and large autonomous surface vessels for the Navy. This I'm not going to lie, that sounds so ambitious, that's probably going to collapse in on itself, like, in my personal opinion. Like, that is just, like, it's way too audacious. We're going to produce AI-made ships. That technology doesn't exist, by the way. Autonomous ships are very rare and pretty much prototypical still. But we're going to produce autonomous ships of all sizes with basically an AI-only shipyard, which has also never been done either. It might work. but the chances of that working are fairly slim in my opinion. But I do thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. I think that the Navy ought to just focus on traditional shipyards and building up our traditional shipyard base, because the Chinese don't need any of that stuff to be able to build ships, and for some reason we're acting like we need that. I mean, if you just pay people enough at the shipyards, they'll build you a ship. But a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we also have a $20 support from Tony. And thank you, Tony, for that support. He said, I'm worried about the end game. And how are Iranian people supposed to rise up in a counter-revolution without arms being smuggled in? And then there are the die-hard fanatics.
And that's kind of what we've been saying as well. Like, you know, it's like, how in the world's all that supposed to go? And I think they're trying to figure that out on the fly by the seam of their pants. So we'll have to see if this really pans out to work at all, at least inside of Iran. But a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we also have a 20 from Yenya Tolls. And thank you, Yenya, for that $20 support. They said, fake news. Gas is under 2.
And I thank you for the support, not where we're at, but with
Sarcasm.
that, I thought it was realistic. I was like, not where we're at, like it's not, but a big thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep it running, and with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from RC Mini, and thank you, RC. They said, I believe Iran oil is tied with China and Venezuela, and according to a recent video from another YouTuber, they claim they're seeing reports that China's Shadow Fleet vessels are going through the strait at night for fuel and cargo, and indirectly stops China.
It kind of to a degree they sort of have been, but we have seen very few tankers, seldom tankers make it through. A lot of them are changing their registry, or at least they're naming to look Chinese so that way they won't get hit, because they're thinking, some companies are thinking that they're not hitting Chinese ships, but we still don't hear of any tankers passing through even in the night, because right now it's broad daylight, and if we look through this area at the moment, there's one ship here that is leaving the area, which is an Iranian pleasure craft. I don't know what that means. And then there's one right here. This is an Iranian oil tanker that appears to be moving at about 35 knots, which made me believe that that's not an oil tanker, because there's no way in hell an oil tanker is moving at 35 knots. That's like 37 miles an hour. They don't build tankers like destroyers. They can't go that fast. So I don't know what's up with that one. And we also have this pleasure craft that's going 8.6 knots, and this
Pleasure
cargo
craft.
I don't know what those are actually. And then we have,
hell?
man, we're out here for pleasure. It's like, what the hell do you mean? Like, what does that mean? Also, there's some smaller vessels here, but wait a minute, isn't that thing near Kuwait?
Wait a minute, is that the pirate ship?
Yar, they're on the damn
Hey,
pirate
yo.
ship, me boy.
Man, I tell you, they said there's pirates down in Yemen. They have they got a legit pirate boat going through the sea.
The damn Haji Ali. Like, I can't believe this. This is the thing. This is what we saw earlier on the show. I cannot believe this. This is an actual cargo ship. Like, they're literally sailing around
What kind
the
of
world.
cargo are they carrying?
General cargo. Just general cargo. So I guess whatever they can put on this thing.
Yeah, I don't know. That's a strange looking cargo ship. I've never seen anything quite like that as a cargo ship. The only thing to distinguish this from a pirate ship is that little little white painted line they put on the bottom of it right there. Other than that, I mean, if they put a sail on this thing, I couldn't tell if this was Blackbeard's ship or a cargo. I couldn't tell.
Yar, put up the Jolly Roger, me boy. We're boarding their ship and taking their booty.
Man, like, let's see what else so an Iranian cargo vessel here. And what's this boat? What's this vessel? This is a cargo vessel of an unknown type. So we don't know what that one is. And then there's
You got to watch out. You got to watch out though, because some of these ships are changing their flag to the China flag, and they're also trying to pretend like they're Chinese so they can try to get through. So that I think some of these might not even be the real flags of some of these ships.
I haven't really heard of a lot of Chinese ships, though, even making it through, because none of them are actually flying the Chinese flag in this area. All of them are Iranian or Indian. And I mean, like, you know, I think we can generally assume that whatever these guys are doing on the Haji Ali, I mean, the Iranians aren't going to hit them. I don't know what the hell they're doing, but, you know, they're passing through at the moment. There's a larger ship out here. This is a Panamanian crude oil tanker. Everyone flags out of Panama, by the way. And let me see. What else do we have? We have this container ship. We have this crude oil tanker. We have another crude oil tanker. I mean, there's not a lot of them that are... Oh, the Hualin Wan. This is a Chinese oil tanker.
Ah.
And what about this one? This is an Indian crude oil tanker. Okay, so how about all the tankers that are sitting here? Are any of them looking Chinese? This one's Liberian. This one's Senegalese, I believe. Maltan. Liberian. Norwegian. I don't really see a lot of them changing their flags, at least from what we're doing on like our spot check, to Chinese.
Also, by the way, we have to speed up a bit because we have a lot to go.
Oh, well, on that note, I hope we've addressed it the best we can. A big thanks to you for supporting. We're on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Sako, and thank you, Sako, for that 20. He said, as a Kurd from Iran, oh, wow. He said, we have always been betrayed after they get the dirty job done. Unfortunately, that is actually the case, actually. I can't even argue with that. He said, how can we make sure that this is not going to happen again? Any idea? Because the Kurdish population are really supporting U.S. objectives by this, is their concern.
Unfortunately, I don't really know how to avoid that. I guess get in an administration at some point that kind of keeps their word and actually treats the Kurds favorably for their help to the United States and assistance. Because so far I haven't seen an administration over the past 20 years that's done that, which is much to my dismay, and I believe yours as well. But a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, and I hope that does address it the best I can. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Fire Above Skies. You said, I love the streams and the videos and keep it up. And also need help understanding how anyone could be against the attacks on the terroristic regime of Iran and their mercenaries across the Middle East. I'm open-minded, but I don't get it. Thank you.
I don't get it either. It's made up stuff. Like it's made up bogus. Because I remember when the Iranians killed 30,000 of their people in January. And this is how it always works. This is how it works in the political world. But just to explain it, when the president did nothing then, what is he doing? He's not doing anything. He supports crimes against humanity. And then when they actually start building up forces and then we bomb Iran for whatever reason, that completely flies out the window. Oh my God, Ali Khamenei was a good man, and it was wrong how he died. And he only funded terrorist forces and killed 30,000 of his own people. This is illegal. You know, and then it turns into that. It's literally the same thing that happened with Ukraine. Because when Ukraine was invaded in 2022, I remember they're going, what the hell is this weak-ass president doing, not doing anything to help Ukraine? He's letting our guys get steamrolled. He's so weak, World War III is gonna happen. And then after he started to help out the Ukrainians and the Congress did, look at this bastard helping out the Ukrainians, giving them guns and bombs. He's trying to get us into World War III, getting us all killed. And it's just literally like that no matter what. It's the political thing of, if a war starts under a Democrat, the Republicans will hate it. If the war starts under a Republican, the Democrats are going to hate it. It's basically whoever starts it under what political party, the opposite side's just going to hate it to hate it. That's literally the truth of it. It's not like one side on that. It's literally how it happens every single time, and it's the most annoying and brain dead thing. But a big thanks to you for support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have another 20 from Fire Above Skies, who said the U.S. military is capable of anything. It's not equipment, it's not weaponry, it's the spirit of the soldiers and Marines behind the weapons.
And I definitely agree, and that's why I say we should put their efforts towards clearing out that Strait of Hormuz. And so a big thanks to you for the support. I'd help this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have another super chat from Chef Danny B. He puts in a 20. He said, Chef Danny again, I gotta say, I love to see every night 20,000 to 30,000 live viewers at any point. And welcome to the new LSA members. The enforcers are definitely a 100, 100, 100. Much love and shout out to the old guards and legends of the LSA and LLT LSA.
And thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And I gotta say that it's an amazing and wonderful thing that folks like you help this channel to keep on running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible, Chef Danny B. And we got to say that we are happy to have you here as the official chef of the LSA. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Matty. He said, LOL, Karg Island is a Battlefield 3 map. It's the best map, and that means that DICE will have to remake it.
I didn't even know that, actually. That's pretty crazy, Matty. I didn't even know. And I thank you for the support and sharing that with us. And that's very interesting to hear.
Is it accurate?
I think so. Well, like, maybe. Let me go check. Let's see.
If it's accurate, it seemed like they could just train on Battlefield 3. There might not be any training required. They might be ready to go in now.
So, I mean, it's pretty close. It's not the whole island, but it's just like this eastern side on the southern end.
I bet you most of the guys that'll be invading, they've probably played Battlefield 3.
They're going to be like, yo, I played this like 10 years ago. It's like, oh, dang. It's like, that's crazy. Oh, man, and look, it's the U.S. versus Russia.
Oh, well, Hopefully Russia doesn't end up on the island.
Turn.
Damn, Battlefield 3 was really ominous. They were putting the Russians on Kar Island. That's crazy.
Man, I mean, like, Battlefield 3 was actually really interesting. I think most of the war in that game was fought in Iran, actually. But, anyways, that was back when they were real. Nowadays, every single war game like that, like Call of Duty and Battlefield, they go, okay, everybody, since we have to market to the Chinese and Russian audiences, here's the gig. We're fighting a mercenary company. It's like, that's it? What national allegiance do they have? They have a Russian, a Chinese, an American, a British guy, and also a Saudi Arabian guy in charge all at the same time. It's like, okay, so they're literally like nobody. Yes, because we had to make the game as marketable as possible. It's like how the second Red Dawn movie that was made in 2011 had to airbrush out all of the Chinese flags because they realized they wouldn't be able to sell the movie in China, and then they just redid them as North Korean flags so that it was marketable in China.
Damn.
It's that kind of stuff. But anyways, with that, big thanks to you for the support. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Orb of LSA, who said, put this in the fun for the enforcer's hot tub. He said, sometimes when the mind is strong, we forget about the body. Great to see you guys are exercising. I've never used a hot tub, by the way. Me personally, I'm not a hot tub type person. I call me a little bit of what do you call it, a germaphobe, but I think hot tubs are kind of nasty, to be honest, a little bit. But thank you for the support, though. And Enforcer, what say you?
I gotta thank you for the kind words, Orba LSA, and I gotta say that, I'm not really one for hot tubs myself. I just like a hot shower. Usually that's like what I generally enjoy, like for like hot water type of events, like if you could call it that. But I'm really not one for soaking in water all too much, really. But a huge thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Fire Above Skies, who said, on the Kurdish Persian super chat, I think it's a joint effort between a Western-leaning leader established in Iran and U.S. citizens holding the leaders accountable to support the rebuilding of a safe and productive Iran.
That's actually an interesting idea, Fire Above Skies. I thank you for the support, and that's a pretty interesting suggestion right there. I think that's a good one. And so a big thanks to you for support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, someone in the chat said it attracts the bears. What are the bears doing? Wanting to take a soak? I've never heard of the bears like going for the hot tub. I've never heard that one, but I guess I've never dealt with bears. But anyways, though, we have a 20 from Yamavanda who puts in that 20 and said, rest in peace to the U.S. troops. Thank you for the sacrifice and to help the families in Iran.
I would definitely agree with you, Yamavanda. It's unfortunate to hear that 6 U.S. service members have been killed, but I would like to say that those soldiers have died in the name of this country and its better interests for the hundreds of millions of people that live here. They were incredibly selfless in their service, and I hope that Americans remember their loss from here until well into the future, considering that they were a part of the reason why America is what it is and is a part of what we are capable of doing. And so big thanks to you for the support. I hope that I've addressed it the best I can. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Crispy, who did not leave a comment, but thank you very much, Crispy, for always throwing in that support, and we do appreciate that very, very much. We also have a 20 from Eminem Winters, who said, don't want to forget about the U.S. Coast Guard forces operating in the Arabian Gulf.
Semper Paratus is our guide, our faith and motto too. Beyond that, again, thank you so much for the support. And the Coast Guard is, I believe, still operating minimally down there in the Persian Gulf. So I do thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Sarah, who puts in the 10 and said, single and looking for warlord for World War III.
Oh, okay. Let's see. So you're single and you're looking for a warlord. I don't know if we can do that kind of matchmaking here on this channel. But there might be some matchmaking that could be done. Let me think of some hot spots right now. In Iran, generally the Middle East, Iraq, Syria. There's a lot of warlords there. Let's see. Mexico, even, that's a possibility. Sudan, that's an option. That's an option right there. Chad, Niger, Mali. Let me think.
You want a tip? You want a piece of advice?
Yeah, sure, yeah.
So for the lady there, you might not want to look for the warlord. I have a feeling that might not be a good long-term relationship right there. I have a feeling that might end up in disaster. Just a hunch. So you might want to look elsewhere.
Well, I mean, if that's their preference, I mean, who's the judge? Love has no bounds, no boundaries. So I'm just giving some options here. And have you ever tried settling though on an alpha Chad though? One of those guys who like sits around and just imagines themselves to be a lot more important than they are, and generally just way too full of themselves. Ever tried that? That's very close to a war leader. Generally, without most of the external violence. At that point, it's just mostly within the confines of a building, like maybe a house or something. But beyond that, I do think you're support.
The way that most warlords come down actually is because their lady happens to go out into the town and go shopping and stuff like that and go have a good time, go hang out at the bars and stuff like that, and then they wander back and it just happens to be that someone follows them right back to the bat cave, and then all of a sudden the warlord's in deep trouble because the lady led the people right back to the hut.
That's actually how the mafia came down to some extent as well. Like, it kind of happened from time to time with that too.
Yeah, it kind of happened recently in February too, down in Mexico.
Yeah, that was something. Also, another thing that you can try and consider. North Korea, it is an option. Now, it's not a great option, but you could try it. You could try it. And then there's Afghanistan, and then there's some parts of Pakistan. Uganda is also an option as well. Really interesting characters there. Liberia. There's this cool guy called Barbecue in Haiti. He's an interesting warlord. But there's some options for you. But I would say that I would set your sights a step or two down from that. Alpha Chads, they generally get the same thing across, just, without actually being a warlord or someone important. They just pretend like they're important. Or, maybe a sociopath. Generally the same sorts of emotional sorts of trends going there. But a big thing, Steve, for support.
One of the cartels down in Mexico, they had this really psychotic woman who was actually decently attractive looking, actually, for the most part. And she would go around basically hunting down people that were enemies of that specific cartel. And she would lure them back, I think, to like a hotel room or something like that. And she would execute them in the hotel room. She did that quite a bit. They found her. She was really crazy looking. I'm not sure who the hell fell for this. This lady looks like she's out of her mind. But they apparently a lot of guys out there, how all those guys are like, I can fix her, and they're like, they like go right back. It's like, there she is right there. You couldn't tell this lady was crazy. It's like, damn, man, I could tell that from like a mile away. This lady's crazy as hell. I mean, look at that. She looks like a demon. It's like, but apparently people were falling for it. It's like, let's allegedly taking people out.
Well, I think she was actually convicted on that.
Yeah, I'm not totally sure about the end result, but she was she looks like she's crazy.
Man, here it comes in the chat. Ooh la la! Oh no. Well, I mean,
there's like all the dudes out there talking about I can fix her. It's like those were the ones that were the victims.
No, it's like no, you don't understand. She's about to fix you. She's the fixer, and you're what's about to be fixed, buddy. It's like not in a good way. But yeah, that's a little bit of an interesting. Also, the allegation is, because I see some people saying some things. The allegation is that nothing would actually happen between her and the victim. She would just bring them back to the hotel room and then immediately assassinate them. So there was no, any of that going on. So there's no romance involved in that at all. It's all a front to get you into a private area to then take you out. So, not really the greatest sort of a thing, really. Generally, that's what I believe some people would call in the relationship counseling world a toxic relationship, or something along those lines. Although that's not really a relationship. It didn't last long enough. But with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. I heard that she was able to turn some real heads. You know how I heard she did it, Matthew? She grabbed them by the neck and then just wrung their neck out. A real head turner right there. But anyways.
Also by the way, since you pulled up the image of the lady specifically, I'm not sure if she actually got convicted on it. By the way, we can't say that for a fact. Just to make sure that we're covering our bases here and stuff like that. It's all allegedly. I'm reading the article here about it. It's all allegedly for the most part. So that's the claims.
And so we do have to say that is, of course, folks, allegedly. 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 There we go, Matthew. That's the magic word, allegedly. But with that, it is time for us to move on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Holy Smokes, and thank you very much, Holy Smokes, for that 10. And they said, I think the oil and energy attack is probably a bit of payback on behalf of our Middle East allies, since the IRGC has hit some of their energy infrastructure.
That is definitely a possibility right there. And I thank you for the support, and we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Mr. Zoidberg. He said, "Good morning from Sweden. And can the cause of dip in the South Korean stock market be the helium imports from many countries in the Middle East? It's needed for chip production."
And I actually would not know, Mr. Zoidberg. I would generally be ignorant on what caused the South Korean stock market collapse. Because while I've talked about economics here on this channel, that was a hiccup, by the way. I don't know. I don't know why that happened. I haven't had anything to eat or drink for. Well, that's why I haven't had anything to eat or drink for 3.5 hours. That's why it's happening.
Man, you sound like Otis, like the town drunk. Dang, man.
Man, someone's about to say, "Oh, I see. Unfortunately, you had a snoot full." No, no. But beyond that, I have to say, getting back to answer your question, I wouldn't know what caused the South Korean stock market collapse, to be entirely honest with you. But I do thank you for the support, and we're on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to Avinator, who puts in the 20. They said, "Long live the LSA. And speaking of bears, have you heard of Wojtek? He was a bear from World War II that was adopted by the Polish soldiers and fought in the war. He enjoyed beer, cigarettes, and boxing, and made it from private to corporal."
He was a cool bear. Really one of the boys.
Look at that thing.
Look at him. A real fella here.
That's a Wojtek.
That's a whoosh. Look at him. What a great and amazing bear. And yes, I do know about this bear. We've actually talked about this bear a couple of times in the show, like months prior and stuff. But a really cool bear. And he's actually a symbol of a Polish brigade these days. I forgot which one has him on their brigade emblem, but he's actually on it. So a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep it running. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Hoodoo, Texas. He said, I think of the millions of Americans over 250 years have made huge sacrifices for liberty and doing what's right, yet now we have this hysteria over fuel prices." But here's the thing, Hoodoo. Like you said that last night as well. The thing is this, though. Just because there's been sacrifices over the years doesn't mean there's not room for improvement. Like, we can't just write everything off because there's been sacrifices. In fact, it's the exact reason they made sacrifices that we should be making a big deal about things that are shortcomings, in my opinion. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would generally have to agree with that because, you didn't hear people in the Second World War going, well, the U-boats are literally starving out Britain, but many Britons have laid down their lives for 1,000 years before this, and so that's no big deal. Everyone can just starve and go without basic essentials and they'll be fine. It's like nobody really ever works off of that because in every war, I mean, like, even in the U.S. Civil War, you didn't see the Confederates going, we can go without the Mississippi River. It's not like the Union splitting us in two is going to be devastating to our Confederates' cohesion. It's like, no, that was destructive. The Confederates were like, we have to find a way to get back to Mississippi, and they never did. So you don't ever, like, saying, there's tons of sacrifice so we can completely throw away the logistics of everything going on and just press on with the war. I mean, that's honestly getting into like a Russian mindset. That's what the Russians are doing, and we laugh at them every day because they go, sure, we may not have gasoline or food or clothes or anything really, but as long as we keep that war going in Ukraine, many Russians have died over war. It's like, that doesn't really look too good when you look at that from an outsider perspective, because we've been making fun of the Russians for years because they have that mindset. Like, here in America, we'll go, yes, many Americans have died to make this country into what it is, and that's why we should continue to keep their sacrifice in mind and make sure that we are working as hard as we can today to keep the situation as good as it possibly can be on all fronts, on the war front and on the home front. And so I do thank you for the support. I generally disagree with that. And we are on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Sadato Hosoda. He said, "Keep up the good work," and Javid Shah.
And a big thanks to you for the support and help this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Chris A. Checker Taxi. He said, "Here's a unique perspective. It's gas, oil, fluids. It's even tires. They all go up significantly, and I already have a gas charge ready to go, and I hate it, but companies can't take it all on, and they have to pass it on."
And that is pretty true, I'd have to say. I do thank you incredibly for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. I hope that does address it the best I can. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Truck and Chef, who said, I'm a truck driver, right? Within the past week, diesel has gone up by about 48 cents a gallon, which is massive because we use a lot of fuel. And Washington State is now up to $5 a gallon for diesel. Also, by the way, that's insane. Like, if he knows this because he's a truck driver, but when they fill up those semi trucks, they are spending hundreds and hundreds. That's a huge amount of money they're spending every time they fill those trucks up. Like, even with normal prices, it's wild. Like, I'm not sure exactly how many gallons it holds and what the exact dollar value comes out to, but it's a big bill every time they fill up those huge trucks. But Enforcer, what say you?
And I'd have to say a big thanks to you for the support, Truck and Chef, and I'd have to say that's tough. I mean, that's really tough. I hate to hear that. It's going to make things a lot harder, and people are going to have to start raising their transportation costs as a direct result of that. And I do thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep it running all the while dealing with that as well. And also, I was just thinking there for a second, like, with the whole the fuel thing isn't a big deal. If I'm remembering correctly, actually, just to say this, I think that some people not too long ago, and this isn't a political thing, but I have to point it out, everyone was saying that the last president was a fool because the gas prices were high. But if we look at that the way people are trying to say this right now, well, I mean, what, are you not willing for sacrifices, and this is all for the big push, the push over the top to defeat our enemies? I mean, sure, the gas price was a little high, but it was high because we were trying to beat the Russians. We were trying to help out the Ukrainians and beating the Russians. Do you not want to see the Russians defeated? I mean, can you not deal with small sacrifice? Why was no one saying that back then? Nobody said that. Because it doesn't make any sense. Why in the world should the U.S. home front suffer unnecessarily from increased fuel costs when that is not a requirement? Like, we can open up the Strait of Hormuz and get things flowing just fine. So I don't know, and it's not, I don't know what it is, but everyone keeps acting like we cannot touch the Strait, and the Iranians just get to be allowed to screw us over that way. I've never heard of anyone war planning going, yeah, the Confederates are marching on Gettysburg and they could circle back to Washington any minute now and basically overthrow the U.S. government and force us to surrender. But let's not stop the Confederates. Let's let them keep marching and see what happens. Nobody does that in a war. You never sit there and go, oh, yeah, they really got us by the balls here, so we're going to pretend like that's untouchable and not try and fix it. I've never heard of that. I don't know why that's a thing right now. I do know why it's a thing. Just being honest, it's because saying that is something that's been overlooked is saying that the president has failed at considering something, and some people cannot accept that the president has done something wrong. The president, in some people's minds, only does everything right, unlike every other president who has done plenty of things wrong. So this one cannot be touched or criticized, and we just have to pretend like no matter what, it's fine. Because because everyone was acting like the gas prices were a big deal when the last election was coming around, and now that the gas prices are clearly going to go up even higher than they were in the last administration, now instead of that being unacceptable like it was back then, now that's totally fine and in fact great, which doesn't make any sense. But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
Also, by the way, we got to keep the pace a bit here because we're already running pretty overtime. But this one goes to Sarah Berar, who puts in a 10 and said, diesel actually cheaper than gas as it's simpler to make, but it burns more dirty than gas, and it's been regulated and taxed to hell with the hope that it would force higher efficiency in diesel equipment.
That's interesting. I do thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running and sharing that with us. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Eason, who said, opinions are like asshole. Everyone's got one. And how about we see how this plays out for becoming a panicking like everybody else?
Oh, there's nothing about panicking about pointing out a strategic oversight and saying that it needs to be addressed. I mean, you can say that, let's not be a panicking, and then when you're paying $6 per gallon of gas, damn, I've been screwed, and we could have fixed it before it was the case. I guess everyone who was saying, oh, it looks like Al Qaeda's about to attack the United States back in 2000 were panickings too. It's like. Why can't we be proactive about anything? Why in the hell do we have to let everyone screw everything up to beyond belief to where it's almost unfixable at that point and then go, oh, now it's a problem. Why can't we fix it when we can clearly see it's a problem? I said that this was going to happen before the war even started, and it happened. Why the hell can't we just focus on that before the war started and factor that in or fix it now that it started? Anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Tony, who said, at what point would Marines and amphibious assault on Iranian coast need to be opened up the strait?
It wouldn't never be necessary, actually, as long as you just destroy their anti-ship missile capabilities, their drone attack capabilities, and the Iranian Navy, which has already largely been destroyed. It would be pretty easy to get ships in and out of the strait without even having to control the coastline of Iran in that area. But a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Hoodoo once again. He said, this great nation will endure as it has endured and will revive and prosper. So first of all, let me assert my firm belief that the only thing we have to fear is fear itself, FDR.
And I thank you for the support, Hoodoo, but I think you're also not seeing, FDR didn't just sit there and say, oh, the Smoot-Hawley tariffs are fine, and, the Great Depression's fine, people got to suffer, his whole thing about that speech was that we're going to fix this with the New Deal. He didn't just sit there and say we're just going to keep pressing on forward and have everyone suffer just cause. He actively came in and started trying to fix the problem. So it's a little bit of I get what you're trying to say there, but I mean, the context doesn't really seem to be lining up, at least to me. But I do thank you for the support and help with the channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Racer Jake. He said, I've heard that Iran put a lot of money into hidden missile systems and cargo containers and box trucks along the strait. Maybe that's slowing it down.
Maybe, but then at that point, all you have to do, since we have air supremacy, is just keep Tritons and drones up in that area as much as we can, wait until we see something launch, or use the firm satellites to see if something down there launches, figure out where that is, and then send in an aircraft to go blow it away, or find out where it is in that general area and then get it. But a big thanks to you for the support. I hope that does address that well, and with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Dan Talk. He said, the Leaf Spring Army might benefit from a complementary Orb Air Force to give to the channel a combined arms capability.
Maybe. And a big thanks to you once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Frustrated, who said, any updates on hits from ballistic missiles at the Prince Sultan Air Base? And I have a buddy there right now.
A couple of missiles have hit. I don't believe we've heard of any casualties or fatalities that have come from Prince Sultan. So they've been incredibly fortunate because while they've been hit, nobody's been lost so far. So a big thanks to you for the support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from I Am Brent, who said, how much do you think this could be America's last big hurrah to protect the U.S. dollar before BRICS really starts challenging it? And do you think that Russia could turn back to the Wagner Group for Iran?
The Wagner Group has ceased to exist, and as far as BRICS creating any currency to challenge the U.S. dollar, it would be impossible because of the internal politics within BRICS of trying to make that happen. So I hope that does address that the best I can. A big thanks to you for support and help with this channel to keep on running, and we are on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Anna Banana, who said, at Marmot, is this true?
And I don't know. But a big thanks to you for support and help with this channel to keep it running. With that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Con45, who said, thanks, guys. And thank you, Con, as well, for that support. We also have another 10 from Con. He said, hello there, Enforcers. I'm sitting here playing Red Dead Redemption 2 while listening to you guys. Arthur Morgan is my favorite video game character, and you started covering video games, and do you still play them?
I actually do still play video games. It's not a lot though. It's a little bit seldom, and generally I can only play kind of like one because I hardly have the time to play like a wide spread. But I have been playing Escape from Tarkov lately, which in PvE mode, by the way, not PvP. Really interesting game, very, very stressful. And generally I don't even know why I'm still playing it anymore because it's so stressful. It's not even that fun, honestly. But a big thanks to you for the support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Maddie, who said, yo, Cargo Island's a map in Battlefield 3. We know those beaches, LOL.
Hey, yo! And a big thanks to your support, Maddie, and help with this channel to keep running. And we are on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from SC Deer Girl. He said, Queen of Battle, follow me.
Hey, and thank you so much for the support. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And we have a 5 from Robert Jackson, who said, what the orb doing?
The orb is orbing. And a big thanks to you for the support. And we're on to the next one.
We have a 5 from Soldier, who said, LOC, and thank you for the great coverage, and Force of Crew is tip top.
Hey, and thank you for the kind words and the support. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 5 from Euro, who said, Russia never had any degree of air superiority in Ukraine. Certainly nothing close to this.
No, they didn't. And, you know, that is true. And a big thanks to you for the support, and we're on to the next one.
We also have someone whose name is in Hebrew that unfortunately I can't read, but thank you very much for that $5 support. He said, considering the escalation in airstrikes, do you think Iran will remain a functioning nation after the regime is removed?
I would say yes, but not militarily in the way that they currently are right now. So big thanks to you for the support. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 50 Canadian from Yas Mavanda. And thank you very much, Yas, for that 50 Canadian. We appreciate that. Very generous of you, by the way. They said, going to bed. And just wanted to thank you for calling it Persian Gulf, regardless of random comments. And peeps need to read their history books again. And God bless and good night.
And thank you so much for the support. I don't know when it got renamed to Arabian Gulf. When I was a kid, it was the Persian Gulf. It's always been the Persian Gulf, and so it stays the Persian Gulf. Sticking true to my conviction of, if I was born and raised and something was called that, it just stays that way. Like, you know, some people be like, it's Arabian Gulf. It's like, yeah, just like the Gulf of Mexico is the Gulf of America, sure. But a big thank you for the support and help with this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Small Minded, who said, will tankers start getting seized out at sea?
Possibly. It's possible. So a big thanks to you for support, and we are on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from George Hansen. He said, there is no government left. Military units are operating autonomously, and there is no command structure.
And generally, I mean, there is some government left. like Arachi and Pezeshkian, who is the president of Iran. There is some government left, and it hasn't been completely wiped out. So I do thank you for the support. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also had a 5 from DJ Bird, who said, what role does the U.S. Space Force play in this conflict?
Generally, they play the usual role of cyber operations and satellite intelligence, and also they do a little bit of missile alert as well, because they actually operate the firm satellites that can pick up missile launches globally. So they've been going a little bit crazy on the missile alert side of things, but everything else is generally normal at the moment. So I do thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Mr. Light Rail, who said, oh no, Iran isn't Russia, and the U.S. and Israel can cause far more damage in a far shorter time frame. Your timeline is way off.
Okay, man. Like, if you want to believe that, we'll see who's right. Usually, like, I gotta say, though, people who usually tell us that we're wrong, they're batting like a 9 in 10 chance that we're right. So, you know, like, I mean, like, I'm not saying that to, like, be overly confident, but, I mean, we've had so many people come in here and tell us we're wrong on literally every single thing that we've ever said. And usually that's not the case, so we'll have to see. I mean, you know, there's a lot of people back then who were saying the Iraq War was going to be an in-and-out adventure in 2003, and how did that go? And with how they're bombing oil refineries and depots today, that's telling us this isn't going to be happening in a couple of months. This is probably going to be well over a year at this point. So with that, I thank you for the support, and we're on to the next one.
Let's have a 5 from Born Recon. He said, I think it's a strategy to make the Iranian government and military panic more, so probably not a long-term strategy.
I would assume probably not. Like, generally you don't start causing irreparable damage to economic institutions and structures that produce money unless if you've been, you know, for example, getting intelligence that this isn't going to be ending anytime soon, and now that's necessary to try and conduct some long-term planning. But big thanks to you for the support, and we are on to the next one.
And we also have a $5 support from none other than Kevin Ree. And he said, this war is going to last way longer than anyone thinks, and that there are going to be a lot of unanticipated consequences.
I think there probably will be a decent amount of consequences, not a wildly wide-sweeping, broad amount of consequences, but I think that there's probably going to be some consequences from this, and this thing is going to be lasting for a good while at this point. But a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep it running. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Diogenes, who puts in a 5. He said, prepare for unintended consequences.
And I thank you for so much for the support. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And we also have a 5 from Hoodoo once again. He said, an oil crisis is imminent, but no worries. We'll get through it. Worse things have happened.
And I thank you for the support. And we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Mr. Light Rail, who said, I don't see China and Russia being much help, and there's no way they can fly in supplies. The overland is problematic at best.
And that is definitely correct. And a huge thanks to you for support, Mr. Light Rail, and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Saintly Beginnings. He said, the UAE is looking to freeze the IRGC assets, and Iran's economy is already very weak, and cutting oil funds will have quick impacts. Won't take a year plus.
Oh, well, I mean, you know, like, we'll have to see. I mean, you know, that's what you're explaining right there is exactly what we did to Russia. And, I mean, they're still hanging on by a thread 4 years later. So I don't really think it's going to be that quick. I think a lot of people are kind of misrepresenting the amount of time this will take. I'll be honest with y'all, folks. A lot of people who are really, like, too heavily into being, like, pro-American to the point that they're kind of, like, strategically blind on the outlook of the whole thing are kind of just woefully ignoring that a lot of what people are saying, like that super chat right there, is exactly what the West did to Russia. And, you know, oh, we're going to bring them to their knees. And I mean, it's 4 years later and they're about to economically collapse. And now we're going to completely reverse the sanctions that we've had on them for 4 years and basically give them a little boost to their lifespan, probably for another year and a half. Like, economic damage doesn't set in within months. Like, they have war chests to work off of and a whole bunch of other things. So it would take a while. Like, this isn't done with, like, a couple of months in mind. This is done in mind with about a year. And, I mean, you know, a lot of people might not believe that. A lot of Russians were saying this sort of stuff about the war in Ukraine, and it turned out to be quite a long one. So, you know, we'll have to see. But with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Zach. He said, could the USA be using the closure of the Strait of Hormuz in some kind of strategic way? And they had to account the closures into the operation, right?
I mean, they might have not. Like, I'm honestly thinking that they probably didn't, because I don't really see how this is going to benefit us or anyone else with extremely high rising oil prices. I mean, this literally is going against a campaign promise of the current president that the gas price was going to go down, and now he's apparently going to factor into his 8-dimensional 9-step ahead plan that we just can never account for some reason on the channel. We're just too stupid. But apparently now, instead of lowering the prices like he made as a campaign promise to his voters, now the plan is to skyrocket the prices, because that clearly was the plan. Like that doesn't really make any sense, because if we're going off of like a traditional sense of, you know, a president tries to keep with their campaign promises, why would they project that the Strait of Hormuz would be closed and create an oil prices where prices would skyrocket, and then say that that's what they want, when that's clearly breaking their own campaign promise? You know, that doesn't really add up too much. But I do thank you for the support, and with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Bartemus Aurelius. He said, this is being blown out of proportion. The Hormuz Strait will be reopened in a week. Besides, most of our oil doesn't come from there. The Hormuz Strait will not be reopened in a week. I highly doubt that. If that happens, I will be shocked. Also, by the way, it doesn't matter if most of the oil doesn't come from there for the United States. It's all about the global oil price that will be affected by basically the embargo, basically. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would generally have to agree with that, what you said, Matthew. And so big thanks to you for the support. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Jake. He said the oil industry gets billions in subsidies a year and can't refine U.S. oil for true independency. Same old intentional vulnerability to exploit for politics.
We will have to look into that and see. But a big thanks to you for the support. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Alexandra Winter, and thank you, Alexandra, for that 5. They said, Salt Lake City neighbor here. Oh, hello there. They said,
hello
I've been watching daily and a huge supporter of you guys, and thank you for remaining apolitical.
We try our best. We really do. And I thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And thank you for the kind words here in Salt Lake City. So huge thanks to you once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Prestige. You said the military is doing all the work for the pirates, and they aren't pirates anymore. They're scavengers.
Oh, I suppose so. But a big thanks to you for the support. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Levez. He said, thanks for the coverage, and this foreign minister's message is a copy and paste of the other lunatics out there. It shows exactly who's been doing this whole situation in the pockets.
Yeah, you know, it's a little bit it's always interesting to me, you know, like these people who call themselves real patriots. It's kind of interesting how they basically have their words mirrored in places like Russia and Iran, sworn enemies of the United States, to basically try and defeat Americans on the home front as far as morale. I find that interesting, I would have to say. But a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Testosterone. He said, let's see here. Sadly, I'll skip this one because I'm not sure how YouTube's going to like us talking about that event right there, but thank you for that $5 support. We also have a 5 from Tony, who said, how is Iran acting on targeting intel from Russia if Iran no longer has C2?
And I'm sorry, I do not know what C2 is in the moment. Matthew, do you know what that is?
That's half of C4.
I suppose. But the reason why they're able to work off it is because the Russians can communicate it to them, and then they can use that. That's the simple reason how that works, is that the Russians say, hey, there's this thing here. And then the Iranians go, oh, thank you. I'm going to blow that up and hope to wipe out as many soldiers as I can. And then that's how they do that. So I hope that does address it the best I can. A big thanks to you for the support. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Anna Banana, who said, common sense capybara says, I can explain it to you, but I can't understand it for you. You're welcome.
Thank you so much for the support, Anna Banana, and that is no truer words have ever been spoken. And a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Andrew Honeycutt. He said, in my area, I didn't see any flags at half-mast after the U.S. casualties, yet the flags were lowered for a certain political situation. I'm a bit confused. In LSA.
And I'd have to say, generally, I don't believe that the flags are lowered at half-mast for deaths overseas in the service of the nation. I don't believe that happened often from my memory in Iraq or Afghanistan when I was growing up. So generally, I don't believe that that's something that would be normal or expected, if I'm not mistaken. I might be wrong on that.
Well, they should.
Well, I mean, they should, but I don't believe that it's ever really been done before.
If they can lower it for political figures, I ought to do it for the servicemen who are actually over there fighting.
Well, then, you know, a lot of people might start to realize that there's, you know, a decent amount of casualties, you know. So, you know, and then that might be a whole thing that they want to avoid because they don't want people going, how, why is the flag at half-mast? Oh, another soldier died today. You know, and then that might start getting people to where, you know, even if they believe that the war has a purpose, they might not be in support of it because it's being brought to their attention a little too much that people are getting taken out over there. But with that, I hope that does address it the best I can. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Craig Jones. He said, was the idea right to get of oil and not to be dependent on as America, or was it wrong?
And let's see, what's the I'd have to say I'm not really sure, Craig. But a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we were on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Ulf Hednar. He said, "Are bot farms legal in the United States? And do you think both political parties use them, or what's that situation? And just curious, an LSA."
And I'd have to say I really wouldn't know about that, at least inside the United States. I know that there's a lot of bot farms in other foreign countries, but I wouldn't know about the United States in particular. So big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Andrew Honeycutt. He said, "Analytic reasoning might be the real national deficit that makes all this possible, and I appreciate the analysis and LSA all the way."
And a big thanks to you for support, Andrew Honeycutt, and thank you for the kind words and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have 5 from Woodsman. He said, "In COD, Modern Warfare 3, they steamroll through Europe, pushing into Paris. Also, Delta has the best intro theme in the game."
That's true. And that would never happen in real life. And that's why I'm saying that, like, the propaganda was so big back then. I mean, the Russians were the bad guys, sure, but the Russians were also scary, very threatening bad guys that were capable of much destruction and would only be beaten by the United States and the entirety of Europe by the skin of our teeth. And that is not what Russia really is. And that's why I'm saying that that's generally propaganda, because, of course, the good guys have to win. You can never have the bad guy win in a game or modern media. But at the same time, I mean, it was literally like neck and neck every single time. It was completely misrepresenting the actual situation. But a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from James Hobbs, who said, "Russia/Ukraine equals Hatfields and McCoys, a family feud, I must say."
Not really a family feud. I mean, it's not like they're kind of the same cultural family, but they're very distinct, very different. But a big thanks to you for support, and we are on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Jason Curling, who said, "Do you think the USA made a bad deal overthrowing the Iran government in 1953?
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's like hindsight would say yes, but I mean, if you were back around in 1953, it didn't look like that bad of an idea. But then, you know, knowing what it turned into, it kind of was, because the Shah wasn't really that nice of a guy, and a lot of people are going to say that's Islamic regime propaganda. Well, you aren't a great, amazing guy and then get overthrown by your own people for a even crazier, nuttier guy because you were a nice dude. That doesn't happen. If you were actually a nice leader of your country that did everything perfectly, everyone would have adored him and loved him, and that certainly wasn't the case. So, I mean, you know, knowing that we installed the Shah into power afterwards, and that's what generally led to Iran collapsing, not really a great idea, but, you know, it is what it is these days. But a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 50 Canadian from Vandal Global, and thank you very much, Vandal, for that very generous 50 Canadian. We appreciate that. He said, "Love you guys, but about your Russia war did last 4 years. They didn't have its regime decapitated once every 3 days. The U.S. does have Iran's skies and seas. Months, sure, but years, not unless this develops into a full war with China or Russia." But I will say this, a distinction real quick. The Ukraine could have decapitated the Russian government. They could have done it, but the problem is they can't do it, because if they do that, Ukraine will almost certainly get nuked by the Russian government, because that would be the most extreme possible thing that Ukraine could do, and that would result in the most severe of consequences. So they're essentially prohibited from doing that because they would get eliminated from the nukes. So I would argue that they could have pulled it off. They could have, but they simply can't. But Enforcer, what say you?
If that was correct, then why were we in Iraq for 7 years and Afghanistan for 20? I mean, technically, we beat them every day in terms of firepower, military capability, and so on, and we absolutely obliterated both of them at the very opening of those wars in 2003 and 2001. And yet we ended up sticking around for years, and the Russians and the Chinese were never involved. So, I mean, like, that would make sense if we didn't have contemporary historical examples like Iraq and Afghanistan to show that just because a enemy is underpowered compared to us doesn't mean that this is going to be an open and shut thing within months. And generally on top of that, with our sort of objectives in Iran of a government regime change, which is what we did in Iraq and Afghanistan, that will largely mean that there could be an interim period after the war where we have to occupy the country, which then means that it would literally look just like Iraq or Afghanistan at this point. So, I mean, you know, I get that a lot of people are saying, like, the conventional side of things can't last long, and that's always true. But how long is the other part going to last, depending on how heavily involved we get in this, or how heavily we have to get involved, because things aren't going the way we were expecting them to go right now. So I do thank you for the support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Ronan Classified. He said, what Star Wars line did the Ayatollah paraphrase during his last day? That's no moon, that's the orb.
He said, "Baby, you better not mess with my orb shit." Like, put me on the. A big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep it running. And we are on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Crincy, who said, should Canada join in on the war in Iran and come up with a new page of war crimes for the Geneva Convention? I'm sure that they have many ideas saved up.
And I would have to say, maybe. I mean, they could try and join in if they want to. We'd have to see. But a big thanks to you so much once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And also, I saw someone say they actually talked about that super chat before moving on. 1 second. We have like 70 of them right now. And also on top of that, we've been running absolutely endlessly for 2 weeks straight now. Like, I cannot even hide. I am actually exhausted. Like, and we're trying to do the best we can. So with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Old Slayer TV. He said, can you elaborate on the new counter-cartel coalition in South America? It seems like America is forming a new allied powers like in World War II. Thanks, LOC.
Unfortunately, that's kind of been out of our purview at the moment, so I wouldn't be able to speak on that with a great deal of attention. So a big thanks to you for the support, and we are on to the next one.
And we have a 5 from Andrew Honeycutt. He said, authoritarian regimes aren't good, and the U.S. shouldn't become another one.
And I thank you for the support, and with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Daniel. He said, who won the burger war in Utah? I moved in 1997. Crown Burger was the leader for burgers, but other places started to pop up when I moved.
It is definitely a contested battlefield at the moment. There are a lot of different burger places around here, and honestly, I gotta say, I really enjoy all of them for their variety. So a big thanks to you so much once again for support. I hope that does address that well, and with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Lost Before Us, who said, never knew the Mormons fought the cartels. I knew there were Mormons in Mexico, but I didn't realize they were clashing with cartels and keep up the stream.
I didn't know that either. That's news to me. But I do thank you for the support, and with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Aryata Fazoli. He said, I've seen videos of the C-RAM. That is a work of art.
It really is an impressive weapon system. That I can definitely agree with you on. So big thanks to you so much once again, and with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from David Ford. He said, kicked out of Five Guys for sitting there and just eating the peanuts. I told them all about the LSA as they escorted me out. I'm assuming that's a joke.
I would hope, because that might be pinning the LSA in a not so great light. But a big thanks to you for the support, and we are on to the next one.
And we also have a 10 from Paul DeSena. He said, I would argue that we won the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, but lost the occupation. Similarly, there is a set of consequences or circumstances where some Iranian government comes to the table just to move forward.
And you know, I see what you're saying there, but I mean, at the same time, though, like, let me make this comparison. Say we go back to World War II, all right, to the end of Germany. We defeated them. They've unconditionally surrendered on May 9th. Then begins the Allied occupation. And once we form West Germany, Mustache Man and his little gang of dudes becomes the leaders of Germany again. Would we say in the modern day that that was a victory if that had happened? Like, if that somehow, some way in an alternate history had happened, I would say probably not. And so, sure, we did win on the ground in the conventional invasion of Iraq and Afghanistan against the Taliban armed forces and the Iraqi army in 2003 and 2001. But if our objective was to see, like, for example, with Afghanistan, that the Taliban government, which we said was a terrorist government, was dismantled and completely replaced with a democratic form of government, and the Taliban is there now in 2026, we would generally consider that war to be a failure. Iraq, however, I'd actually say was actually a success because Saddam's government doesn't exist anymore. It's actually the Republic of Iraq, which is technically a federal republic form of government. So I would say that Iraq was actually a victory. It was just a much longer war than was anticipated, but Afghanistan was truly a failure. But I do thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, and I hope that does address that the best I can. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we just lost an entire hour. I didn't even know that. The time just jumped forward. So we just lost an hour of sleep tonight. But anyways,
Damn.
This next one here goes to Boycott China. He said, World War III started in 2020.
Maybe. You know, you never know. You never know, Boycott China. But a big thanks to you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 3 from Blazoth, who said, love to the LSA and here for you always.
Hey, and thank you so much for the kind words of the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
Up next, a big shout out to John Bonham for putting in a $6 support. And thank you very much, John, for supporting the channel. We also have a 2 from Chickadee, who said 2 pilots rotted in West African jail. What say you?
I haven't heard about that. I have to declare ignorance. So big thanks to you, though, for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 2 from Zany, who said, make something available again. I'm not sure what that is, though, but thank you very much for that support. We also have a 2 from Fire, who said, there goes our gasoline prices right there. Whoa.
Sadly, that probably will end up being true. But a big thanks to you so much once again, and we are on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Phil, who said, in Iraq and Afghanistan, we were fighting an ideology at which you cannot kill an idea. And in Iran, we are fighting a regime, and it shouldn't take as long, in my opinion.
And I thank you for the support, and I see what you're saying as well. But the thing is that the Islamic regime is an ideology. It's not just the government. It's a full religious and theological ideology. So if we're going off of that, then that means that the war in Iran probably wouldn't be winnable if it moved into a military occupation, because those people will never cease to exist, or at least the ideological extremists in that country will never cease to exist, and neither will their ideals. Now, I would say that it's winnable, but at the same time, I'm saying it's winnable because we'll be able to see that we are able to form a coalition inside of Iran of its own people that will be able to run the country, but not the U.S. trying to directly occupy the country and then basically build the government for them. That never really seems to work all too well. But a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 20 Canadian from Vandal Global, and thank you, Vandal, for that support. He said, thanks for the answer. It makes sense. And do you think Iran can really keep the strait closed for long? I feel like 1 to 2 months and China would turn bad ally to foe for Iran and join the U.S. 80% of their oil comes from there and for them.
You know, I'll be honest with you. I think that it's not going to last for long. Like, I'll be honest with you. Truth be told, here's what's probably going to happen. The president is going to keep ignoring the whole Strait of Hormuz thing for as long as possible. And then one day out of the blue, you're going to hear that there's going to be a new Secretary of Defense, and the whole thing will probably be blamed on him. Like, this is what I believe would probably happen. The whole thing with the Strait of Hormuz being overlooked will be blamed on him, not the president. And then they'll have to go through and do what I'm saying to do right now, and then reopen the Strait of Hormuz, and then they'll start patting all of themselves on the back and going, look, we reopened it. It was so great. It was something of genius, you know, and they'll do that. I can promise you money. That's probably how that's going to go here in a little bit. But that's just me. I might be wrong. But a big thanks to you for the support and help with the channel to keep running, because it's not really even about the Chinese, actually. We can't afford to have that closed for too long. Really, nobody in the world can. Like, the Chinese are going to hate Iran. Everybody in Europe's going to hate them. We already don't like the Iranian Islamic regime's government, so it's up to everyone at that point, especially us, since we're in the war, to clear that thing open, even for our own interests at a minimum, much less anyone else's. So a big thanks to you once again, and we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Ben20. He puts in a 20, and he thank you for that support. He said, I watch your channel every day, and I laugh at your comical comments and truly enjoy you both. And thank you, by the way. He said, best wishes, Trev B from Melbourne, Australia.
And a big thanks to you for the support, Ben20, all the way down there in Australia. And thank you so much for the kind words and enjoying the channel. And a big thanks to you so much once again for the support. And we are on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Paul DeSena. He said, no, we wouldn't say it was a success, but say Mustache Men and his cronies were dealt with from the sky and one by one until the acting head of the government agreed to U.S. demands to stop the bombs.
Well, I mean, that kind of almost did happen at the end of the war. I mean, you know, he did take himself out by his own hand, but, you know, like, then at that point, let's just then say, you know, like, Himmler becomes the leader of Germany after the occupation. It's just like, well, we consider that a success? And I think a lot of people would still say no. Like, for example, in Germany after the war, we did this whole process called denazification, to where anyone who was involved in that government could not hold a government position. And very rarely did we make exceptions. Like, I think in like Frankfurt or Dusseldorf, we made an exception because literally everyone who worked in the city's waterworks was a member of that party. So then we had to make an exception, but that was incredibly rare. And, you know, that would be like saying, you know, well, you know, someone from that party got into charge of Germany after the war, everyone would have looked at that poorly. I mean, and we literally didn't even allow for that to happen. I believe constitutionally in Germany, it was written into their constitution that that entire party and anyone who was affiliated is illegal and cannot serve in a government position of any type. So, you know, generally I would still say, like, you know, it still wouldn't go too well. Like, even if we, like, bombed them into oblivion, which we did, and then they surrendered to stop the bombing, and then one of them came into charge of the government after war, many U.S. veterans would have been saying, what the hell did we fight for? We fought to get rid of that government in Germany, and now they're literally back after we won the war and everything. What was the point? And, I mean, they would have a good point in saying that. But a big thanks to you for the support, and we are on to the next one.
Up next, a big shout out to Key, who put in a 2. Said Operation Epic Fury 2, Electric Boogaloo. Maybe so, possibly, but thank you very much for that support. We also have a 2 from True Dreamer, who said, what's with Khamenei X profile posting about nukes? And I don't know, he's posting from the grave. He's got some posts popping up on there. Not really sure how. I guess his guys are still operating it for the most part. We also have a 2 from Josh Barnes, who said, if we can't topple them, why are we doing those? Good question. Enforcer, what say you?
Damn, you threw me. You threw me right onto that one. Let's see. Dude, I didn't even know how to. I mean, I don't know at this point, because that was really the original stated war goal, was to topple the regime, and now we're hearing that they're not toppleable, at least by the current means. So I don't know. But a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, a big shout out to Lewis, who put in a 2, and T3 Army, who put in a 2 as well, and appreciate you both very much for that support. We also have a 2 from Tracy White, who said, pull up the video of the Modern Warfare 2 campaign, no Russian.
No,
Sadly, we can't,
no.
otherwise we'll get a copyright strike,
Yeah.
but thank you very much for the support. We also have a 2 from Emerson Fish, who said, Makarov played both US and Russia in the games.
And that is true. And a big thanks to you for the support. And we're on to the next one.
Kind of works like that in real life, too. Also, we have a 2 from 535 Medic, who said, the world does need less warning labels. Maybe so, but you gotta design everything for y'all know how it works. You gotta design everything for the masses. You can't just design it for all the other folks out there. So
Breaking news, everyone. The warning labels were removed and half of both political parties are gone. It's like, what the hell happened to it? But
the lawyers are slobbering.
Oh man, lawsuit. I mean, you gotta have.
We can litigate.
We can settle. It's out of court. Generally you have to have the warning labels, because if I'm just being a little honest here, I'm just going to tell you all the uncensored raw truth. There are a lot of people out there who breathe through their mouths in this world and wouldn't get by without the warning labels, and even still they don't get by. But the warning labels are there to protect a whole bunch of people from losing their jobs, because those stupid people can no longer sue those companies for everything they got, because the warning label's there. So that's kind of why they're there.
Like the worst warning label that you ever see in your life is when you have like a lawnmower. Y'all know, like one of those riding lawnmowers, like the tractor type that has the steering wheel and stuff on it, made for mowing the lawns. And there's the blade part of it, and they have this big red warning label on the blade deck that has the spinning blades to cut the grass that says, don't stick your foot under here where these spinning blades are at. It's like, oh my God. It's like, it makes me lose hope in humanity almost when I see stuff like that. But oh man, they don't want to get sued. That's the bottom line. But this one goes to John Cook. He said, they're finally hitting the refineries.
And I gotta thank you so much for the support. And they finally are, I suppose. I guess they are. And so big thanks to you once again for support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, it is time for us, folks, to make it on into our Morse code decoders. We actually have a new Morse code tonight. And then 3 live chat questions due to us being tremendously overtime. So, Matthew, what do we got?
In the Morse code decoders tonight were Paul, Kevin, Mason, Joni, Norm, Arabelle, Heroic Fluffness, Kush, Kepiteric, Siren, Brian. They said, the Morse said, the sewers are on fire. I guess that must be where Khomeiни's at, in sewer hell. LLT, LSA, enjoy your sewer soup.
Anyone want that sewer soup? And that's the sound of money. I got the dental and nail, and I congratulate the Bleach Spring Army Civil Corps for getting that correct time and time again. I got to say, truly amazing thing, an incredible thing, and we always congratulate you all greatly for getting that Morse code message correct whenever there's a new one. And so with that in mind, I hope that does address that incredibly well, I says. And with that, it's time for us to get on into our third to last question of the night.
We also have a question here from Obu, who said, any news if the Navy will send destroyers to the Strait of Hormuz?
Not at the moment, and it seems like they're generally not wanting to do that, at least yet. So I hope that does address that well. We are on to the second to last question of the night.
We have a question from Hugh. He said, in your opinion of using lampreys, aka the sea leech in the Strait of Hormuz, I think it would be an effective way to open it up.
You want to use the lamprey? You say? I mean, we could, and that might be a way to open it up, but generally there's no Iranian Navy left, so the real threat's from the anti-ship missile launchers on shore. So I hope that does address that the best I can, and with that, we are on into the final question of the night. And so, who is the lucky last person who put in the lucky last question of the night?
And that viewer is Little Bear, who said, is there any photo evidence of the damage to the 3 buried sites like Pickaxe?
From last year, there is, but we didn't even see that the Israelis hit Qom last night. They just put out that warning and did nothing, basically, so that was a little interesting. So with that, I hope that does address it the best I can, and we have reached the end of tonight's stream. Shoo! What a long stream, folks. That was a long stream, and I gotta thank you all so much for watching this show tonight. We're entirely honored and greatly appreciative that so many of y'all have been watching this show. We had a peak viewership tonight of 36.5 thousand people, and 310,000 people have watched this stream so far, and there's still 16,000 people here. Dang! And I gotta thank you all so much for watching. I hope that y'all have enjoyed this well. If y'all have, please make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. We'd love to have y'all here. We cover this news every single day, 6 days a week at 10 p.m. Eastern Time, covering all of the news from around the world, every day but Monday. And if there's enough news in the middle of the day, we make these cool things called short war videos, which are 20 to 30 minutes long, summarizing most of the major events that have happened over the course of the day so far in a very shorter and more digestible form. And so with that, I hope that y'all have enjoyed the stream, and I hope that y'all will see us all tomorrow. If there is a video to be made tomorrow, I'll be the one making it, and hopefully tomorrow, folks, we will finally be able to have a Sunday night fundraiser. And so with that, we will see you all then. Good night, good luck, take care, stay safe, Slava Ukraini, Heram Slava, long live the Lee Spring Army, and of course, long live the Republic.
And with that, folks, we will see you all tomorrow. Enjoy your one less hour of sleep tonight, by the way. I had no idea that was going to happen tonight, so I lost a whole hour like that. I don't even know how that happened, but they took it away. They took it away. They took it from me. They got to give it back. I want it back. What are they doing? Give it back. But thank you all to 310,000 plus people that were here by the end of the stream, and we appreciate every single one of you for joining us tonight, and we hope you will join us again tomorrow night as well. Maybe we will have that Sunday night fundraiser stream. Hopefully so. We'll definitely have the stream, but hopefully the fundraiser too. We'll have to see if there's anything that disrupts that. Hopefully we'll have it. But in the meantime, though, if there might be a short video, there might be a short video as well tomorrow midday. So be sure to join the Enforcer for that. But in the meantime, though, as you can tell, my brain is gone. My brain is gone. I need the warning label right now at this point. But thank you all for joining us once again. And of course, Slava Ukraine, Hero Slava, get some rest, and good night.